Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Godlike Luffy and Robin time travel together. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I want to go home. That little outburst earned a 7-year-old Monkey D. Luffy a large bump on the top of his head, courtesy of his hard-boiled Marine Vice Admiral grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. I won't stop telling you, Luffy. We're not going back until I get that stupid idea of being a pirate out of your head, once and for all. Garp roared, loud enough for not only his grandson, but the rest of his men on deck to hear. It's not a stupid idea. Shanks saved my life and I promised I'd become a better pirate than him. I'd become the Pirate King. This hat is proof. Luffy pulled down his treasured straw hat on top of his head, clinging to it as much as his childish resolve to become a pirate. Garp gave a tired sigh. I'm grateful that Shanks saved your life, no doubt about that, but he didn't have to go and poison your mind like that right after. Probably his plan all along, I'll bet. Save your life, then turn you against me. Garp started to murmur to himself. Before he could delve any further into his imagined plot, a dull pain appeared in his leg. Now hopping on one leg, it just so happened that Luffy had kicked him in his shin. Don't talk about Shanks like that, the young boy bellowed. Some of the soldiers watching on deck couldn't help but chuckle under their breaths at the spectacle before them. Their humor died immediately when they caught the sight of Garp revealing a very angry expression. The next thing that happens, Garp grabs Luffy by his cheek and lifts him in the air, only for the boy's cheek to stretch by a meter before Luffy is carried with it. And he had to go and get you cursed and all. Gary fumed as he pulled at Luffy's rubbery cheek, bouncing him up and down like a yo-yo. The Marine soldiers on board still couldn't fathom it. A 7-year-old boy eating a devil fruit that turned him into a rubber boy. I ate that fruit by myself. Shanks tried to make me spit it up. Duffy managed to get out, even though half of his face was being stretched and bounced around. I don't want to hear it. Garp was starting to lose what patience he had left. One more word about Shanks or pirates or, heaven forbid, Pirate King and he was going to give his grandson a hit so bad. You want, sir? What? The brave soldier that dared to approach a raging Garp, who was close to foaming at the mouth no less, leaped back a small distance in fear. Seeing this, Garp regained himself and stood straight in authority, still clinging on to a struggling Luffy's rubber cheek. The soldier came out of his surprise and stood at attention, making an effort to not look at the poor boy stuck in his captain's grasp. We have just been informed by our lookout that Ohara is starting to come into vision. Excellent. Garp finally let go of Luffy, causing the boy to fall to a painful slam on the floor. Make ready to dock and assemble the men. Garp gave his orders, which all the men under his command were more than happy to follow. He was Garp the hero after all, the man who went up against the former Pirate King, Gold Roger, on a regular basis and brought in many a wanted pirate and bandit in his day, and was still going strong, with no intention of stopping now. He truly was an inspiration to his men, and many others in the Navy. Luffy managed to pick himself up off the floor and started rubbing his sore areas from his fall. Where are we going anyway, Grandpa? The island of Ohara, Garp answered, stepping toward the bow of the ship to get a view of their destination, where the tree of knowledge grows in the center of the island itself. Luffy walked up next to his grandpa and looked out over the horizon. The sight he saw blew his mind. Woo. Luffy expressed his amazement. That's a huge tree. It was indeed a giant tree, standing high into the sky, its large flourish of branches and leaves sheltering the island it grew upon like a giant umbrella. Upon closer inspection, the lower half of the tree, where the roots met the ground, was covered in houses and buildings. The tree itself seemed to be hollowed out as well, the trunk being littered with what looked like windows. What are we doing here, Grandpa? Luffy asked excitedly, making his Vice Admiral elder look at him and crack a large smile at his enthusiasm. We're looking for 2 wanted criminals, Luffy. Garp looked back at the island, a distant look in his eye. Nico, Olivia, and Jaguar D. Saul. Are they pirates? Luffy asked, exited at the notion of meeting more pirates than just Shanks. No, Garp shot down immediately, sounding more serious than he was before. But they're 2 people I intend to ask some very important questions. Why? What questions? Luffy pouted. Garp kept looking at the island before them. Sorry, Luffy, can't tell you. Classified business. He then turned and gave him a smile, wanting to change the subject. You can learn all about that when you're a Marine. Luffy then puffed out his cheeks in annoyance. How many times have I got to tell you, Grandpa? I'm not gonna be a Marine. Garp took on his angry face once more, his shadow looming over a now very frightened Luffy. And how many times have I got to tell you, Luffy? You're gonna be a Marine and like it. The sound of a loud bonk and the scream of a child echoed across the ship and the sea for many to hear. In the middle of a large forest, sitting on a tree stump, a little dark-haired girl wearing a ragged brown dress looked up from her book, catching the sound of what could have been a small creature in pain. After not hearing the sound again for a while, the girl returned to her book. Unknown to her, Rustling in some bushes, a group of kids are staring at her. There's that weird girl again. One of the boys mutters. Yeah, everybody around here calls her a monster, even the grown-ups. A girl murmurs back. All she does is read all day. What a freak. Another boy spitefully comments. The last boy of the four gets the attention of the other kids by picking up a rock and tossing it in the air a few times. Let's teach her a lesson. The boy cruelly smiles. Once the marine vessel had made dock, every soldier there started to do their assigned duties, hoisting the sails, weighing the anchor, all hands being on deck. Truly a sight that brings a warmth to Garp's heart, to see strong Marines doing what they can to help one another, operating as a true crew. The sound of a loud grumbling brought him out of his musings to look down at his grandson, who had seemed to have collapsed to the ground. Grandpa, I'm hungry, the young boy whined. Garp growled in frustration before grabbing Luffy by the back of his shirt collar. Luffy, you need to pay attention. The Vice Admiral bellowed. If you plan on sailing out to sea, being pirate or marine, you have to make sure to look after your ship at all times, and have a crew to help you with its maintenance. Luffy stopped his midair thrashing around to stop and look at the Marines working hard to dock the ship. The young boy's eyes took on a shine of appreciation and inspiration. Whoa, Luffy exclaimed, watching all the men work as a team, as a crew. Garp looked at his grandson and was proud to be finally getting through to him, even if he had to mention the word pirate. What he said was true, however. Whether you're a pirate or a marine, you have to be ready and prepared if you're going out to sea. If not, the harsh waves of the ocean will make you pay for your negligence. I want to have a crew that's as loyal and awesome as anyone else in the whole world, Luffy stated. Garp was so proud, his grandson's words warming his heart. When I'm a pirate, the good feelings were gone and his anger was back. Luffy, Garp was winding up for a hard right straight to his grandson, when a marine soldier interrupted him, sparing Luffy a painful fate. Sir, the ship is now docked and the men await your orders. The marine saluted. Ah, wonderful. Garp dropped his grandson once more, approaching his crew, all of which were standing at attention. All right, boys, listen up, Garp instructed, all attention being on him, all apart from Luffy, who was nursing his painful areas of his latest fall. We have reason to believe that a Marine Vice Admiral gone rogue by the name of Jaguar D. Saul has made his way through the Grand Line, making his way to the island of Ohara. Murmurs among the crew began to arise. Saul was a well-respected captain among the Marines, and the news of him going AWOL was more than surprising. Garp regained his men's attention with a clearing of his throat. All soldiers returned to being as stock and stern as statues, not daring to interrupt the hero of the Navy again. As you are all aware, Saul is accused of aiding the escape of a fugitive by the name of Olivia. No murmurs came up this time, but the name of that woman was notorious. Olivia was an archaeologist and scholar, seeking the mystery of the poneglyphs, ancient tablets of history that no one on in the world could hope of translating except her. We have reason to believe that the two fugitives will meet up here, on this island. Our job is to find Saul and Olivia and bring them in. From there on, I will personally look into why Saul would help a wanted criminal. Garp couldn't fathom why Saul would help in the escape of a prisoner in the first place. But for whatever reason, Garp was sure to find out. Something wasn't right about this whole thing. Coming out of his thoughts, Garp faced his men once more. Men, these are your orders. Patrol the island, find the fugitives and bring them in. Why yes, sir. The men spoke in union. As the soldiers began to make their way onto the island, Garp turned to walk back to his grandson. Now then, Luffy, all I have to do now is have a chat with the scholars at the library in the Tree of Knowledge. If anyone would know anything about Olivia, it's them. After that, how about you and me have a nice, big... Garp stopped in his tracks to find that Luffy was nowhere in sight. Lunch. Another loud, monstrous growl escaped Luffy's stomach. Ew, I'm so hungry. There's got to be somewhere to eat around here. Luffy trudged through the forest, clutching his belly as he moaned with every step. Monster. Luffy's ears perked up at this, switching his head back and forth for where the noise came from. Who said that? He angrily snarled. You don't belong here. What do you say? Luffy clenched his fists, looking for the face of that voice so he could punch it. You're a freak. Come out here so I can knock you out. Luffy was gnashing his teeth at this point. Over here. Big mistake. Luffy charged into the forest, ready to make whoever was talking to him like that sorry. Bursting out of some bushes, he looked around and spotted a group of kids picking on a little dark-haired girl, sitting on a tree stump and reading a book. Luffy adjusted his hat as he looked on. They weren't making fun of me. Well, they don't even know me, so I guess. Luffy stopped talking to himself to see one of the kids throw a rock at the girl, hitting her straight on the head. As all the kids laughed and pointed while the girl on the stump started to bleed, Luffy was about to blow a blood vessel. He was so mad. Hey, the straw-hatted boy screamed, catching the attention of the group of kids and the girl on the stump. What's the big idea, ganging up on one girl like that? Luffy stomped up to the kids, fists at his side shaking in aggression. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with you, sticking up for the monster like that? The one little girl of the group screeched, pointing her finger at the two of them. Monster. Luffy took a minute to look at where the girl was pointing, only seeing the dark-haired girl, then taking a look around him, even looking into the sky. I don't see any monster, Luffy answered. All the kids looked at the straw-hatted boy like he was the weirdest thing on earth. They mean me. Luffy looked at the dark-haired girl, watching as she rubbed the blood from her forehead. I'm the monster, the girl on the stump said. Luffy's eyes widened, taking in the words the girl just said. You're not a monster, you're a girl, Luffy corrected. The group of kids slid their heads to the side, wondering how stupid this kid was. Yes, she is, one of the boys yelled out. She does this weird thing with her hands, and all she does is read all day. Why is having hands weird? You have hands, Luffy corrected again. That's not what I mean, you stupid kid. The group of kids were starting to lose their patience. The little dark-haired girl closed her book, making everyone look at her. This is what they mean. The girl then extended out her hand and another hand sprouted out of her palm, and another and another. Soon enough, an entire row of hands had jettisoned out of her palm and reached over to Luffy. All the other kids had recoiled in fear and disgust, wondering what she was going to do with those hands. That, Luffy began to speak. ... is so. The kids wondered what this weird kid that came out of nowhere was going to say, while the dark-haired girl remained uncaring, as if she was used to this sort of thing. Awesome, Luffy yelled out ecstatically. The little dark-haired girl did a double take on the boy's words, while the rest of the kids had a look of complete disbelief on all their faces. Luffy then began to poke and prod at the row of hands, going so far as to shake the one in front of him. That's so cool. How can you do that? Can you show me how to do that? How many arms can you make? Can you make only arms? What about feet? Can you make feet? Oh man, this is so. Luffy could have gone on and on about the dark-haired girl's power, who was growing very uncomfortable under the praise she was receiving, until one of the boys of the group interrupted him. Are you kidding me? Luffy looked at the kids, all of them mad at him like he did something wrong. Whatever that thing was, Luffy didn't know. That's why she's a monster, the boy yelled out, pointing at the girl's multiple hands. What kind of girl grows more body parts? It's freaky, another boy yelled out. She's a freak, the little girl of the group screeched out next. Yeah, why would anyone want to be friends with a weirdo like her? The last boy of the group chimed in. Luffy took a few steps forward, going quiet all of a sudden. The little dark-haired girl watched him, wondering what he was going to do next. Once the straw-hatted boy was facing the group of kids in front of him, he began to speak. You're an egghead with glasses. Luffy pointed to said boy, who looked taken back by the words. You have a bad afro. The boy mentioned countered with a hey. You have a pig nose. The little girl of the group looked like she was about to cry. And you look like you have many carrots sticking out of your head. Luffy finished, earning him an angry glare from the last kid of the group. Luffy then pointed back at the little dark-haired girl while still staring down the other kids. Compared to her, you're the ones that are the freaks. Luffy finished his tirade, crossing his arms with a harumph. The dark-haired girl was speechless at what this boy was doing. No one has ever cared about her this much before, let alone stuck up for her. As Bad Afro and Egghead were stunned silent by the boy in front of them, and Pig Nose was crying at being called names. Carrot Head, the boy that threw the rock, stepped forward, easily towering over Luffy. Who do you think you are, calling us names like that? The boy ground out through his clenched teeth. Luffy just placed his hand on top of his hat and a large toothy grin split out over his face as he looked the larger boy in the eye. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm gonna be the Pirate King. Carrot Head just stared at the boy, along with the other kids and the girl he was defending. Suddenly, Carrot Head starts laughing and the other kids follow in mocking the boy as well. All except for the dark-haired girl. Pirate King. Ew. Carrot Head continued to laugh as the group of kids behind him began to walk up and circle the straw-hatted boy, who didn't even flinch at their laughter. A freaky girl and a pirate wannabe. Bad Afro chuckled. What a pair of losers. Egghead clutched his stomach. How stupid can you get? Pig Nose sniggered. The little dark-haired girl, on the other hand, just stood there in amazement. This boy, who just burst out of nowhere, defended her, called all those kids names and stated something that sounded ridiculous without any sort of hesitation. Who was this boy? The dark-haired girl was brought out of her thoughts to see Carrot Head bring his face nose to nose with Luffy. The straw-hatted boy was barely his height, even if they did seem close in age. Whatever the larger boy was going to do to him, it was not going to be pretty. Even so, the smaller boy didn't budge, looking Carrot Head square in the eye. You're just a stupid kid who doesn't know what he's talking about. Carrot Head sneered. Beat it. One motion of his hand and he had knocked the smaller boy's straw hat off his head, seeing it gliding a few meters away. My hat. Luffy freaked out as if he had lost a limb. He ran across the field, picking it up, checking for any damage and planting it back on his head. Looking back in anger at the kids, he saw them all laughing at him again. Carrot Head grinning at his own actions. By this point, Luffy had had enough. You bunch of jerks. You asked for it. Luffy grabbed his shoulder and made an action of winding back, as if he was about to pitch something. Gum gum. The laughter stopped and everyone watched to see what this boy would do next. Pistol. The Straw Hat Boy then lunged forward, stamping his foot on the ground and launched his clenched fist, proceeding to stretch his forearm from where he was standing and send his fist flying at Carrot Head, only for the fist to make contact with the ground between the two of them, ricochet off and send the fist flying in the air, high above the trees and into the blinding sunlight through the branches. Soon enough, the fist came back down, landing right on top of Luffy's head, making the boy sound out an O. As Luffy rubbed his sore head, everyone was in complete shock. The arm that Luffy had stretched slowly slinked back to its owner, like a snake slithering across the grass, making its way back into its natural shape and form. But noting about what was just seen could be described as natural. After Luffy was done checking for any bruises, he looked back at the group of kids and the dark-haired girl, all of which were wearing faces of utter disbelief. "What?" the rubber boy asked. The group of kids screamed in total fear. The little dark-haired girl, on the other hand, stood there completely dumbfounded. "He's another monster," Egghead wailed. "What's wrong with your arm?" Bad Afro shrieked. "They're freaks, both of them," Pig Nose hollered. "The girl must be contagious. If we stick around, we might turn into freaks next." Carrot Head's comment sent the group of kids running, screaming and crying all the way out of the forest. After the noise had faded away, all that was left in the open field in the middle of the forest was the little straw-hatted rubber boy and the little dark-haired girl who could grow body parts. "What a bunch of jerks," Luffy steamed. "I don't like them. Not one bit." Excuse me." The voice caught Luffy's attention. He turned to face the little dark-haired girl he had stood up for. "Yeah?" he asked, wondering what the girl wanted. "Thank you." The girl bowed her head in gratitude, clinging to her book as she did. "No problem. 4 against 1 isn't a fair fight anyway." Luffy beamed, his large toothy smile going across his face again. Robin looked back up, her big bright blue eyes full of curiosity. "How did you stretch your arm like that?" she asked. "Oh," Luffy excitedly exclaimed. "I ate a devil fruit." He then proceeded to grab his cheeks and pull them apart, making them extend to an inhuman length. "And now I'm a rubber boy." He managed to speak, even though he sounded ridiculous. "You ate a devil fruit too." The girl grew surprised. Luffy let go of his cheeks, making them snap back in place. The sound they made sounded painful, but the boy seemed not to feel it. "Yeah, I'm guessing that's how you got your powers." "Yeah," the girl answered. "I ate the Hana Hana fruit. I ate the Gum Gum fruit," Luffy pronounced proudly. The two of them couldn't help it, but a laugh broke between them. Finding someone else with as much of a weird gift as you was quite the discovery, especially when you thought you were the only one. The little dark-haired girl came out of her laughter, as did the straw-hatted boy. The girl reached her hand out, wanting to shake hands. "My name is Robin," she introduced herself. "My name's Luffy." The boy happily took her hand and shook it in his own. "Nice too." The sound of his stomach grumbling stopped him from saying anything else. Beat. With a sigh and a tumble, Luffy found himself lying on the ground in so-called agony. "Are you all right?" She looked down in concern for the boy. "I forgot I was so hungry," Luffy wheezed out, acting as though he was in so much pain he couldn't move. Robin looked down at the boy, wondering how out of place his character was, even for a 7-year-old. He acted like he was younger than he looked. Robin thought for a moment. What she was planning would be a big risk for her. But looking back down at the boy, the only boy to stand up for her, the only boy who could possibly be her only friend her age, it was worth the risk. "Luffy, if you can get back up, I can find you something to eat at my house," she politely persuaded. The straw-hatted boy immediately jumped up from his lying place and stood on his tiptoes in glee. "Really? You mean it?" Luffy beamed ecstatically. "Why, yeah." Robin was starting to grow concerned about this boy's mental state. Robin opened the door to her house with a creak, checking if the coast was clear. Seeming that no one was home, Robin slowly opened the door the rest of the way. "Come on," she whispered, leading the way for Luffy to follow in behind her. Once the two children were inside, Robin led Luffy to the kitchen. "I'll make you a sandwich." She then crossed her arms, keeping her hands open, and closed her eyes. The next thing that happened, multiple hands literally started popping out of the woodwork, opening cabinets and pulling out what she needs to make a snack for her guest. "Awesome." Luffy just turned slowly, watching the arms do their work around the room. Once everything was on the table in the middle of the room, more hands sprouted up and started making a meal. After the sandwich was complete, the hands then quickly started to put everything away as quick as possible. Luffy was still in awe at the display and didn't notice the nervous look on Robin's face. After everything was put away, the children each took a seat at the table, Luffy happily taking large bites out of his lunch and Robin just watching him, with a hand propped up under her chin. "You're not from here, are you?" she deduced. "Why ask me that?" the straw-hatted boy said after swallowing a bite. "Anyone else my age on this island would just pick on me, but you didn't," Robin explained sadly. "Oh," the boy understood. He took another large bite out of his snack. I came here on a ship with my grandpa, Luffy said with his mouth full. Luffy kept on eating as Robin kept on asking questions. So, where do you live? Fusha village, on an island in the East Blue. You're from the East Blue. Yeah, is that a problem? No. But how could you go from the East Blue to the West Blue so easily? Luffy kept eating as he talked. Why would that be a problem? Robin looked skeptical. Well, if you live in the East Blue and this is the West Blue, you'd have to cross through the Grand Line's current, then. Luffy spit what food he had in his mouth out at this. I went through the Grand Line. Multiple hands shot out of the seat Luffy was in and slammed over his mouth, muffling anything else he had to say. SHHH. Don't scream like that, Robin said in a desperate whisper. The hands disappeared, letting Luffy catch his breath. Why not? I can't let my Auntie Roji know I brought you home with me. I can't let her know I fed you either. Robin started to get depressed, and it showed, causing Luffy to grow concerned. Your auntie? Luffy asked, wanting to know what was bothering this nice girl that fed him. Robin gave a sad nod. My auntie beats me and calls me worthless every day. She barely feeds me and gives me old clothes to wear. Robin was starting to replay memories in her head. All of them she wished she could abolish from her mind. Wow, reminds me of my grandpa, except the whole clothes thing. Luffy chimed in, eating the last of his sandwich. Your grandpa beats you, too. Robin looked up in surprise. How could this boy go through such abuse and still smile so big? Yeah, every time I say I'm gonna be a pirate, he knocks me one on the head. It really hurts. Luffy rubs his head, remembering some very painful memories. That sounds awful, Robin says concerned. But why do you want to be a pirate anyway? Aren't they all murderers and thieves? She asks with curiosity. Shanks isn't like that. Luffy pipes up, taking Robin by surprise. The boy then puts his hands on top of the straw hat on his head. Shanks is a pirate that risked his life for me. He then grows a face that resembled great guilt. He lost an arm, saving me from a sea monster. Robin's eyes grow wide as dinner plates. But that showed me that that's what real pirates do. They look out for each other and only fight when one of their friends is in trouble. He then took off his hat to stare at it nostalgically. When he was leaving, he gave me this hat and made me promise to become a pirate, that I'd find a crew and become the Pirate King. Luffy smiled, not his big toothy grin, but a content, gentle smile. A slam on the table brought Luffy out of his memories to see a very distraught Robin looking at him like he was crazy. How can you be so happy? She asked hysterically. You nearly get eaten by a sea monster. Watch a man lose his arm in front of you and get beaten by your own grandfather. She paused a moment to catch her breath. Luffy, on the other hand, was just sitting there, waiting patiently for what she wanted to say next. How can all of that not bother you? Robin was close to tears. She had been suffering all by herself, taking so much abuse since she was only 2 years old. And this boy just comes along with all this baggage and doesn't even seem to care. How? Pause one day. I'm going to be big and strong enough to stop stuff like that from happening ever again. Luffy broke out into his big toothy grin, somehow being a symbol of his resolve. Robin was shocked still. She turned her head to stare at the table, mulling over the words spoken to her from this strange little boy. Luffy then hopped out of his seat and walked over to Robin, who was still lost in her mind. Hey, Robin, you okay? He asked, waving a hand in front of her face. Robin then shot up from her thoughts and took Luffy's hand in her own. Robin had never heard such an aspiring thing. The only other person she could remember saying something like that would be. Robin leaped out of her seat, surprise covering her face, while Luffy fell backwards from Robin's outburst. Luffy, the dark-haired girl yelled in her sudden excitement, while Luffy picked himself up off the ground, nursing his head from his fall. I have to go somewhere, but you can't come with me. Oh, Luffy pouted. Why not? I can't tell you. I made a promise. Robin wished she couldn't shut the boy out. He could be her only friend that was around her age with any luck. Oh, okay. Luffy understood. Just like that, Robin shot his head up, wondering why he was so quick to agree with her wishes. Yeah, if you promised, I totally understand, Luffy stated, clinging to the hat on his head to emphasize his point. Robin nodded, happy that he was so understanding. Opening the back door of the kitchen, the two children made their way outside. I'll be back soon, Robin said before she made a dash for the forest. Wait, Luffy called out, stopping the girl in her tracks to look back. Where can I find you when you get back? Meet me at the library, Robin called back. Okay, Luffy agreed. That's where my grandpa's going anyway. A knock on the door caught the attention of Professor Clover, director of the Ohara Library and renowned leader of archaeology. Getting up from his desk, he made his way through the library, passing his fellow scholars and archaeologists. Reaching the front door, he gladly opened it. Welcome to the Tree of Knowledge. How may I? Seeing Garp the hero and a squad of Marines behind him took the historian by great surprise. Help you, Professor Clover, I presume? Garp asked, wearing a warm smile. Why yes, I am, Clover stuttered. Excellent. The large bearded man beamed. I was hoping to ask you a few questions. Mind if I come in? Clover was reluctant to do so, but saying no would bring nothing but trouble. Oh, of course not. Clover opened the door wider to let the larger-built man inside, along with a few Marine soldiers following behind him. The rest of the Marines outside marched away, leaving 2 to guard the other side of the door. Closing the door, Clover looked back at Garp, his soldiers, and the countless worried faces of his colleagues that scattered the library, looking his way. All of them were asking the same thing that Clover was to himself. Are they on to us? I've always wanted to see this library. Garp's booming voice echoed out through the inside of the tree, bringing Clover back to reality. Why yes, it is quite the sight, isn't it? Clover forced a smile on his features. Indeed, glad I could see it before my old age catches up to me. Garp gave a hearty laugh, not caring if he was making a scene. How many books do you think are in here? It's nearly an unfathomable amount. Clover saw a chance to distract Garp. This library has what many believe, the largest stockpile of literature the world has ever known. This tree has been standing for 5,000 years, gathering information from all over the world. Impressive, Garp complimented, putting Clover at some ease. I understand that this library attracts many archaeologists and scholars. Oh, of course, Clover stated, trying to stay resolute under the pressure in the hall. Many people who seek knowledge and wish to share their own have been coming here too. Then maybe you have had an archaeologist by the name of Nico Olivia drop by here and there. Garp dropped a verbal bomb on Clover, making the leaf-bearded man gain a fresh coat of sweat. Robin pushed her way past a thick brush of branches in the forest, until she came across a wide-open view of a white sandy beach, with the ocean stretching out far onto the horizon. Robin looked up and down the beach, ignoring the beautiful view, until she spotted who she was looking for. Saul, she called out. Saul, being an enormous giant, wearing tattered clothes, a worn brown cowboy hat and a big bushy orange beard, turned from the gigantic raft he was building to look at where the voice came from. Oh, Robin. Saul cracked a smile as he made his way over to her, stomping across the beach due to his size. Good to see you again. Saul spoke in a booming voice. Robin didn't mind, however, smiling all the way at seeing her first ever friend. Good to see you too, she called, wanting her voice to reach his ears. How's the raft coming along? Saul took a seat, leaning his back against the cliff Robin stood upon. Pretty ship-shape if I do say so myself. Saul then erupted into a strange mixture of laughing and crying at the same time, making a strange noise as he did. Darashishishishishi, darashishishishishi. Robin giggled to herself as she enjoyed the infectious positivity that Saul managed to produce. It reminded her of the boy she just met that day. She wondered why that was. So, Saul attempted to strike up a conversation. Read any good books lately? No, nothing special, Robin answered as she took her own seat on the grass and bringing her knees to her chest. But, Robin grew quiet, which only got Saul's attention even more. But what? Saul asked in a curious tone. I think that. Robin didn't want to jinx it, but she couldn't drop the subject now. That I made a new friend today. She beamed. That's fantastic, Robin. Saul was delighted to hear this from Robin. After all the stories she told about the other kids on the island and that rotten old aunt of hers, hearing she now has a friend warmed Saul to the heart. Yeah, he reminds me a lot of you. Robin started to go on about the boy she had met that day. How he stood up to her against a group of kids picking on her. How he ate a devil fruit like her and what he said about wanting to be big and strong enough to stop bad things from happening. I like the sound of this kid. Sure wish I could meet him. Saul broke out into his strange laughter again. So, what rock on this island has this kid been hiding under anyway? He's not from here, Robin answered, enjoying the talk they were having. He says he came from the East Blue. The East Blue. This is one brave kid you've come across, going through the Grand Line and all. Saul was happy for his little friend. Knowing that he had to leave was painful, but now that Robin had someone else with her and to take his place, life should be a lot easier for her. Besides, no matter how painful it may be to leave, he had to keep moving. He had to reach Ohara. Hundreds of lives depended on it. Also, Robin brought Saul back from his thoughts. He's got a D in his name too, just like yours. Huh? Oh, really? Saul returned his attention to Robin, pushing his personal mission to the back of his mind for now. Yeah, if I remember correctly. Robin started to rack her brain as to what the boy's full name was. Being an 8-year-old girl who aced a high-grade archaeologist test, it wasn't that hard for her to remember. His name was Monkey. Yeah, Monkey D. Luffy. That's what his name was, Robin stated, proud of her memory skills. The slam of Saul's hands on either side of her on the cliffside did more than shake her out of her musings. Falling over, she picked herself up and ended up staring back at the intense gaze of the orange-bearded giant. Monkey, Saul managed to choke out in his flabbergasted state. Did you say Monkey D? Why yeah, Robin was getting scared. Saul had never acted like this before in the days she knew him. Robin, Saul gulped, swallowing his nerves. Did Luffy come with anyone else to this island? He said he came here with his grandpa. Robin started to shiver. She was so scared of how Saul was being. Saul then froze at those words, the word Garp being whispered from his massive maw. Garp? Robin asked, stunned in fear as much as Saul himself. Robin. Saul looked back at Robin. Now seeing how scared Robin was looking at him, Saul took a minute to pull himself together, not wanting to scare the girl any more than he already had. Sorry for scaring you, Robin, but it's very important that I talk to Luffy's grandpa right now. Oh, okay. Robin stood up from where she lay. She knew that Saul would never hurt her, but the way he was acting was positively terrifying. Robin. Saul leaned in, wanting Robin to hear him loud and clear, even though his voice was loud enough for nearly all to hear. I need you to go find Garp, and I need you to say to him two very important words. Robin swallowed her fear and hesitantly nodded. If we had any records of the likes of Nico Olivia being in this library, I would show them to you, Garp, sir. Clover was managing to keep up his act, but if Garp kept probing him like this, then there's no telling what the outcome would be. Garp wasn't known for his patience after all. And impatient was exactly what Garp was getting. He knew the scholars in this library were hiding something big. Whatever the connection was between Olivia, Saul, and Ohara was, these people knew, and they weren't telling him what he wanted to hear. There was an invisible elephant in the room, and all Garp had to do was keep poking in the right directions until, let me in, will ya? Luffy, where did you? Let me in, already. The muffled arguing outside drew all eyes to the front door of the library. You can't go in, Luffy. Your grandfa. The sound of a kick and an audible "oh" sounded out before a straw hat-wearing boy came charging in through the front door. Grandpa, the boy cried, causing all the scholars to look at the Vice Admiral, who couldn't help but feel a wave of awkwardness overcome him. We're sorry, Garp, sir. A Marine soldier, rubbing his aching shin, apologized as he followed behind Luffy. I couldn't stop him from coming inside. Darn it, Luffy. I'm in the middle of something important, and you choose now to show up. Garp was at the end of his rope. First his grandson runs off and disappears. The scholars give him the runaround. And now his knuckle-headed grandson finally appears, barging in and ruining his questioning. Garp didn't want to admit it, but he was starting to feel pretty old right now. Sorry, Grandpa. Luffy hung his head, only to shoot back up again. But I'm here to wait for a new friend I made. Garp put his palm to his face. Luffy, now is not the time or the place. Stay outside, with my men, and wait for your friend there. I need to speak with someone called Garp. The next voice to come from outside caught everyone's attention once more. Sorry, little girl, Garp is in a very important. This is important. Listen, you are not allowed to. Another kick, another "oh," and this time, a little dark-haired girl came running inside, with a second Marine soldier nursing his shin. My grandson is one thing, Garp spoke in a lecturing tone, but a little girl. What happened to your training? Both soldiers hung their heads in shame. I need to speak with a Marine called Garp. Robin cried out desperately. Robin. Luffy caught the girl's attention. Luffy, Robin said surprised. Luffy, who is this? Garp asked curiously. This is the friend I made, Robin. Luffy cracked his toothy grin as Robin was stood still in place, shocked at what Luffy had called him. W were F friends, Robin stuttered, unable to believe what he just heard. Well, yeah, Luffy answered as if it was obvious. Robin couldn't stop the smile from spreading across her face and her eyes become a little moist. Oh, I see, Garp said in a mentionable tone. Here on a playdate, are we, Luffy? It's not like that. Luffy yelled in defiance, while Robin blushed crimson and lowered her head, hoping no one would notice. Robin, Clover whispered sternly. What are you doing here? And how do you know Garp? Robin was so caught up in what was going on, she nearly forgot her reason for being here. Well, she began, as everyone turned their attention back to her. Seeing the worried look on her face made Luffy and the two adults nervous. A friend of mine told me about you ... and told me to come find you and say something. The little dark-haired girl grew quiet again, remembering the dire face that Saul wore. And what would that be? Garp asked gently, wondering what was so important for a little girl to force her way past a Marine officer to see him. Clover was also wondering what had Robin so on edge, along with the rest of the scholars and Marines scattered around the library. Robin. Luffy didn't like seeing his new friend in such a scared state. Robin looked back up, looked Garp in the eye and said one word. Buster Call. The blood of every adult in that library ran cold. Arriving on the east side of the island of Ohara, a small rowboat was steadily making its way to the island. Upon the boat, a lone slender figure with long snow-white hair rowed tirelessly with all their strength. Please let me get there in time. Please. A crack of light shone through as the door to the galley of the ship was creaked open. Commander Spandam, we are just a few more hours away from the island of Ohara. The Marine soldier spoke. Splendid. A man wearing a black suit with skin that showed he barely got out in the sun spoke. Let me know when we're ready to dock. With a yes sir, the soldier left the room, closing the door behind him. Soon, Spandam whispered to himself. The world will be reminded of just how powerful the world government is. He looked over to a golden snail, gleaming in the dark on the desk beside him. A sinister sneer split across his face. And remember to stay in its proper place. The entire hall of the library was so quiet, a pin dropping could make an echo. Robin just stood there, feeling more and more uncomfortable as time passed. Luffy was looking around at all the grown-ups, wondering why they're all looking so spooked. Clover suddenly rushed up and took Robin by her shoulders, looking her square in the eyes. "Robin, where did you learn that word?" he sternly asked. Robin's nervousness rocketed to high levels at this change in character of the old library keeper. "Hey, Leafhead." The high-pitched noise came from Robin's new friend. "Don't scare Robin like that." Luffy was stomping up to him, rage filling his eyes. "Silence, boy," the professor bellowed. "This has nothing to do with you. Robin's my friend. It has everything to do with me." Luffy yelled back, just as fiercely as Clover, if not more. Taken back by the words of the boy's outburst, Clover noticed the Vice Admiral amongst them walk up to him and Robin. "Allow me," Garp gently stated. Clover immediately stood up and raised his arms out to his sides, guarding Robin with his body. "I will not let you harm one hair on this girl," he announced. Looking around, one could see the rest of the scholars were starting to flare up for a fight. If this didn't get a lid on itself soon, there would be a large amount of unneeded bloodshed at this library. "Professor," the small voice brought the attention of the lead archaeologist to the small girl he was protecting. "It's all right. I want to talk to him too." Clover looked like he was about to protest, but seeing the determination in her eyes made him lower his guard and reluctantly let Garp pass. All the other scholars in the library watched on, keeping a close eye on anything that Garp might do. The look that the scholar gave the Vice Admiral said enough. "Harm her and you face me and the rest of us." Garp knelt down in front of Robin, giving off a gentle and kind atmosphere, calming the young girl. "You're a friend of my grandson, are you?" he asked. Robin gave a small nod. Garp raised his hand and moved it close to Robin's head. All the scholars nearly flinched into attack when Garp landed his hand gently on top of Robin's head, rubbing it softly. "Then if Luffy trusts you, then so do I." Garp gave his own wide toothy grin, mimicking Luffy's. Robin caught on to this and relaxed. Now, Garp got back to business. "Can you tell me who told you to say that to me?" Robin shifted uncomfortably. "He told me it was okay to tell you his name." "Who?" Garp inquired. "Saul," Robin answered. Garp's eyes widened at this. "Saul, as in Jaguar D. Saul. He's on this island." Robin nodded yes. "Can you tell me where he is?" Garp asked as calmly as he could, as to not scare her as much as she has been already. "Yes," Robin nodded again. "He's down at the south end of the island, on a beach. He said he wanted to talk to you too." "That's good." Garp got back up on his feet. "Thank you for telling me this, Robin." The girl answered his unasked question. "Thank you, Robin," the Vice Admiral said kindly, before turning to his Marines in the library. "Men, this is an order. Stand guard of this library until I return. No one enters this library. No civilians. No children." Garp looked back at the two soldiers who let Luffy and Robin get past them, both hanging their heads in shame. "And no other officer gets in apart from me. Is that understood?" A chorus of YISSIR echoed through the library, each soldier signaling their leader with a salute. Garp then looked between the two children. "You two stay here. The Marines will keep you safe." "Thank you," Robin obliged politely. "Oh, why can't I come with you? Libraries are boring." Luffy pouted stubbornly, causing Robin to feel quite offended. Garp placed his hands on his grandson's shoulders, staring him in the eye. "Luffy, if you won't take an order as a Marine, then take one as my grandson," he beseeched strongly, grasping Luffy's full attention. "You have to stay here and protect Robin, no matter what. Can you do that?" "Of course," Luffy stated. "Good boy," Garp encouraged him. "Allow me to come with you." Clover waked up behind Garp. "I need to ask Saul some things about Olivia," the old librarian reluctantly confessed. "So you do know her?" Garp looked back at the scholar, unimpressed by the old man's secrecy. "More than you realize," Clover went on. "Mama," Robin whispered under her breath, but Luffy was the only one to hear her. "After which, I will be more than willing to reveal to you everything we've been hiding," Clover continued. "Clover, no," an archaeologist from the other side of the room called out in defiance. "We have no choice," Clover bellowed back, silencing any other objections. "It is time for us to come clean, for the greater good." You heard what Robin spoke of when she entered. The statement was more than enough to make the rest of the scholars quietly agree. Clover turned back to Garp. "I suggest we leave now." "Agreed." Garp motioned back. Clover got down on one knee in front of Robin and placed his hands on her shoulders once more, only much more gentler this time. "Stay here, Robin. The Marines will keep you safe. We'll be back soon." "Okay." Robin obeyed softly. "Keep Robin safe, Luffy. I'm counting on you," Garp ordered his grandson. "Got it." Luffy nodded with determination. "Let's go." Garp and Clover both left through the front door of the library, letting in the sunlight for a quick moment, before the room was bathed in shaded darkness again after the door closed. After a quiet tension filled the air of the library, Luffy chose that moment to break it. Why do we have to wait in a library? It's so boring. This comment resulted in Robin giving a huff in annoyance. Luffy looked over to see Robin with her back turned to him. What's up, Robin? Luffy asked. I'm not talking to you. Robin pouted. What? Why? Luffy was really confused now. You said libraries are boring. I like libraries. Robin kept looking away from Luffy. Is that why you're being like this? All Luffy got from her was silence. Robin, nothing. Robin, nothing again. Luffy tried to see her face on her right side. I just said that. Robin turned away. I didn't mean to. She turned to the right when he came left. Robin, will you just? This went on for a few minutes. All the other scholars and Marines watching this couldn't help but find this spectacle rather funny and adorable. After running around Robin, trying to see her face, Luffy gave up and collapsed on the floor, trying to catch his breath. I'm sorry, Robin, Luffy whined, making Robin turn her head a little in his direction. You're not going to say libraries are boring again? Robin lectured more than asked. No, Luffy moaned again. Promise. Robin faced front, looking down at Luffy. I promise, Luffy said, not wanting to be shut out anymore. He's like a husband in the doghouse. A Marine muttered to a female archaeologist, causing them both to chuckle under their breath. She'll make a good wife one day, she whispered back, causing them both to smile, only to realize that they were on opposing sides and went back to giving each other their own silent treatment. How could two kids break such a tense situation? They both wondered. While we're here, why don't I show you some of my favorite books? Robin glowed with enthusiasm. Luffy wanted to moan at this, but not wanting to be ignored by Robin again, he stifled it. Sure, he said with as much muster as he could, which wasn't a lot. Robin was so happy to hear this, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along to explore the library. I think we have some books about Gold Roger somewhere, Robin said out loud to herself. Gold Roger. Awesome. Luffy then took the lead and pulled Robin along, the two starting a fight for leadership. The Marines were fine with letting the two children run around the place, gathering books and talking all the while, as long as they stayed inside the tree. The scholars were so happy to see Robin enjoying her favorite pastime with someone her own age. She deserved to have a friend at last. They just prayed that the two didn't go anywhere near the basement. On the east shore of Ohara, the white-haired stranger, known as Nico Olivia, had long abandoned her vessel and had started her trek through the forest. I hope Saul is here already, she hoped to herself as she pushed a branch out of her path. Olivia had risked much of herself already by going out to sea, hunting down the poneglyphs in the name of her late husband, becoming a criminal, forcing a vice admiral to go AWOL, and losing all of her fellow scholars that set out with her in a bloody massacre at the hands of the Marines. But one thing that stung just as horrible is that, after all these years, was cutting all ties with her beloved daughter. How old must she be now? 7? No. 8. Oh, how she wished she could see her again. No, she said to herself. It's for the best. She doesn't deserve to have a criminal as a mother. Even as she thought that, her resolve was still weak. If she could go back in time and stop herself from going on that ship and abandoning Robin, she would. Her husband would understand. But her fate was sealed. She had to make sure the fate of Ohara wasn't. She marched on, determination running through her. She believed that history was a treasure, and she won't let the world government turn it into a curse for the rest of the world. Nico Olivia was a long-time comrade of ours in the Tree of Knowledge. Clover spoke as he and Garp walked through the forest. I'm sure you are aware of why an archaeologist would become a wanted criminal. Garp was well aware indeed. The poneglyphs, ancient tablets with an indescribable language chiseled into their sides, recording the history of a blank 100 years that no one has recorded for over 800 years prior. 100 years that people only describe as the Void Century. 800 years ago, the world government issued that studying the poneglyphs was a crime punishable by death. Anyone that made an attempt to analyze them was dealt with instantly. Even though the punishment was dire, many scholars and archaeologists couldn't resist leaving the poneglyphs be. Their curiosity got the best of them, but all it did was issue them immediate death. So if Nico Olivia cut all ties with you, why go to all this trouble to cover her up? Garp asked, satisfied with finally getting the answers he sought. Because we have a poneglyph hidden under the Tree of Knowledge, Clover finally admitted, possibly sealing his own death sentence, along with his fellow scholars. Garp's eyes widened at this information. He regained his nerves and looked forward. I see. The pieces were falling into place at last. When Robin mentioned the Buster Call, Clover took a moment to let the fearful effect of the word itself pass. I knew it was time to tell the truth. I don't want the world government slaughtering any more of my colleagues. But you went and studied the poneglyph anyway, regardless of the consequences, Garp pointed out, wanting to get a tighter hold on the situation at hand. Wanting to know the truth should not be a crime. The aging scholar erupted, the stress overcoming him. After some silence passed between the two walking men, Clover started to speak again. Which is why I am so relieved to be telling the likes of you all of this, Garp. Clover was truly glad that the one decent officer of the Navy had decided to investigate the issue in person. You know that I work for the organization that can have you and your comrades dead, Garp mentioned. By comparing the Navy to the world government, you Marines can at least be reasoned with to a degree, Clover insinuated. I know my sentence, along with my college's, is final. But if there is a chance to ward off the world government from spilling any more innocent blood, Clover muttered, still bitter about the fact of a Marine battleship slaughtering a large number of his colleagues on their expedition. Garp wouldn't say it out loud, but he agreed. He was aware of how corrupt a system the world government was running. The Celestials were a prime example. He was also aware of how corrupt the Navy itself had become over time. At this rate, the pirates were acting more honest than the Marines. Maybe Luffy has a point in becoming a pirate. Garp immediately shook the thought out of his head, when suddenly, the two men had arrived at their destination. A wide-open view of the ocean, a long-stretching sandy beach with a large orange-bearded giant staring right back at them. Garp, Saul greeted. So, Garp narrowed his eyes at the enormous being. You have some explaining to do. On the west side of the island, another marine ship had made dock. Stepping off the ship's bridge connecting to land was Commander Spandam, along with two men wearing black suits. As Spandam and the two men stepped off the ship, all the soldiers saluted them as they made their way down. Spandam liked it like this, people saluting him, praising him, worshipping him. Commander Spandam. The black-suited man on his right spoke up, taking Spandam out from his ego-stroking. What are our orders? The man mentioned to his partner on Spandam's left. Just stay by my side at all times. Don't let anyone get within 5 feet of me. Spandam may have been a high-ranking agent in the world government, but he also had a highly known reputation of being a spiteful coward. He had lied, cheated, and bribed his way to the top, becoming chief commander of one of the world government's most elite forces. As long as he had them to hide behind, he could get away with anything. The rest of you, he bellowed, catching the attention of all the soldiers saluting him, head for the Tree of Knowledge and begin your investigation. We cannot let these criminals recreate the ultimate weapon. The chorus of YISSIR filled his ears, and they were off. This the part of the job Spandam loved the most, flaunting his power, knowing that he had the power of the world government behind him, believing it made him untouchable. His reputation was all that mattered to him, no matter what kind of sinful act he would do for it. He just hoped his son would be able to make him as proud as he was of himself when he handed his title over to him. But that thought could wait. Right now, it was time to make an example of Ohara. Luffy opened his mouth wide to let out a massive yawn. I thought learning about Gold Roger would be fun, but all this reading is so boring. I thought you said you weren't going to say that anymore. Robin chided him, sitting to one side of the table they were sat at. I can't help it, Robin. You can think libraries are cool, but you can't force me to. Luffy defended himself. Robin was surprised by this, only for her face to sink down into a frown. He was right. It wasn't nice to force someone to be what you want them to be. Her of all people should know that. I bet you think books are stupid too. She couldn't help but let that slip out, remembering what one of the kids picking on her said. Luffy looked over at her with concern. I don't think books are stupid. They may be boring to me, but if someone as cool as you reads them, then they're cool too. Robin looked back at the boy, blushing at his praise. This boy was so strange, yet so great to be around. She didn't question why though, wanting to enjoy having such a good friend in her life at long last. Hey, can we go outside? Luffy turned and called to one of the Marines. Vice Admiral Garp gave strict orders to watch over the two of you. Sorry, Luffy. The Marine answered back. Luffy pouted at this, only for the gears in his head to start turning. Luffy looked over his shoulder from where he sat and spotted a window. The two of them were currently on one of the more higher levels of the tree, but since Luffy could stretch his arms like rubber, with a chuckle and a grin, Luffy had an idea. Robin. Luffy quietly got the dark-haired girl's attention. Let's sneak out of here. We can't do that. Robin chastised quietly. We'll get in trouble. I get in trouble all the time. It's not that bad. Luffy hopped down from his seat. Besides, it's fun to break the rules once in a while. He spoke, showing off his toothy grin. Robin was skeptical at first, but now that she finally had a friend her age, she wanted to reap the benefits she long went without after all those lonely years. Robin closed her book gently, not wanting to alert the grown-ups in the library, and silently hopped down from her seat and followed Luffy's lead. Luffy pushed a nearby stool to a window, stepped on top of it, and went to open it. What are you doing? Robin questioned. We're leaving out the window. Luffy beamed excitedly. We can't go out there. We're too high up. Robin protested, but her protests fell on deaf ears. Luffy had already opened the window and climbed out halfway, before standing up with his hand clinging to the frame, stretching out his whole arm a few inches. He reached out to Robin. Take my hand. I'll stretch us down. Robin was reluctant, but gave in to the boy's wishes, took his hand and squeezed it for dear life. Luffy then pulled her up through the window and wrapped his arm around her waist. Robin blushed at this, before Luffy made a leap down from the railing and landed a few meters down the side of the tree, his hand still holding onto the window frame. One jump at a time, the two kids scaled down the large trunk of the Tree of Knowledge. Finally landing on solid ground, Luffy retracted his arm and it snapped back in place. How did you learn how to do that? Robin was blown away by such a creative use for his powers. The idea just came to me. I've never done that before. Luffy heartily laughed, as Robin gained a look of utter dread. But we could have died. Or at least me, since you're made of rubber. But still, Robin fumed at having her life risked on chance. I wouldn't have dropped you, Robin. You're my friend. I'd never want to lose you. That simple state from the straw-hatted boy made Robin stop being angry and a flattered feeling spread through her. But she still put up a pout. She did nearly die after all. Robin was brought out of her thoughts by a finger being poked into her forehead. Looking back at Luffy, she saw him wearing his wide toothy grin again. Tag, you're it. Luffy laughed as he made a run for it. Luffy, get back here. Robin yelled as she started to chase him. Even though she sounded mad, she was smiling. She always wanted to play tag, but none of the kids wanted to play with her. No one did, until now. Robin thanked whatever deity it was that brought this boy into her life, and hoped she and him could be friends for as long as possible. Hopefully, she dared to wish, forever. They massacred an entire ship. Garp gasped in disbelief. Yes, Saul regretfully recollected. I never saw the reasoning behind it. They were just scholars. They barely even put up a fight. After I arrested Olivia, Sengoku ordered me to aid in the buster call on Ohara. Garp gave a sigh of disappointment. Sengoku was the fleet admiral of the entire navy, and even though he has done good work, his loyalty to the government had a habit of clouding his judgment. It was times when it did that Garp couldn't even recognize him. The fleet admiral needed to make his mind up about whether to have a heart or not. And once Olivia told you of the world government's plans, you couldn't stand aside. Garp finished for the giant. Exactly, Saul agreed. All of Ohara ... They would go so far, just to keep us quiet and history buried. Clover was beyond shocked, frozen to the spot where he stood and as white as a sheet. The world government would go so far to keep the Void Century a secret, that they would obliterate an entire island. All of this said only one thing to the aged archaeologist. The government was hiding something. Something to do with the poneglyphs. We can't let this happen. Clover burst out. I agree, Garp concluded. We don't know when the battleships will arrive, but I have to contact Sengoku at once. He'll at least listen to me. Garp and Sengoku went way back in the Navy, fighting together on the open seas against many a pirate, even going up against the former pirate king, Gold Roger himself. Even though they had a habit of rubbing each other the wrong way and having different opinions on how to dispense justice, they would always be friends and comrades. Hopefully, that side of Sengoku would show when Garp brought all this up to him. Well, if you're going to contact him, Garp. Saul was looking out to sea with fear and dread filling his eyes. You might want to do it now. Garp and Clover looked out to see what Saul was speaking of, and the color drained from their faces more. On the horizon, 10 battleships were waiting out on the waves, with oversized cannons that you could see from the shore, mounted on deck and sticking out the broadsides. Above the fleet of ships, a storm was looming over them, thunder ominously rumbling in the clouds with flashes of lightning illuminating their presence. They're just floating there, waiting. Clover felt like he was going to be sick. That means they haven't been given the signal. Garp deduced. The one holding the golden transponder snail must be on the island, starting their investigation. We must hurry back to the library. Clover turned to the direction of the Tree of Knowledge. They will be heading straight there. Let's move. Garp began to sprint for the center of the island, Clover barely keeping up with him. Clover then found himself being lifted in the air and carried in the palm of Saul's hand. Saul climbed over the cliffside, his enormous presence reaching high over the forest. I'm coming too. I have to find Olivia, and I won't see this island burn. The large being confirmed. With a nod of approval from the Vice Admiral and lead scholar, the three began to make their way back to the tree, praying that everything would turn out all right. All through their mad dash for the library, each one of them had a different person on their mind. Olivia for Clover, Robin for Saul, and Luffy for Garp. All three of them prayed that they were okay. Curses, Olivia swore under her breath. Hiding behind a house wall, she was able to lean out and see the Marine soldiers guarding the library. She was too late to warn her comrades. Olivia darted her eyes around, trying to spot someone of authority leading the Marine forces. She couldn't find any. I still have time, Olivia whispered as she treaded away from her hiding spot and made a quick dash for the forest. If the one in charge of this investigation hasn't arrived yet, she has a window of opportunity to stop them from arriving. I won't let this place burn, she muttered as she ran. I won't see my colleagues die. I won't see my daughter die. Robin and Luffy had run deep into the forest, where not another soul could barely find them. The two children had stopped to catch their breath after an enjoyable game of tag. I win. Luffy heaved, hunched over with his hands on his knees. How can you run so fast? Robin gasped as she fell to her knees, dropping the book she had in her hands. I run around the jungle, back home, with my brothers, all the time. Luffy managed to get out, starting to stand up straight. You have brothers. Robin leaned up, her breath coming back to her lungs. Yeah, Ace and Sabo. They're my big brothers. We run around, get into fights, hunt for food. It's awesome. They're awesome. Luffy beamed with pride. Robin looked down, feeling depressed. All I have is a cousin. She's not mean to me, but she doesn't play with me though. Auntie Roji tells her to stay away from me. That auntie of yours is a real troll, Luffy stated. Robin was surprised to hear this at first, but broke out into a laugh. I wish I could call her that, right to her face. Robin hoped out loud, but she'd just get mad and hit me. Luffy was getting tired of seeing his new friend look sad all the time. He got an idea on how to cheer her up, but he really didn't want to do it. Looking back at Robin's sad face though, he ended up breaking away his stubbornness. Luffy surprised the two of them by taking off his treasured straw hat and placed it on her head. Robin pushed the brim of the hat up from her eyes, peeking out at the smiling boy. Then I'll be there, Luffy said while wearing his grin. When you finally tell your auntie off for being so mean to you, I'll be there to back you up. Robin took the hat off and couldn't help but look at it in her hands. Robin let a small smile appear on her face. She noticed she'd been smiling a lot more lately, ever since she met this boy. He made her feel special, happy, loved. A rustle in the distance caught their attention, making the two kids whip their heads in the direction of the noise. Stupid forest. A loud mutter came from behind a few trees. Luffy and Robin both looked at each other and made their way closer to where the noise originated. This jacket was tailor-made. Peeking out through a bush, they saw a tall, pale-skinned man wearing a black suit and an ugly green long-sleeve jacket. One of the sleeves of the jacket had caught onto one of the branches of the trees, and he was tugging at it in anger. Upon closer inspection, Robin caught the sight of something gold in the man's inside jacket pocket. Leaning closer to get a better look, Robin's eyes widened in shock. The gold object turned out to be a golden transponder snail. Transponder snails were used as communication devices, even though they're living creatures. A hand mic is implanted at the top of their shells, allowing one to speak through another snail, their voices coming from the snail's mouth. It was a strange mix between creature and device, but it made contacting people from far distances a helpful commodity. This snail, however, didn't have a mic on its shell, but a large gold button. Robin stared at this button, frozen in worry. This guy's funny, Luffy snickered with a hand over his mouth. Right, Robin. Luffy looked over to his friend to see her shaking slightly. Robin, what's up? Luffy said concerned. Do you see that gold snail in his jacket, Luffy? Robin whispered back. Yeah. Luffy peered at the shining device in the man's coat. That's a gold transponder snail. She continued. I just remembered where I heard that word Saul told me to say to your grandpa. I read about it in a book once. It's supposed to be used by a marine officer to summon it. The realization hit Robin like a tidal wave. Sweat appeared on her forehead and she began to shake from total fear. A what? Luffy hissed, wanting to know what had Robin so scared. A buster call. A widespread attack from 10 Navy battleships that fire on a single target and don't stop firing until nothing remains. We're nearly there, Saul informed the two men he ran with. The tree in the center of the island was beginning to get closer. With any luck, they still had a chance to prevent a massacre. As Garp continued to sprint forward, a slender figure suddenly ran right in front of him, stopping him in his tracks. Garp skidded to a halt, making Saul slow his pace. What is it, Garp? Saul looked down, needing to know what was stopping their mission. Clover looked down from his position in Saul's hand and gained a look of surprise. Olivia, the aging scholar, gasped. Indeed, Nico Olivia had run right into the Vice Admiral, lead archaeologist and giant ex-marine. Professor, Olivia looked up to her old friend. So, she was happy to see the one Navy officer that had heard her side of the story. She looked to the hero of the Navy next, worry beginning to fill the pit in her stomach. Monkey D. Garp, Nico Olivia. Garp stepped toward the woman. Garp, Clover yelled in fury. He would have leaped from the giant's hand if it didn't risk his life. Don't do it. Saul leaned forward, wanting to stop whatever Garp had in mind of doing. The Vice Admiral stopped in front of the woman, the two staring the other down. What you have done is a crime punishable by death. Olivia swallowed her fear, ready for whatever might happen next. But there is such a thing as overdoing things, Garp voiced out, stopping Saul in his motion and making the two archaeologists wonder what he was meaning. As I understand, your entire crew, who set out to study the poneglyphs, were wiped out by Saul's forces, Garp recollected, making the white-haired scholar clench her fists at the ugly memory and Saul hang his head, still guilty about the atrocity he was a part of. They were massacred, the woman bust out, making Saul flinch at the loud tone. Clover stood in the large being's palm, shaking with anger and grief, while Garp stood in place, letting the archaeologist speak. We barely managed to defend ourselves, but we didn't stand a chance. How could we, against an entire battalion? Tears began to leak from the woman's eyes, all because the world government wants to keep a secret quiet, to keep history from being told, to stop the truth from being unearthed. She grabbed the front of Garp's white jacket by both sides. We just wanted to know. Is wanting to learn such a crime? Isn't wanting to know the truth what you people are all about? Garp just kept standing there, taking all the abuse. Then why keep such a secret? Why all the bloodshed? Why make people who don't want to fight pay for a crime that doesn't make sense? She pulled her face close to his. We're researchers, not pirates. Garp just stood there, looking back at the emotional woman before him. Let me down, Clover asked the giant, who was more than happy to do just that. The professor ran up to Olivia and brought her into a tight embrace. Olivia wrapped her arms around Clover and cried into his shoulder. You poor girl. Clover comforted his young prodigy. You've gone through so much. All for us. Olivia kept wailing into his shoulder. We can never repay you for your sacrifice ... or our lost comrades. A moment of silence went by as the wanted scholar sobbed her pain out on the aging archaeologist. Saul just looked down at the woman he had gotten to know, tears threatening to fall from his eyes, not from ridiculous laughter this time. In any case, Garp broke the silence. That would have been enough of a punishment. Olivia and Clover looked back at the Vice Admiral, looks of grimace on their faces. You and your crew were the ones that were guilty, and that would have been the end of it. Olivia pulled away from Clover, wiping her eyes and regaining her composure. You were the ones that committed the crime, not the whole island of Ohara. Garp spoke with vigor. Garp's words appeared to light a fire in Clover and Olivia, along with Saul, thankful for having the chance to tell the one Marine in the Navy who had as much common decency as anyone. We must find the holder of the gold transponder snail and stop this madness before it begins. With a nod from the people around him, the Vice Admiral, the aging scholar, the wanted archaeologist, and the giant E-Marine continued their race back to the Tree of Knowledge. Each of them hoped in their hearts that whoever it was that was holding that snail wasn't at the tree yet. Whoa, Luffy could only picture what it would look like. An entire island being riddled with cannon fire, until there was nothing to fire at. Luffy found a lot of things awesome in life, but certainly not this. Do you think he's gonna use it? Luffy wondered out loud. I don't know. Robin put her hand to her chin, remembering what else the book read. Such a thing can only be used as a final option, where there is no other alternative. I don't see why he would. I can't wait to see this island burn. That outburst by Spandam caused the two children to snap their heads back at him, terror filling their eyes. Ticking off the world government is one thing, the green-suited official growled, but ruining my best jacket is crossing the line entirely. If I may remind you, sir, one of the black-suited men beside him spoke up. You first need to find evidence that the scholars are indeed translating the poneglyphs in order to issue a buster call. The mention of the ancient tablets caused Robin to double-take, thinking about the library, the scholars, and the large stone slab in the basement she managed to see them working on. Even if there isn't any, Spandam spit back, his bitterness getting the best of him. Those researchers the Marines killed originated from Ohara in the first place. I know that much at least. Robin went white at those words. An entire shipload of scholars from Ohara, killed, just for studying. Robin clutched the book in her hands, grief running through her body as she remembered that her mother went out to sea for the same reason, to get rid of a weed. The green-suited man pointed at the Tree of Knowledge in the distance. You have to pull out the root. Robin gasped while Luffy was fuming. This guy was as sick as they came. Spandam inspected his coat, looking for what damage was done. Hey, nothing too expensive. Let's keep moving. As the three men walked onward, the two young ones were frozen from what they heard. Luffy shook it off and looked at Robin with determination. We've got to get that snail, he stated. What? Robin came out of her thoughts at the straw-hatted boy's words. If we let him get to the Tree of Knowledge, he just might push that button for the fun of it and destroy this whole island. Luffy deduced. Robin didn't protest that Spandam wasn't the type to do so, but what Luffy was speaking of was suicidal. Luffy ... they're the world government. We'll be beyond in trouble if we try anything against them. Robin tried to reason, but Luffy was having none of it. Standing up, he looked down at Robin, his eyes filled with a strength that Robin had only seen when he stood up to those bullies that were picking on her. I'm gonna be the Pirate King. I'm gonna be in trouble anyway, Luffy proclaimed. Robin was inwardly blown away by his resolve. She then began to think about the people on the island. The civilians always glared at her in the streets. The kids all picked on her, and her Auntie Roji was nothing but horrible to her. Why should she help the likes of them? But then she began to think about the rest of the island's inhabitants. The scholars of the library who let her in and treated her like family. The gentle giant that taught her how to smile, no matter what hardships came your way. The mother she barely remembered but still felt warm whenever she saw her face in her mind. The straw-hatted boy who wanted to be her friend. Robin got up on her feet, her eyes blazing with courage. "Let's do it," she declared. Luffy gave a nod, and the two raced after the 3 government agents. "Soldier, I order you to stand aside. We are under heavy orders from Vice Admiral Garp to not let anyone inside." A hostile situation was taking place outside of the library under the Tree of Knowledge, catching the eye of passing civilians. "Hey, what's going on?" one asked the other. "Are those government agents?" Another voice spoke up. "Why are they arguing with the Marines?" Questions kept getting passed around, drawing in more of a crowd. The government agent that wanted in the library was starting to get antsy. "Soldier, I am under orders of Commander Spandam of the world government to investigate the Tree of Knowledge for suspicious activity. And as I've told you, sir," the Marine returned, just as frustrated, "we are under orders of Vice Admiral Garp to not let anyone in or out of this library." Before the situation could escalate any further, a jolt from the ground shook under the feet of everyone present, then another, and another. "What the?" a civilian questioned. "Is that an earthquake?" another asked, worried. Suddenly, the scream of a woman in the crowd alerted the townsfolk to a large orange-bearded giant running towards them. The people panicked and ran for their lives, while the government agents and Marines stood their ground. Bursting from the forest ahead of the giant, Garp sprinted up towards the library, followed by Saul, Olivia, and Clover coming up behind. "Jaguar D. Saul," the Marine said, surprised. "Nico, Olivia." The agent spoke even more so. "Agent." Garp got the agent's attention. "Where is your commander?" The agent in question stood at attention, not wanting to get on the hero of the Navy's bad side. "See, Commander Spandam should be arriving shortly, sir." He saluted. "Spandam," Garp growled. He knew that slimy degenerate well, and to know he was in charge of this whole debacle just made the whole situation worse. "Agent, what are your orders?" Garp had no time for polite authority. This was life or death. "We are here to investigate the Tree of Knowledge to find any proof of research on the poneglyphs, sir," the agent reluctantly answered. "You mean you killed my friends out of suspicion alone?" Olivia nearly lashed out at the agent, had it not been for Clover holding her back. What is she doing here? She's a wanted criminal." The agent flapped his gums, an act he instantly wished he could take back. Garp got close and personal to his face, a dark shadow coming across his lined features. "We can sort that out when your commanding officer arrives," Garp said below a low whisper, striking fear into the government agent. Garp then stepped back and walked over to his men, still guarding the front door of the tree. "Until then, no one enters or leaves this library without my permission." Just then, a Marine came barging out of the library, panic-stricken across his face. "Vice Admiral Garp, your grandson." The little girl ... they're gone. "Luffy." Garp froze in fear. "Robin," Olivia gasped. Garp then swung his arm toward the forest, full authority in his voice. "Send a patrol out to find those children." YISSIR. A squad of Marines sprang into action, making a beeline for the forest and disappearing into the brush. "I'm going too." Saul turned around, ready to sprint back into the forest beneath him. "No, Saul." Garp orders loud enough for the giant to hear him. "If you run around Ohara, you might spook the battleships out at sea. We can't take that risk." Saul looked down at Garp, arguing with him with his eyes. Soon enough, Garp's sharp glare won, and Saul sat down near the library with a surrounding thud. Garp was beside himself. If anything happened to Luffy on his watch, he'd never forgive himself for it. He should have just stayed in Fusha village and trained Luffy to be a Marine there. Now he might lose his grandson in a fiery maelstrom. Garp shut his eyes and bared the brunt of his guilt, turning it into pure willpower to turn this whole situation around and save his grandson at any cost. Olivia was in a state of pure horror. Robin, her daughter, the one she left behind to make her late husband's wish a reality, could be subject to the world government's destructive force, along with the whole island and her friends and colleagues. She wished she had never gotten on that ship and sailed away from her child in the first place. As the pain washed over her, Olivia sunk to her knees and cried a fresh stream of tears. She wanted her Robin back in her arms. She wanted her baby back. A rumble in the distance sounded out across the whole island. The storm was coming in, and with it, the impending doom of the island of Ohara. "Ready?" Luffy whispered to Robin. "Ready," Robin answered back. The two kids had run ahead of Spandam and his bodyguards, waiting to spring their trap. The sound of feet stepping on twigs alerted the two young ones. Spandam and his two guards were following the footpath to the Tree of Knowledge, passing by many low-hanging branches from the surrounding trees. Perfect. As the 3 government agents passed the hiding two by, Robin put her arms together and summoned a hand on a nearby branch, close to a passing Spandam. With one swift motion, Robin clung onto the sleeve of his jacket and snagged it on the branch. Once secure, Robin made her hand disappear, just in time for Spandam to lurch back from the branch's tug. "Blast it. Not again." Spandam went to work on unlatching the cot sleeve, leaving his coat wide open. Robin acted quickly and sprouted a few hands around Spandam's midsection without him knowing. Fiddling around in his jacket, Robin felt something cold and metallic. Pulling it out, she managed to catch a glimpse of gold. She had it. Luffy, now, Robin signaled. Luffy launched his arm low, sending it under Spandam's nose, with his palm open. Robin's spouted hand dropped the snail into Luffy's and the boy immediately pulled his arm back in. "Sir, the dial," one of the guards yelled, catching Spandam's attention. Looking to where the guard was pointing, he caught the sight of two kids, a little dark-haired girl and a straw hat-wearing boy, holding the buster call trigger. Spandam went into a fit of pure rage. "Hey, you little brats, give me back that snail now." "Run," Luffy yelled as he and Robin took off running into the forest. "Find them and get that snail back, no matter what," Spandam furiously roared, his two guards instantly disappearing in the blink of an eye. Spandam ran to give chase, only for his cast to snag him back and send him falling to the ground. He gave a frustrated screech, flailing his arms and legs around in a childish tantrum. Luffy had Robin's hand in one of his own and the gold snail tucked under his other. The two children kept running through the forest, trying to find some sort of way out back to the library. Once there, they could give the snail to Luffy's grandpa and hopefully save this island from death and destruction. "Keep running, Robin. Don't look back," Luffy yelled. "I'm going as fast as I can." Robin panted, keeping up with Luffy as much as possible. Suddenly, in a flash of black, one of the guards was ahead of them. Luffy and Robin skidded to a halt, diving into a nearby bush. Peeking through the bush's winding leaves and branches, they saw that the guard hadn't seen them yet. The guard started walking around the area, looking out for any movement. Luffy and Robin slowed their breathing, doing their best to keep their noise down. "You can't hide forever," he yelled out into the forest. "You shouldn't have done what you did. Do you know what you just took?" He surveyed the scenery. "Do you know who we are?" Luffy and Robin checked for an opening. Any opening to take so they could possibly sneak past the black-suited man. "You know about the world government, but you don't know about the task force they have to do the work that the Marines aren't trained for ... what they don't have the stomach for," the man went on, making Luffy gulp in nervousness. "CP9, the man voiced out loud. "We're assassins who go after people that have crossed the line too many times to count," the man went on, starting to enjoy the scare he was throwing out to these kids. "We'll go after anyone the government wants dead." Luffy and Robin's eyes widened at this. Men, women ... and children. Fear ran through the two young ones like an ice-cold knife. Robin was starting to weep silently in terror, until Luffy put her hand on hers. Robin looked at the boy, who was giving her a look that said, "Stay strong." Robin sniffed back her tears, trying to think of a way out of this. Suddenly, it came to her. She took her hand back from Luffy and made her Hana Hana pose. In the distance from the two bright blue eyes identical to Robin's shone in a far-off bush, along with two with a row of hands going down the forest ground. With a shake of the bushes with her spouted hands, Robin managed to grasp the attention of the assassin. Looking in the direction of the noise, he easily spotted the shining bright eyes in the bush. "Got you." The eyes disappeared and the row of arms began shaking bushes one at a time, leading away from the assassin. "They're not going anywhere." The assassin vanished in a black blur, following the rushing trail. After a while to check if the coast was clear, Robin and Luffy released the breath they were each holding. They came out of the bush and looked around for anyone else in the area. "Robin, that was amazing," Luffy praised the girl. Robin giggled at her cleverness. "Thanks to you, Luffy. I'd never have done that if you didn't stop me from being scared." Robin returned her own compliment. As the two kids smiled at each other, another voice came from behind them. "Yes, that was quite impressive." Robin and Luffy froze, turning slowly to meet the gaze of Commander Spandam, sneering at them like the cat that got the cream. Well, two devil fruit eaters, and both of you children no less." The green-suited man chuckled darkly. "That's going to make my report on this investigation all the more interesting." The CP9 director spotted the gold transponder snail under Luffy's arm. "Now, why don't you be a good little boy and hand that snail over to me?" Spandam said as convincingly nice as he could muster, which wasn't much. Luffy hid the device behind his back. "You're going to use it to blow up this island, aren't you?" Spandam did a double take of this, then returned to his jolly demeanor. "I only said that because I was upset about my coat getting torn, that's all." He tried to wave it off, but the kids weren't buying it. "I would never blow up an island of innocent people." "Then why did the Marines kill an entire ship of scholars who wanted to study the poneglyphs?" Robin sprang her question on the slimy commander. "So you heard that too?" Spandam caught himself. I mean I had nothing to do with that. Honest." Luffy and Robin kept glaring at the oily liar of a man. Spandam cleared his throat, making a chance to start again. "Listen, deciphering the poneglyphs is a crime. Everybody knows that. You could get in really big trouble for it. I'm just here to investigate if anyone else on this island has been doing the same as they were." By pulling out the root, Robin stated, saying Spandam's lines word for word. The green-suited man's face fell. "Smart little one, aren't you? Smarter than you, that's for sure." Luffy piped up. "That's it." Spandam had reached his limit on this charade. Next thing to happen, the man pulled out a sword from behind his back. Give me that snail, right now. Luffy and Robin gain a face of horror at the weapon. Acting fast on instinct, Robin struck her Hana hand pose quick, and two hands sprout out from both Spadine's shoulders and slapped themselves over his eyes. What the? Hey, I can't see. Spadine wrestled with the hand over his eyes, swinging his sword like the blind man he currently was. As he did, Luffy launched his arm in the air and grabbed a branch. Robin clung onto him and the two rocketed into the air, pulling themselves up onto the branch, all the while watching Spadine fight with himself over control of his sight. After the arms disappeared, Spadine looked around and found the two up the tree. Get down here and give me that snail, he bellowed. Luffy pulled his rubber cheeks apart and stuck his tongue out at Spadine. Why don't you come up here and make us? We're not going to let you destroy this island, Robin declared proudly. Grinding his teeth together, Spadine was reaching the end of his patience. He ran to the trunk of the tree and began to climb up it, grunting and fuming all the way up. When I get that snail back, I'm going to make you two watch as I blast this whole miserable island into oblivion. Before he reached the top, Luffy shot his arm out to another branch of another tree. Robin clung to him once more and the two swung over to safety, Spadine making a snatch out for the two when he finally reached the top. As the two children landed on the branch, the one Spadine was on began to creak and crack. Looking over, the commander noticed that the branch was breaking. With a look of bewilderment, Spadine went crashing to the ground, with the thick branch landing right on top of him. The two young ones couldn't help but laugh at this. The seriousness of their situation was far away from their minds. Spadine lurched his way out from under the branch and picked himself up, along with his sword. Looking back up at the laughing children, his temper began to flare up once more. I will not be humiliated by a pair of brats like you. Looks like you're doing a good job of it anyway. Luffy laughed out loud again, while Robin clutched her stomach. She was laughing so hard. Spadine was so overcome with fury. He began to hack at the tree the two were standing in wildly. What are you doing? Robin wondered. I'm cutting down this tree, Spadine hollered in his frazzled state. But that could take you forever. Luffy chimed in. Shut up, the government official screeched, not wanting to hear any logic from a mere child. The two chuckled a bit more at this, before Luffy tapped Robin on the shoulder. Hey, Robin. The girl looked over at the boy, who placed the gold snail on his head, sideways as to not accidentally press it, then placed his straw hat on top. He showed his back to her and motioned for her to climb on. Robin did as was instructed and wrapped her arms around Luffy's neck. No matter what, hold on tight, Luffy instructed. Robin nodded, and the next thing that happened, Luffy had leaped into there to another branch like it was nothing. How did you do that? Robin kept getting surprised by this boy more and more. Me and my brothers run around the jungle all the time. Jumping like this comes naturally now. Luffy grinned as he started to leap from tree to tree. Caught in a state of disbelief, Spadine shook himself out of it and gave chase to the two children that were giving him the runaround. I'm going to get that snail and gut you brats, if it's the last thing I'll do. Garp kept pacing back and forth, praying for any good news that Luffy was okay. Olivia just sat on her knees, looking at the forest before her, hoping beyond hope for Robin to just come bursting out of them and running into her arms. Clover stood beside her, looking out to the forest as well. Saul looked down at the three of them and back at the forest. Being a giant, you'd think you'd have the power to do anything you wanted. Everything except make two lost kids appear out of thin air. The government agents just stood around like lost sheep, wondering where their commander had disappeared to. The Marines kept up their guard of the library, following their admiral's orders. The squad that went out to find Luffy and Robin hadn't returned yet, making them hope more and more for the little Straw Hat Boy's safety. The scholars inside the library sat around the place, growing more and more impatient and the cabin fever starting to get to them. Looking out the window, they could see Nico Olivia beside Clover, showing that if they were still alive, they had a chance of living as well. Still, they thought more about the chance of Robin being reunited with her mother going by without her even knowing it. That thought weighed down on the scholars immensely. The civilians of Ohara just watched on from a safe distance, wondering what in the world was going on. Marines and agents alike barred them from getting any closer, resulting in a few disagreements. If this situation didn't get sorted out soon, Ohara would be looking at a full-blown riot, along with a downpour of hellfire just waiting in the distance of the unaware island. The tension in the air was so strangling, even breathing was too risky in case of setting someone off. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes alerted everyone present. Looking onward, two black-suited men came out of the forest, darting their vision in every direction. One of them spotted the Navy officer heading in their direction, the Vice Admiral Garp. The assassins instantly stood at attention. You two, state your rank, Garp barked. The two agents stood at attention before the hero of the Navy. CP9, sir. CP9, what business do you have here? Garp had a gut feeling, but he needed to hear it from the two before him. We are here to provide protection for Chief Spadine, sir, the black dress guard stated. And where exactly is your commanding chief? The feeling that the two were getting from the vice admiral. It felt like they were being interrogated. Two children managed to get their hands on the buster call trigger. Sir, we were ordered to pursue and retrieve the device, no matter the cost, the assassin declared. A crack of lightning went across the sky and rain began to fall from above. The air went down a few degrees as the two black-dressed agents stared at a fuming monkey D. Garp. Let me ask you, he spoke in a dark whisper. Was one of these children wearing a tattered old straw hat? The two agents looked at each other before one of them spoke. Why, yes, see. The assassin never got to finish as Garp's massive fist bulldozed into his face, sending him flying into a tree, breaking the bark of the trunk on his impact and him sliding down to the ground, out cold in one punch. The agent still standing looked back at Garp, his fear showing in the waterfall of sweat coming down his brow. That boy, Garp slowly informed, is my grandson. As Garp expressed his rage on the unsuspecting assassin, the rest of the surrounding agents were at a loss for action, until one brave soul dared to raise his weapon at the unsuspecting vice admiral. Hey. That's anew. The sound of multiple clicks got the agent and the rest of his comrades' attention, looking in the direction of an entire platoon of Marines aiming their rifles right at them. Fire on our commander and we fire on you, a Marine at the front proclaimed, stopping the other agents in their tracks, not even daring to move. Upon hearing what the assassin had uttered before being attacked, Olivia was thrown into an even deeper pit of despair. Robin was being hunted down by the world government. It's a dream, she reasoned. It was all just a horrible, horrible dream. She was lying in bed, her 2-year-old daughter clinging to her as they both slept. Soon she'd wake up, cancel her voyage for the poneglyphs and remain on Ohara, making sure that Robin grew up safe and happy. She clung to her shoulders, hugging herself as the grief consumed her. Clover didn't know how much more of this he could take, along with everyone else. Ohara's very existence now lied in the hands of 2 mere children, one of them being Robin. He prayed to whatever deity was listening to reach down and stop this madness. Saul clutched at his pants legs, so big, so strong, yet so useless. He couldn't take it anymore. He wept as he looked up into the flashing dark clouds above, the shower of moisture blending in with his own tears. If he made a move and started running around the island looking for the girl, he'd run the risk of provoking the battleships waiting out at sea to open fire, signal or not. As lightning flashed across the sky, rain began to fall across the island, the dark clouds refusing to leave, mimicking the swirling and chaotic emotions all these people were going through. The only thing that could put an end to this madness was a miracle. As Luffy and Robin bounded from tree branch to tree branch, the tree of knowledge was starting to get closer with every leap. As the rain beat down on them, the two still managed to keep up their momentum. We're almost there, Luffy, Robin called out, happy to her favorite place on the island. Yeah, just a little more. The Straw Hat Boy leaped in the direction where the large tree stood. As Luffy jumped from tree to tree, they managed to spot Saul's large frame from their current location. WOAH, that guy is huge, Luffy yelled in amazement. So, we're coming, Robin shouted out, her voice unable for him to hear. We're almost there, Robin, Luffy informed. Just a few more leaps and they were home free. When Luffy landed on the next batch he aimed for, his foot suddenly slipped on the damp branch from the rain. Both the kids fell down to the ground, luckily falling onto a bush cushioning their fall. Oh, Robin, you okay? Luffy picked himself up from his landing spot. Yeah, I think so, Robin voiced as she nursed her sore head. Not for long, you won't be. That voice made the two kids flinch in terror. Turning around, they once again, in a flash of thunder, came face to face with a battered, bruised and very upset Spandam, his clothes ripped and tattered after chasing them throughout the forest. Looks like your luck's finally run out. The mad-looking commander stepped slowly towards them, his sword still clutched in his hand. And finally coming back in my favor. Luffy and Robin both stepped backwards, the fear they managed to outmaneuver for so long finally catching up to them. Who do you think you are? The crazed chief of CP9 whispered. You're just 2 little brats, 2 little devil fruit freaks, up against the world government. Do you have any idea what I could do to you? I could have your entire families killed in their homes, turn your home islands into work camps and put you to work like animals, or even ship you off to the Celestials. I hear they love to torture devil fruit eaters like you for fun. All the while he was talking, Luffy and Robin's fear was growing bigger and bigger, tears threatening to fall from their eyes. You can't fight. You can't use your powers straight. You're too weak to even stand. And no one's coming to save you. Spandam cackled mockingly. Robin clung onto Luffy, the fear starting to get the best of her. Luffy looked back at her, and suddenly, something inside him burned away all the fear in him. What can you possibly do now? Spandam raised his sword above his head. Luffy grasped Robin's hand, making the girl look at him, seeing the look of determination in his eyes once again. We can keep running, Luffy declared. Luffy took off with Robin being pulled behind him. Spandam grunted in disgust at their feeble attempts and merely picked up the pace of his walk, not even bothering to exert himself. Luffy and Robin kept running as fast as their short legs could take them. Luffy, Robin voiced out in her exhausted state. The boy looked back at her, still running to their destination. Yeah, thank you for being my friend. Robin smiled as her eyes shone with unshed tears. Luffy gaped at her before coming out of it and running even faster, causing Robin to stumble a bit. We're still going to be friends, Robin. Luffy refused to let things end here. Spandam began to pick up his speed a bit, the image of the tree of knowledge beginning to look closer than before. No, he muttered. No, no, no. He began to sprint after the two children, sword over his head, ready to swing. Luffy and Robin kept running to the end of the forest, the half-crazy Spandam hot on their tail. With the tree of knowledge finally in front of them through a last cluster of trees, Luffy and Robin gave a loud, terrified cry. The sound of screaming was heard by everyone around the tree, all looking toward the forest. Just as everyone looked in the direction of the noise, Luffy and Robin came bursting out of the forest, looking scared beyond belief. Grandpa, Luffy wailed. Help us, Robin cried out. Luffy, Garp yelled stupefied. Robin, Olivia gasped in astonishment. The next thing to come out of the forest was a raging Chief Spandam, holding his sword above his head, ready to strike. The two children stumbled to the ground, their legs completely out of strength. Luffy's hat flew off his head as he fell, a golden object tumbling out of it. Spandam was on the kids, ready to swing his blade. You, and this whole island, no longer have the right to exist. Luffy and Robin clung onto each other, waiting for the inevitable pain to come. After some time passed and no pain had come, the two children cracked their eyes open, seeing Garp had intercepted Spandam, and now stood between him and them. Chief Spandam, Garp spoke in a calm voice that held back a storm more fierce than the one above them. Exactly what do you think you're doing? Spandam recognized the Vice Admiral instantly, beginning to quake in his shoes. Chasing after children, with a sword in your hand. Aye. Spandam's mind was a complete blank. Every thought of murdering the two kids that had humiliated him and annihilating Ohara went right out the window, leaving him with nothing to say to defend himself. Hey, what's that? A Marine spotted something shining on the ground by Luffy's hat. Everyone turned to it and dropped every one of their jaws. That's the Buster Call trigger, an agent blurted out, making the chief commander shake in fear on a further level. Luffy spotted it and ran over to it, grabbing it and holding out to his grandpa. He was gonna blow up the whole island because a tree snagged on his coat. Luffy shouted for all to hear. Many of the civilians there didn't believe such an excuse. But the Marines, a few agents, scholars, Garp, Olivia, Clover and Saul knew and believed that Spandam was just that spiteful to do so. It's a precaution, the crooked officer piped up. If we managed to find any evidence of the scholars the Navy intercepted had come from Ohara, that would have been what we needed to. Looking around, Spandam could tell from all the dark looks being given to him that he was not helping his own case with what was coming out of his mouth. You're not going to take the word of a child over a government official, are you? He desperately roared. Garp knew that Luffy was telling the truth. He was always too honest for his own good. Seriously, any time he tried to lie, he would physically show that he was being dishonest. If it's my grandson, then yes, Garp inquired. Why you're. Spandam felt like wetting himself for realizing that he had just tried to cut down Monkey D. Garp's grandson. You know what? Garp's tone switched to a casual one. He then proceeded to ram his fist up Spandam's jaw, sending him flying in the air with a Garp-powered uppercut. We can talk about this later. Chief Spandam fell from the high altitude to the ground with a harsh slam to the face, the rest of him then falling front first onto the ground. His tongue was sticking out of his open mouth, revealing a few missing teeth. Robin, Clover ran to the girl and wrapped his arms around her. Are you all right, Clover? Robin then melted down into tears as she shoved her face into the professor's shoulder. I was so scared. He was gonna ... Robin blubbered out loud, breaking the old man's heart. It's okay, Robin. The aging scholar comforted his surrogate daughter by stroking her head. You're safe now. I've got you. Suddenly, the front door of the library burst out, all the scholars inside running to Robin's aid. Robin, are you okay? What did that horrible man do to you? Robin just looked around at all their concerned faces, happy to be cared for and looked upon by other people so much. She suddenly gained a look of shock and switched her head back to Clover. Professor, I think I left a book out in the forest somewhere. I'm sorry I lost it. Robin's frown nearly came back, before a laugh from the aging archaeologist stopped her. That's okay, Robin. Clover's voice cracked as he nearly broke down as well. I'll let you off the hook this time. Garp stomped up to Luffy, whose face was hidden by his hat. Luffy, Garp snatched the gold snail out of the boy's hand, shoving into his coat pocket. Do you have any idea what you were doing? Have you lost what little sense you have? What could have possessed you too? I'm not sorry. The outburst caught Garp off guard, peering down at Luffy as he lifted his head, trying to hold back a flood of tears. I'm not sorry. I'm glad I stood up to that ugly suited jerk. I didn't want Robin to lose her home. I didn't want that creep to have his way. And I didn't. The anger inside Garp evaporated as he slowly walked up to his grandson and knelt down in front of him. You're not going to cry? He asked gently. No, Luffy held his emotions back. Why not? Garp went on to probe. Because if I do, it'll show I'm weak. Garp raised an eyebrow at this. I cried when Shanks left. I cried when Ace and Sabo saved me. And I don't want to cry again. Luffy managed to get out without breaking down. Garp looked between his close-to-crying grandson and the weeping girl in the professor's arms. Garp sighed out his frustrations, letting his temper melt away. He placed his hands on Luffy's shoulders, making the boy look him in the eye. Do you know why heroes cry, Luffy? The straw-hatted boy shook his head. It's not because they're weak, he said in a tender voice. It's because they've had to be strong for too long. Luffy's eyes widened at the information, then began to break down and cry. Garp scooped him up in an embrace, cradling his terrified sibling. I'm sorry, Luffy. The Vice Admiral soothed the boy. What you did was stupid, but brave. Just like me. I'm so proud of you. I tried to be strong. I didn't want Robin to get hurt. I didn't want that man to. Luffy burst into a fresh series of wailing. Garp just let the boy cry out his pain, knowing that holding it in never helps in any way. Robin, Saul leaned his massive face down to see the dark-haired girl. I'm so glad you're okay. The giant was close to breaking down as well. So, Robin greeted, still crying but a smile now replacing her frown. Are you all right? Forget me. You're the one that's been through a nightmare. Saul grizzled as he went back into another fit of crying. Robin smiled up at him before a look of realization took over her face. Luffy, Robin leaped out of Clover's arms and ran to the boy, who is now being carried in the arms of Garp. The Vice Admiral let the boy down as Luffy stood in front of Robin, awkwardly aiming his sight away from her. At the same time, the dark clouds from above began to move on and break apart, letting the sunlight shine down on the clearing. Are you okay? Luffy asked passively. MMHM. Robin hummed and nodded. Thanks to you, she smiled. Luffy kept looking away from her, which only gave Robin the chance to peck the boy on his cheek. Luffy looked back at the girl in surprise, his face bright red. Robin just kept smiling at him, making him blush more. Why did you kiss me? The boy blurted out. Because I wanted to, Robin answered innocently. But it's gross. Luffy yelled. It is not. Robin pouted back. Yes, it is. Luffy defended himself. How come? Robin asked nonchalantly. It just is. Luffy was fighting a losing battle, making all the adults in the area begin to brighten up and even laugh at the show in front of them. Luffy just shouted and scowled at all of them, before catching the glimpse of a tall, slender woman with white hair and blue eyes. Hey, Robin. Luffy pointed over to the woman. That lady kind of looks like you. All the laughter around them stopped dead as the two children stared at the woman standing before them in the clearing. Same color of skin, eyes, and kind of hair, only it's white. Luffy went on. She had been watching from afar this whole time, confused on how to deal with everything that was going on. Now that she had the little dark-haired girl's eyes on her, all she could do was stand there and stare back, completely motionless. Robin stepped toward the woman, wondering where she had seen her before. She could have sworn she remembered that face, but where? Luffy then decided to ask a question that ended up making all the scholars hold a deep breath. Is she your mom or something? Robin's brain clicked, remembering the image of a dark-skinned woman with snow-white hair, smiling at her as the young girl touched her face with her hands. Such a vague memory, but for some reason at this time, it came to her so clearly. Are you my mom? Robin asked, everything going still as the sun kept shining down on the two, illuminating their presence for everyone watching from afar. Olivia didn't know what to say. If she said yes, would Robin even want her in her life? Should she say no? Should she feign ignorance and tell her she must be mistaken? So many possibilities ran through her head, doubt racking through her body and mind. She then looked back at the girl in front of her, those bright blue eyes gazing at her. Olivia decided to be honest, to tell her the truth, and whatever the outcome was, that was what she deserved. Yes, I am, she responded to Robin's question. The said girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Olivia began to step toward her. My name, if you don't remember, is Nico Olivia. Many Marines and government agents gasped and gossiped about this reveal, perplexed to know that the white-haired woman had a daughter the whole time. The onlooking civilians that had been watching everything happen were just as surprised to know that the demon child was the daughter of one of the most talented scholars on the whole island. Garp just watched on, a stern gaze in his eyes the whole time. Clover and the scholars were waiting in anticipation for whatever would come next, along with Saul watching from up high. Luffy had no idea what was going on between the two, but thought it best to keep quiet. I remember. Robin began to step forward as well, meeting her long-lost mother halfway. Clover told me, on our way to the library, Olivia brought up, that you aced the archaeology exam with flying colors. The two women met each other and stopped walking, looking back at one another in silence. Olivia then bent down to meet her daughter's gaze. I'm truly proud of you. She showed a bright smile, before frowning and tears beginning to leak from her eyes. "I'm so sorry, Robin," she sobbed, not wanting to look away from the girl in front of her, wanting to be upfront and honest with her baby girl. "I never should have left you alone." Robin began to tear up as well. "I hope you never forgive me for what I did." The two girls were now shedding their built-up emotions. "I don't deserve to be in your life. If you want me to disappear and never come back, I will." "No," Robin screeched, taking her mother by surprise. What took Olivia by even more surprise was when Robin lunged at her and wrapped her arms around her neck and buried her face into the hair going down the woman's shoulder. "Don't leave me, please." Olivia, being frozen in shock, listened to her daughter's words. "I always thought," the little girl managed to speak, "that if I did what you do, if I studied the same things as you did, I'd end up finding you." She pulled away from her shoulder and met her mother's eyes again. "And I did. I found you. I finally found you." Robin, Olivia couldn't take it anymore. She wrapped her arms around the daughter she hadn't seen for 6 years and cried along with Robin, who was so happy to see her mother again. The two held each other, letting their pain come through and the missing places in their hearts become full. Clover and the scholars were breaking down in happy tears, overjoyed for Robin and Olivia to be back together again. Saul was wailing in happiness so loud he could be heard across the whole island. Many of the Marines were even weeping from being touched by the surrounding emotions. Garp had a warm smile on his face, while Luffy just beamed his toothy grin, happy that his friend was happy. After a long moment of shedding tears, the two girls wiped their eyes, still smiling at the reunion. Robin then took her mother's hand and led her over to the Vice Admiral and the straw-hatted boy. "Mama," Robin dared to say, which only brought a smile and some more tears to the white-haired scholar's eyes. "This is Luffy. He's ... my friend," Robin proudly stated, making Luffy grin happily. "He kept me safe from that man." Robin pointed over at the still unconscious Spandam. Olivia looked down at the boy, then knelt down before him and took his hands in hers. "Thank you for keeping my Robin safe." She beamed a smile. "No problem." Luffy showed his toothy grin. "Robin's my friend, and I'd never want to see her hurt." Robin blushed at the boy's words, which Olivia caught on to. Garp walked up to the woman and children, catching their attention with his presence. "You have an amazing grandson," Olivia complimented. "Don't I know it?" Garp ruffled Luffy's hair, beaming proudly at the boy. Hiding behind a house, far off from the clearing, the group of kids that were picking on Robin earlier that day watched on and heard everything. "That stretchy kid's grandpa ... is a Navy Marine." Bad Afro blanched. "I heard one of those guys he beat up say that he was a Vice Admiral." Egghead remembered. "And you knocked that kid's hat off his head." Pignose brought up. As "Shut up." "No, I didn't." Carrot Head denied. "So that's that freaky girl's mom, is it?" Bad Afro asked out loud. "I don't think we should say that anymore," Pignose deduced. "Yeah, isn't that lady a wanted criminal?" Carrot Head deciphered. "In that case, I'm never going near that girl again," Egghead said out loud, making the rest of the kids nod in agreement. After everything they did to Robin, the last thing they wanted was a criminal hunting them down for revenge. After the tension had begun to lift from the crowd of civilians, they started to murmur. Soon enough, they began to shout and shake their fists in the air. "Hey, what the heck's been going on here? What's the world government and the Navy even doing here? What's this got to do with the scholars of the tree? Is this their fault? Does this have to do with that demon brat over there? I'll bet it does. Why don't you just cart that little freak off to prison already?" The yelling began to get louder and the crowd looked close to starting a riot. Olivia was beside herself in fury. "Is this how everyone on this island has been treating you?" she asked her daughter. Robin's silence was all the answer she needed. The mother looked back at the raving people in complete and utter disgust, both at them and herself. Luffy was about to start shouting at the crowd for talking that way about Robin, until Garp decided to put an end to all of this himself. He stepped forward in front of Luffy, filling his lungs with breath. "Attention, people of Ohara," the Vice Admiral hollered, making all of the crazed populace stop dead in their tirade. "You have not been aware, but your homeland has been at great risk." This got the attention of every one of the civilians present. 4 days ago, the Navy received information of a ship of scholars attempting to decipher the ancient poneglyphs. They were intercepted and punished for their crime. Olivia, Clover, and the rest of the scholars grimaced at the mention of the incident. Commander Spandam attempted to investigate the island of Ohara with the intention of finding any proof that they were doing as such. If he managed to find said proof, he would have issued a buster call and have the entire island raised from the sea. Looks of horror took shape on every one of the civilians. However, Garp walked back to the two children behind him and picked them both up, placing them on either side of his shoulders. These two brave young souls, not wanting to see this island destroyed, managed to steal the device that would have signaled the attack and evaded him and his men's attempts to retrieve it. The people of Ohara looked at the two children, one being a straw hat-wearing boy, with a large toothy grin plastered on his face, and the other being the labeled demon child, looking at all of them wondering how to handle having so much attention being placed on her. choose to be grateful, or choose to deny it. But the truth is here for all to see. Garp held the two on his shoulders high. These courageous children are your heroes. The sun shone through, completely breaking apart the storm clouds that once filled the sky, casting down on the children that had saved the island of Ohara from a fate worse than death. None of the civilians made a move or a sound, unable to acknowledge what the aged marine officer was saying. Luffy and Robin began to look discouraged at the silence, wondering why all their effort earned them such a cold reaction. From behind them, a clap sounded out, then another and another. The two children turned their heads around to see Professor Clover giving them an applause. Olivia was right behind Clover's lead, clapping her hands for the Straw Hat Boy, and her daughter who she couldn't be more proud of. The rest of the scholars and archaeologists of the Tree of Knowledge followed suit, showing their appreciation by causing the applause to grow louder and even began to cheer. Saul slammed his massive mitts together, the sound of his claps echoing out for miles. The Marines who had been standing guard of the library applauded the bravery of the children as well, respecting how they stood up for what they believed was right and saving hundreds of lives. The government agents, on the other hand, didn't even try to applaud, sour at the fact that their entire attempt at an investigation of the island had been ruined by a pair of kids. Soon, a fair number of civilians began to clap for the young ones, while the rest appeared to not be grateful in the slightest, refusing to see the demon girl as a hero, going so far as to not believe a word that the hero of the Navy was saying. Back to the group of kids that were hiding from everyone present, Bad Afro began to clap as well. The rest wondered what he was doing, until Egghead looked ahead and began to clap as well. Eggnose followed after them, and after wrestling with his hesitation and stubbornness, Carrot Head joined them and clapped along too, excluding the ones that weren't clapping. A loud, thundering applause resounded around Luffy and Robin, as they took in the sight of all the people giving them thanks for saving their lives. Robin looked over at Luffy, smiling wide at the sensation of being praised. "We're heroes, Luffy," she happily proclaimed happily. "Yeah," Luffy cracked his signature large, toothy grin. "Still prefer to be a pirate though." The two children smiled and looked back at the people applauding them, the sun shining bright over the island that the two young ones had managed to spare from total disaster. The next few days on the island of Ohara were a complete whirlwind of events. After the near fiasco, Spandam came close to setting off. The first thing Garp wanted to do was have chat with the slimy government officials' superiors, the 5 Elder Stars. The Stars were the heads of the world government and the Navy. Whatever act they saw fit to be as true justice, they deemed righteous to issue. Apparently, that also went for the total annihilation of an entire island. Garp not only wanted to speak to them about this, but also wished to have Fleet Admiral Sengoku present. The Vice Admiral wanted to have a word about him for turning a deaf ear to this insanity. Since they couldn't have this meeting with everyone in person, Vice Admiral Garp and Commander Spandam contacted the 6 higher-ups using transponder snails, having their meeting on Garp's vessel, keeping it private from the outside world. Even though Spandam was highly against having this meeting, he wasn't about to go against the hero of the Navy's wishes, not after his last punishment at his hands. Professor Clover also wanted to have a say in the matters and was allowed to join in on the exchange. The resulting conference was loud and biased, with parties struggling to keep their cool and those losing it. The 5 Holy Stars were flabbergasted of Garp coming out of nowhere and meddling into their private affairs. They cursed Spandam under their breaths for his negligence and incompetence. They blamed Clover for him and his colleagues even going near one of the poneglyphs in the first place. They were even more outraged when they were informed of 2 children having the gall to intercept the chief of CP9 and make off with the device that could activate a buster call. Needless to say, the Stars were upset. Spandam ranted and raved to be allowed to investigate the Tree of Knowledge for evidence that the scholars were indeed translating the poneglyphs and demanded the right to buster call the island if any evidence were found. He was not taking his humiliation quietly. However, Clover's confession to hiding a poneglyph under the tree took the wind out of the commander's sails. All that glory ... gone without even being able to reach for it. Clover confessed to his and his colleagues' attempts to decipher the stone slab, saying that they were unable to get further than a few sentences. The professor looked over to Garp, sharing a quick look that said that there was more to his story than he was letting on. Wanting to avoid a massacre of an entire island, Garp kept the secret exchange between them. Garp then spoke up, offering the fact that destroying an entire island would be the worst example of justice the 5 Stars could allow to happen, and proposed an alternative. The fact that his grandson was nearly killed by Spandam himself gave the Vice Admiral a lot of leverage in the argument. The island of Ohara would be spared, leaving the massacre of scholars out at sea being the prime example of punishment for anyone else wishing to translate the poneglyphs. Unfortunately, any evidence and progress the scholars of the Tree of Knowledge had on the stone slab would have to be erased, even going so far as to offer the poneglyph to be confiscated by Spandam and taken back to Navy HQ. where it could never be seen by the outside world again, in return for their silence and their lives. Clover was against this, but comparing the alternative to this, he reluctantly agreed. There had been enough bloodshed. It had to end. The 5 holy stars wished to discuss the terms amongst themselves and switched off their transponder snail. They conversed on whether or not to just have the island eradicated anyway, not wishing to let any chance of the poneglyph's deciphered secrets get out to the rest of the world. They were indeed hiding something. They even discussed whether or not to have Monkey D. Garp stricken from the Navy and executed for treason. But how would that play out? The hero of the Navy, cut out of the Marines and executed right out of the blue. The world would be in an uproar. Garp has helped many islands across the globe, saved thousands of lives and brought in many a pirate in his heyday. Doing this would ruin their portrayal of justice in the public's eye. They turned down the idea, switched their snail back on, and agreed to the terms. The meeting went on for another 2 days. Even though the Buster Call was halted, the issue had not been completely resolved, putting the whole island of Ohara in a standstill. As the meeting of officials went on, Saul, along with the Tree of Knowledge, were surrounded by a mix of Marine soldiers and government agents, armed and keeping guard of the area, making sure that the giant or any of the scholars didn't try to escape. To make things a little more comfortable for the current suspects, tents were set up around the tree to give them all a place to rest after the threat of near disaster loomed over them for so long. The Marines and agents had been giving each other dirty glances, each side waiting for the other to try something. Garp and a reluctant Spandam ordered their men to stand guard of the library, with the agents barred from carrying out any investigating of the library. The tension between the two forces was thick and tense, but neither side tried anything. There had been enough conflict already. The reunited mother and daughter, Nico Olivia and Nico Robin, had made a home out of one of the tents, spending most of their time with Olivia cradling her long-lost daughter in her arms, while Robin snuggled deep into her near-forgotten mother's warm embrace. Each of them just enjoyed the contact of one another, never wanting to be separated again. Luffy usually walked around the tents, meeting all the other scholars of the library, who thanked him for protecting Robin every time they saw him, to which he only smiled and said it was nothing. The Straw Hat Boy even ended up talking with Saul, both of them having fun getting to know one another and Luffy mimicking Saul's strange signature laugh when he did. He even had a proper greeting with Robin's mother, where they got to know each other a bit more, even learning of where he lived in the East Blue. Another activity the boy occasionally indulged in to pass the time was eating. A lot. A mess tent was set up for anyone hungry and Luffy was chief among the visiting masses. The boy was like a vacuum cleaner, nobody knew where he put it all. Seeing the outstretched stomach he ended up walking out with answered everyone's question. With the Marines and agents keeping a guarded circle around the tree and Saul, the civilians had trouble getting close to see the commotion going on inside. Even though the threat of their island being destroyed was gone for now, the hostile feelings for being in such a predicament in the first place was certainly there. Most of the feelings they had were pointed at the scholars, Olivia and Robin. The whole island remained in this state of abnormality for as long as the meeting went on. On the third day of the standstill, Garp, Clover and Spandam emerged from Garp's ship, tired and worn out from the arguing and hostile words. Once Garp shared the information to everyone present at the tree, the scholars were up in arms, believing that destroying their progress was a spit in the eye on their lost comrades' needless sacrifice. Clover chimed in and agreed to Garp's terms, making the rest of the scholars reluctantly agree as well. Then another subject that had been discussed with the stars came up. One that every one of the scholars hoped would have been forgotten in all their commotion, Nico Olivia's fate. Nico Olivia, the hero of the Navy, faced the woman and her daughter for crimes of abolishing the laws dictated by the world government. For attempting to decipher the ancient poneglyphs, you were found guilty. Olivia cringed at the words and Robin looked like she was about to burst into tears. The scholars were fuming at the very notion. "Are you just going to stand there and let this happen, Clover?" screamed an archaeologist at the library director. Clover, meanwhile, remained silent, not wanting to interrupt the man announcing Olivia's demise. Saul looked down at Garp, both physically and figuratively. He had so much faith in the vice admiral, but he was starting to act like all the other heartless officers in the Navy. Spandam just stood to the side, facing away from the spectacle taking place. Strange how a person who enjoyed the suffering of others wouldn't want to get a good look at what was taking place. "Grandpa, how could you?" Luffy roared as he ran up to the old man, before two Marines managed to catch him by the arms, only for the boy's arms to stretch and snap him back to them like a rubber band. "Let me go." The straw-hatted boy struggled in the Marine's grasp, wanting to stop what was happening. "You're to be placed under arrest," Garp continued. Olivia was quickly planning on grabbing Robin and making a run for her rowboat on the east side of the island. "Under my authority," Garp finished, stopping everyone's train of thought. "Your sentence is be taken back to Fusha village in the East Blue, where you will be placed under house arrest. You will not be allowed to leave once you set foot on the island, and have a 24-hour visiting permit for anyone wanting to meet with you. All the while that Garp was talking, Olivia's face was turning brighter and brighter at the words that Garp wasn't saying. Do you plan to evade capture any longer, Nico Olivia? Garp questioned. Motion came back to the woman, who absorbed all of Garp's words and smiled with tears in her eyes. No, Vice Admiral Garp. Olivia picked up her teary-eyed daughter. I will happily come quietly. Mama. No, Robin pleaded despairingly, not catching on to the unspoken agreement. No, Robin, it's not what you think. Olivia quickly calmed her child. I will be going to Fusha village in the East Blue to live. She began to tear up again. With you. Robin gained a confused look before she realized what her mother was saying. She looked back Garp, who had a knowing smile on his face. Robin began to tear up herself and began to cry for the unknown number of times. Mama. The little dark-haired girl clung to her mother and cried into her shoulder. Robin. Olivia happily returned the embrace, shedding her own happy tears. The Marines let go of Luffy, who had finally calmed down and had a puzzled look on his face. Wait, I'm confused. What's going on? I'm coming home with you, Luffy. Robin turned to smile at her new friend. I'm going to live in the East Blue with you and my mom. Luffy gained a look of ecstatic joy. Really? Awesome. All the scholars that had been listening laughed and cheered for the mother and daughter, happy with the outcome that had transpired for the two. Looking back, Garp spotted Spandam walking away in a hunched-over manner. Not going to stick around, Spandam. I have a poneglyph to confiscate. The chief of CP9 spat back, bitter about the outcome of his attempts. Well, I'll see you back at HQ. Garp laughed heartily, showing with his face that meant no hard feelings, but the laugh said otherwise. Stuff it, you meddling old fart. The government official growled under his breath. All of his efforts, all of his hard-earned plotting and scheming. Ruined by a pair of little brats. Spandam looked back to the smiling faces of the two that foiled his plans. Monkey D. Luffy and Nico Robin. Somehow, someday he would make them both pay. You, Garp, Saul, who had been among the crowd, looked down at the Vice Admiral, concern all over his face. What about me? Robin looked up again, fear coming to her again for her giant friend. Since you had a hand in saving Ohara, the 5 stars agreed to let you evade arrest for now. Garp informed. So, I'm not allowed back in the Navy, Saul said aloud. Even if you did come back, everyone there would deem you a traitor anyhow. Garp pointed out. I guess, Saul sadly agreed. But, you know, it's for the best. Saul stood up and looked out to the horizon. Now that I'm on the run, it can give me a chance to do some good, some real good. I can sail the seas, helping folks that the government and Navy can't. Saul let out a hearty tear-jerking laugh. So you won't be coming with us. The small voice took Saul out of his laugh and made him look down into the sad eyes of Nico Robin. My time here is done, Robin. Ohara is safe and you have your mother back. Saul tried to reason, but it just made more tears leak out of the little girl's eyes. Robin, I'd be too big to live where you're going. It's not that I don't want to, it'll just be impossible. What Saul was saying was true, but that didn't make it easier for Robin to hear. The giant then leaned down a little closer, wanting to speak with Robin up close. Listen, Robin. Wherever I am, on the sea, in the Grand Line, on a faraway island, it won't matter the distance. No matter where I go or who else I meet, you will always be my friend. Really? Robin sniffed as she wept. You bet. Saul took a glance at Luffy quickly. Besides, you're going home with another friend, aren't you? Robin looked to Luffy, who showed a wide smile. Robin blushed at this, but didn't try to hide it. Yeah. Robin wiped her eyes and then hugged the tip of Saul's nose. I'm gonna miss you, Saul. Saul then began to cry, but this time, not because he was laughing. I'll miss you too, Robin. Saul blubbered as Robin broke down crying again. It was a mixture between happiness and sadness that afternoon for all present. And the tossing and turning of emotions wasn't over yet. The captains of the battleships surrounding the island had been informed of the circumstances, waiting patiently for whatever the outcome the meeting between the officials would come to. When they got word that the attack was cancelled, the ships changed course and headed back for HQ. On 2 of the battleships of the cancelled Buster Call, 2 leaders of the vessels were taking the news in different ways. We're sorry again for the inconvenience, Admiral Cusin. A Marine saluted as he bellowed his apology. That's fine and all, but if you could please. The Admiral slammed his newspaper down in full-blown anger. Stop waking me up. Already. Why yes sir. Sorry, sir. The Marine quickly marched away, not wanting to tick the Admiral off anymore. Kazan then looked out at the spared island while aboard the ship he was lounging on. All of Ohara, saved by 2 kids. He placed the newspaper he had in his hand over his face, letting sleep come to him again. I'm gonna have to meet those 2 one day. On another battleship, held up in a dark room, a man wearing a dark red suit that resembled the color of blood sat at his desk while being informed of the change in plans. The news came from the F5S stars themselves. Admiral S. Sakazuki, sir. The poor quivering Marine spoke. Instead of agreeing to the terms, Sukazuki chose to clutch his fist in suppressed rage, his bald fist beginning to erect steam. "Yes, sir," the Marine asked fearfully. "Leave me," was all the Marine needed to hear to let him get out of there as fast as he could. As the steam coming from the Admiral's fist grew thicker and thicker, the desk it was placed upon began to boil and bubble. When Sukazuki began to breathe through his nose in a slow, unsettling pace, the desk was beginning to melt. "See now, old fools," Sukazuki whispered as he continued to brood alone in the dark, the only sources of light being the ember of the lit cigar clenched in his teeth and his glowing red fist, melting part of his desk into a hot, unrepairable sludge. As night came over the island of Ohara, the feelings of the day turned to those of morning. That night, the scholars of the Tree of Knowledge gathered their research and findings to do with the poneglyph, made a large bonfire in front of the library and burned their findings from the world. It was a sad experience, but they knew that if Ohara had any chance of seeing another day, they had to do this. Compared to the punishment that the Marines gave their comrades at sea, this was practically a slap on the wrist. The government agents had successfully found the poneglyph in the basement of the library, with the Marines watching over them the whole time. The agents managed to bring the slab of stone out without harming any of the library's furniture or literature. Had the agents had their way and investigated the area, the whole tree would have been ransacked and books discarded without care. Even with the poneglyph gone, the library still stood and the Tree of Knowledge would live on for many more eons. Robin and Olivia were among the gathering, shedding small tears at the loss of so much hard work being burned. But the sacrifice of knowledge would not all be in vain. Olivia had been reunited with her daughter and didn't plan to leave her again. As the smoke of the fire flowed into the sky, Garp walked up behind Olivia, sharing the event of seeing their work go up in flames. "Just so you know, you won't be allowed to do any more research on any other cultures from here on out," the Vice Admiral brought up. It was the truth. Among the many things discussed with the 5 stars in Sengoku, Garp had managed to bring the white-haired scholars' punishment down a few degrees. The scholars would not suffer any other punishment and Ohara would be spared, as long as they stayed away from the mystery of the poneglyphs for good. Nico Olivia, however, was banned from ever studying any other cultures again. "I imagined something like that would happen," Olivia breathed, accepting that fact. "But I was planning on retiring from archaeology anyway." Robin looked up at her mother when she said this. Besides, Olivia picked up her daughter and held her close. "I have more important matters to attend to," she spoke proudly as she snuggled her daughter, who couldn't help but smile a little. Garp looked at the happy mother and daughter, then back at the bonfire. "We'll be leaving for the East Blue tomorrow afternoon," he informed. "That's fine." Olivia put her daughter back down, not wanting her to see the stern face that appeared on her face. "There's a matter of business that I need to attend to." Auntie Roji was furious. When she had found some food missing from the kitchen some days ago, Roji deduced that Robin had stolen it. Instead of going out to look for her, she had made the choice, for her and her family, to wait for her to come back, but secretly, she hoped she'd never have to see that girl again. Goji always thought of Robin as a waste of food, money, clothes, time, and space. Olivia should have just taken her brat with her and never come back. When she married the white-haired woman's brother to have a family with, it was a dream come true. But then that wretched sister-in-law of hers had to go gallivanting off to hunt down some stupid rocks, and leave her with the tedious act of looking after Robin. And looked after her she did. Koji made her do all the housework, barely fed her, gave her tattered old clothes that her own daughter grew out of, and how did that brat thank her? By crying all the time for not having a mother. She even had the nerve to eat a blasted devil fruit. Not only was she a brat, she was a freak. Sure, Roji beat Robin when she didn't do what she was told. So what if Roji handed her old tatted clothes that her daughter grew out of? Who cares if Roji purposely pushed Robin to the side to keep out of the way of birthdays, Christmases, and Father's and Mother's Days? Not like she's got either for herself. And where did Oren, her own husband, get off defending the little freak? Every time she made a move to put that girl in her place, that foolhardy man of hers would come running and try to stop her. Try, being the chief word. Roji always managed to have her way. This was her house and she wore the pants. At least her daughter, Misuria, had the good sense, that being having none, to stay away from Robin and focus on being the well-behaved girl she expected her to be. When it started to rain 3 days ago, Roji didn't even want to bother with going out to look for Robin, forcing Oren and Misuria to stay with her, no matter how much her husband protested. When that little freak got back, she was going to get the punishment of a lifetime. Since Olivia wasn't coming back anytime soon, Robin was free to use as Roji saw fit. That's what family is for after all. Use each other until they've outlived their usefulness. And it seemed Robin was starting to reach the end of hers. A knock at the front door brought the bitter old woman out of her stewing and began to make her way to the front door, putting on a fake, kind smile. Even though she treated Robin like garbage, she liked to maintain a friendly, cheerful demeanor to the rest of the island's inhabitants. Keeping up appearances is what's most important in life, after all. The old woman opened the door, a sunny facade replacing her inner frustration. Why, hello there. How can I help? Roji's cheerful demeanor was shattered at the sight of Nico Olivia and her daughter hiding behind her leg, standing at her front door. Oh, Olive. Roji's hot red fury turned to an ice-cold fear as she stared back at the hard, piercing gaze of the white-haired scholar. After Robin had told Olivia about all the abuse she suffered by the hands of someone she believed she could trust to care for her daughter in her absence, upset would be the understatement of the century compared to what Olivia was feeling. Roji just stood there stunned, unable to process that Nico Olivia was back. The white-haired woman turned back to her daughter and patted her on the head. Wait out here with Mr. Garp, would you, sweetheart? Olivia politely asked the little dark-haired girl. I'll be right out in no time, I promise. Robin was worried at first, but then nodded in affirmation. Roji looked behind the two quick to see in broad daylight Monkey D. Garp, the hero of the Navy, standing far from the house, with his arms crossed and a stern look in his eye. She also managed to spot a little straw hat-wearing boy, pulling his cheeks apart and sticking his tongue out at her. Robin then remembered something. She looked back at Luffy, who looked back at her and smiled. That was all the support she needed. Auntie Roji. Robin turned back to the large woman who stared at her with the worst hidden scowl she could hide. The little dark-haired girl took a deep breath and then shouted at the top of her voice, "You're a big Olgi troll and I hate living here." That outburst was enough to blow away Olivia, Garp and Roji altogether. Luffy, on the other hand, was laughing his head off, not even trying to be subtle. Why, you little... Roji made an attempt to move near to the girl who bravely insulted her, only to be blocked by the girl's mother. That's enough, Robin, she said in a lecturing manner, only to look back at her daughter proudly. I can take it from here. She gave her little girl a smile, one which Robin returned, then turned back to the old woman at the door and began to walk slowly toward her, making Roji begin to back up in nervousness. Aunt Roji, Olivia bit the words out hatefully. May I come in? We have so much to catch up on. The front door closed with an ominous click. For the next half hour, the sound of muffled shouting and arguing came from Roji's quaint little home. Robin, Luffy, and Garp stood far from the house, not wanting to be caught up in what was going on in there. Soon enough, a single hoarse voice sounded out louder than the other that was shouting back, "Silence!" Then, with an audible snap and the hoarse voice howling in what must have been pain, Nico Olivia came bursting out of the house, marched over to Robin and scooped her up in her arms. "Mama," Robin questioned. "Don't worry, Robin," Olivia said sternly. "You'll never have to see that horrible woman ever again." Garp and Luffy were having trouble keeping up with the white-haired scholar, her brisk walk easily outrunning them. "Olivia, what happened in there?" Garp yelled out, starting to get out of breath quick. "Let's just say that I broke myself off from the family," Olivia declared, leaving the discussion at that. Once Spandam and the government agents had the poneglyph packed up and made their way back to Navy HQ, it was soon time for Garp and the Marines to make their leave as well, along with their prisoner. "It was so good to see you again, Olivia." Even though it was under such insane circumstances, Clover hugged Olivia tightly, as if saying goodbye to his own child. "I'm glad I was able to see you too, Clover. All of you." Olivia looked to all the faces of her former colleagues, all of them close to tears of perhaps never seeing Olivia again. "I'm so happy you and Robin have each other." Clover managed to speak out as a lump appeared in his throat. "No one is more happy than me for that," Olivia announced proudly, as she looked over to her daughter saying goodbye to her cousin, Missouri. After Olivia had given Roji a piece of her mind, along with a large hospital bill to pay, her brother and Roji's husband, Oren, decided that his wife's violent behavior had run its course and decided to leave her, taking Missouri with him. Roji pretended to be happy to be rid of them both, but Oren could see the pain in her eyes. Her stubborn streak had finally made her alone, and she had no one to blame but herself. "Are you sure you don't want to come with us to the East Blue? I'm sure there's plenty of room on the boat for the two of you." Olivia turned to her brother, the only one to treat Robin with any sort of kindness apart from the scholars. "No, but thanks, Olivia. I'm planning on sailing to the South Blue." Missouri was always fond of the snow. Besides, seeing the two of us might just remind Robin of her life here anyway, Oren regretfully pointed out. He felt his sister put her hand on his shoulder. "The fact that you tried to stop her means a lot, Oren," Olivia happily told him, letting him know there was no hard feelings between the two of them. The two siblings shared an embrace and began to walk over to the children. "I'm sorry for not paying much attention to you, Robin," Missouri sadly apologized. "That's okay, Missouri. You probably couldn't have done much anyway." Robin tried to play off. "But still, I'm sorry," Missouri made clear, wanting Robin to know that she regretted having been so passive when they lived together. Robin looked at her cousin with surprise, but then smiled and held out her hand to Missouri. "Thanks, Missouri." Missouri looked at the hand, then decided to give Robin a hug, wanting to be formal with her sibling, even if it was the first and last time. Missouri and Robin came out of their hug and the two looked over at Luffy, who was smiling at the two girls. "Take good care of my cousin, will you?" Missouri asked. "You got it." Luffy gave a thumbs up and gave his toothy grin. The two girls laughed at the boy when Orin and Olivia came up to them. "I think it's time for us to get on the ship," Olivia sadly stated. Robin and Missouri shared one more hug before Olivia took her daughter's hand and guided her up the bridge to the ship, with Orin taking her now weeping daughter's hand as well. As all this was going on, Saul was beginning to pack up and ready his raft. The scholars even made him a small pirate flag to go with it. A large giant-sized white skull with a bushy orange beard, a brown cowboy hat and two crossbones sticking out from behind. Saul was against it at first, but then figured if he was going to live as an outlaw, he might as well go all out. Luffy walked up the bridge of the ship behind Olivia and Robin. Once the three were on board, the anchor was weighted and the vessel was off, while Saul pushed his feet off the coast of the island and made his own way out to sea at the same time. Robin, Luffy and Olivia looked over the side of the ship to see everyone off. All the scholars of the Tree of Knowledge waved their hands and said their teary goodbyes to the reunited mother and daughter, along with the boy who came and helped save their home. Half the island's civilians were there saying goodbye as well, the one half being the one grateful and sorry to Robin, while the rest stayed stubborn and didn't even show their faces. Surprisingly, another group of faces that wanted to show their thanks were the same kids that were picking on Robin the few days before. They ran along the coastline, waving and shouting to the little dark-haired girl. "Hey, handy girl," Bad Afro called. "Thanks for saving our island," Egghead yelled. "We're sorry for picking on you," Pignose shouted. "Good luck becoming Pirate King," Straw Hat Kid, Carrot Head cheered. Luffy and Robin were surprised that those kids were now being friendly, but they weren't ones to be so bitter. "Thank you," Robin returned the wave. "See ya," Luffy called back. "Robin." The call came from the other side of the ship. Luffy and Robin ran to the port side of the ship, catching the sight of Jaguar D. Saul waving his massive arms their way. "Be safe, Robin. Be happy. Remember, always laugh when you're happy or sad." Saul then broke out into his trademark laugh, echoing out across the waves. Robin and Luffy thought it best to mimic his laugh for him one more time before he disappeared. "Darashishishishi." "Goodbye, Saul." Robin waved with tears in her eyes. "Darashishishishi." "See ya, giant bearded giant." Luffy waved both his arms over his head. As the marine vessel sailed off, Saul and the island of Ohara began to fade out of sight. All the while Luffy and Robin watched it go, smiles on each of their faces. After some time had passed, Luffy and Robin were still looking over the railing out to sea. "I wonder," Robin brought up, "how my life would have turned out if I never met you." Luffy looked back at Robin, a puzzling look on his face, pondering her question. "Probably a whole lot sadder. Ohara might have been blown up." Luffy extended his arms to impersonate a large explosion. "And I might have lost what friends I had. The scholars, Clover, Saul." Robin began to look glum at the idea. Some part of her said that she had been able to avoid unimaginable heartache and suffering, and it was all because of the straw-hatted boy standing next to her. She looked over to him and her chest began to feel warmer than usual. "Well, if we didn't meet here, then we probably would have met sooner or later," Luffy stated. Robin wondered about this for a while, before smiling and looking back out at sea. "Yeah, I think you might be right." The sound of walking came up behind them, making the two turn their heads to see Garp standing there looking proud of his grandson. "Luffy, I am so proud of you," Garp proclaimed, beaming at his young sibling. "Really?" Luffy smiled at his grandpa. "Absolutely. You will defiantly make an excellent Marine one day," the old man bellowed heartily. Luffy's smile dropped to a low frown. "Grandpa, I'm going to keep telling you, as many times as I have to, I'm gonna be a pirate." Garp did a double take at this, then exploded, taking Robin by surprise. "I thought that by everything you've been though on Ohara, you'd want to be a Marine more than anything." "Well, I don't," Luffy yelled back. "Besides, if guys like that ugly green-coated jerk are gonna be in the Navy, then I definitely don't want to be a Marine even more. There's just as bad of pirates out there that are like him." Garp attempted to reason. "Yeah, well, I haven't met them yet, so there." Luffy stuck out his tongue and in doing so, struck Garp's last nerve. The Vice Admiral then looked at Luffy with fire in his eyes, stomping up to the now cringing boy. "Darn it, Luffy, how many times do I have to beat that idea out of you until you stop?" Nico Robin then decided to stand between Garp and Luffy, with her hands extended outward, shielding the boy behind him. "You're not going to hurt Luffy." Garp stopped in his tracks, along with all the Marines watching on board. No one has ever had the courage to stop Garp on a rampage, and yet this little girl goes and does it. Garp is rendered speechless for a moment before coming back to his senses. "I have to teach my empty-headed grandson not to have these ridiculous ideas in his head," he shouted for all to hear, by hitting him over the head. "That's going to do nothing but make him resent you," Robin yelled out. Garp was officially speechless. Robin came from an abusive home, so she knew what she was talking about. Garp took a look at his grandson, his small, quivering grandson, and then began to think. Suddenly, Nico Olivia decided to make her appearance and turn the whole scenario around. All right, I think that's enough. She chided in. Garp, these children have been through a lot, and we have a long trip ahead of us. Perhaps this can all wait for another time. A silence passed between the gathered children and adults, the Vice Admiral staring down the dark-haired little girl. Robin only stared back just as sternly as she continued to stand guard of Luffy, who was blown away at what she was doing, for him no less. Fine. The Vice Admiral's shoulders sagged as he gave up on the ongoing argument and trudged away in defeat. All the Marines were beyond shocked at what they just witnessed. Garp had lost to an 8-year-old girl. The rest of the troops back home were not gonna believe this. One murderous glare from the hero of the Navy shut that idea down in every one of the men's minds, all of them not wanting to test the Vice Admiral's patience and wanting to see the next day. Back with the mother and children, Luffy was frozen in place at what Robin had done. The girl looked back at the boy and reached her hand out. Are you okay, Luffy? She inquired kindly. Robin. Luffy took Robin's hand and was pulled to his feet, all the while looking at Robin with great awe. Robin began to wonder if she did something wrong, like hurt his pride for standing up for him. You're amazing, Luffy exclaimed as he yelled his statement out loud. Robin was surprised by this and blushed crimson. Not even Ace and Sabo have the guts to stand up to Grandpa like that. Luffy beamed brightly at the girl, who grew redder and redder. That settles it. Luffy put his fists on his hips, as if he was about to make a statement. What? Robin asked as she got over her embarrassment. Luffy pointed his finger at the girl, wearing his large toothy grin. Robin, when I become a pirate, you're joining my crew. Robin's blush was back with a vengeance. Olivia's eyes widened at the notion, and Garp, who had also overheard his grandson, was just as bewildered as the mother. Robin then began to imagine the two of them sailing on the high seas as pirates. A Jolly Roger flying in the breeze, ocean waves crashing against their vessel, as Luffy stands on the head of their ship pointing out to the horizon, with his arm wrapped around Robin as she clung to the boy in awe and excitement for whatever adventure lay ahead for them. As she imagined this, the smile on her face grew bigger and bigger. Before she could give Luffy any sort of answer back, Olivia decided to step in, take her daughter by her hand and lead her away from the straw-hatted boy. All right, I think that's enough for one day, Olivia stated quickly. Mama, Robin complained as she was taken away from Luffy. Robin, I know you like that boy, but I think it's a little early to become a pirate for him, the white-haired scholar proclaimed, taking her daughter by surprise. What are you talking about? The dark-haired girl tried to fake ignorance. Oh, come now, sweetheart. Olivia led the girl behind a wall of the ship's galley, facing her with a kind and knowing smile. I know that you like Luffy. Robin blanched at this. Oh, of course I like him. He's my friend. Robin. The mother then put a hand to her daughter's cheek. I know you like him more than that. Robin's blush came back a third time as she looked down to hide her red face. You knew. Me, Clover, Saul, and I'm sure a few of the scholars back home had an idea of how you feel. Olivia smiled at her daughter's surprise as Robin grew redder in the face with every word. The ex-archaeologist was just so smitten with how cute her daughter was right now. You know what? Olivia had a thought as she scooped her daughter up in her arms and led her to the galley for dinner. This gives me a good opportunity to start being a proper mother to you, starting with a very important subject I want to talk to you about. What's that? Robin tilted her head in curiosity. Boys, Olivia stated. As the mother and daughter began to talk, Garp went back to Luffy to have a chat about something important they needed to discuss. Luffy, the straw-hatted boy, turned and looked up at the large Vice Admiral, immediately putting his arms up in fear of being stuck without Robin to save him. Relax, boy, I'm not gonna hit you. Luffy came out of his defensive position to look back at Garp, who was giving him a serious expression. The Vice Admiral then got down on one knee, made himself at eye level to his grandson and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Don't try to make Robin a pirate. Huh? Luffy was immediately up in arms about this. Why not? Robin finally has her mother back after so many years of being mistreatment and loneliness, Garp pointed out to the boy. Don't you think she'd want to be with her and find something else to do with her life? Luffy thought about this, about Robin and her mom, then finally came to a decision. Yeah, I guess you're right. Garp was shocked by this. Just like that, he bellowed. His stubborn grandson would never let go of something that he wanted, no matter how much you tried to reason with him, or in the man's case, knock the sense into him. Yeah, I mean, Luffy looked away from his grandpa to hide a small blush on his face. I don't want to force Robin to do something she doesn't want to. Garp's mind was completely blown. Did Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, his own knuckle-headed grandson, have a crush? The sound of a grumbling stomach caught both their attention. Luffy looking down to his belly. I'm starting to get hungry. Luffy whined until he took off into a sprint for the galley. Garp stood in place, still spaced out by what he just heard from his grandson. Then, reality hit him as he remembered how Luffy ate breakfast on the morning they arrived at Ohara. He immediately took off after the straw-hatted boy, yelling in total panic. Wait, Luffy, save some for the men this time. That night, Robin was treated to an experience she'd only imagined before now, being tucked into bed and sung to by her mother. Luffy was already fast asleep in the bed next to hers, and soon enough she would be joining him in slumber. Olivia hummed a tune softly as she sat on the bed that Robin lay in, as the little girl began to drift off gently to the cheerful lullaby. When Olivia started into the final lyrics of the song, "Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Bink's brew. Wave goodbye, but don't you cry. Our memories remain. Our days are but a passing dream. Everlasting though they seem. Beneath the moon, we'll meet again. The winds are lullaby. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Bink's brew. Sing a song, and play along, for all the oceans wide. After all is said and done, you'll end up a skeleton, so spread your tail, from dawn till dusk, upon these foamy seas." When Olivia hummed the last of the shanty, Robin's blue eyes finally closed for the night. Olivia gently leaned in to place a kiss on her daughter's forehead, then silently made her way out the cabin and closed the door behind her, leaving both Robin and Luffy to rest. The white-haired scholar made her way over to the side of the marine vessel and landed over the railing, looking out to the dark waters of the ocean. "You seem to be falling into the role of a parent quite easily," Garp inquired as he made his presence known. "I don't really feel at all deserving to be called such." The archaeologist sighed. "Robin may have forgiven me, but I don't think I ever will or ever should." The white-haired scholar's eyes shone with remorse. "All I can do now is make up for lost time and the pain she went through." Garp sadly smiled. "Well, I'd hurry up on those plans." The ex-archaeologist looked back to the vice-admiral. "You never know when my grandson will wise up and sweep that girl off her feet." Garp laughed heartily as Olivia put a hand to her forehead. "Don't even start." She couldn't help but chuckle a little. "That girl of yours has got it bad for my boy, eh?" Garp chided as he leaned over the side of the ship. Of all the times to come back to her, it had to be when she was beginning to notice boys. Olivia then came out with a laugh of her own. The two adults let their laughter loose for a moment. Then it died down as they returned to looking out to the sea, the clouds of the night sky taking the place of the bright blue. It's amazing ... so much disaster avoided under such strange circumstances. All because of two children becoming friends. Olivia was having great trouble fathoming the idea. Indeed, those two might have not only saved an entire island, but changed the very course of history. Garp factored. Imagine what more those two could change if they stick together. Olivia mused. "It's enough to scare you a little." Garp dared to wonder. "But I can tell you this." Garp then riled up in determination, shocking Olivia a little. "Luffy will be a Marine when he makes those changes." Olivia gave a small laugh at the man's will to not give up on his grandson. Then she began to wonder about Robin. Would she still want to be an archaeologist, even after they reunited? Would she want to find the poneglyphs like she did? These thoughts and worries remained on the white-haired scholar's mind the whole trip, all the way to when the ship arrived at Dawn Island and made dock at Fusha village, Luffy's hometown. It had taken just 3 days to sail back to the East Blue and 2 days to finally reach Dawn Island and make dock at Fusha village. Robin and Luffy leaned over the starboard side of the ship's railing, wanting to get a good look of the straw-hatted boy's hometown and the dark-haired girl's new home. Lush green hills made most of the scenery, with a dirt path and wood picket fence winding up and down the hills. The scenery of the town was littered with small houses and windmills, their sails spinning at a gentle pace from the ocean breeze, giving off a feeling of tranquility and peacefulness. Robin looked over to Luffy, wanting to see how excited he must be about seeing home again, only to notice a brooding scowl on his face. Looking down to what he was staring at, all she saw was the deep blue water splashing against the hull of the ship. Then it came to her. This port they were sailing into was where that sea monster that nearly ate Luffy and took Shanks's arm was supposed to dwell. Robin looked at Luffy again with great concern. Once the marine vessel finally docked at the island, Luffy brightened up a bit, happy to be home and looking forward to seeing everybody again. As the two children ran down the ship bridge, Garp and Olivia followed behind, the vice-admiral informing the white-haired scholar of their new living arrangements. "You'll have a house close to the bay here, situated at the far west side of the town. We can find you some hand-me-down furniture that no one is using to get you started. You'll need to find a paying job if you want to make a proper living, so we can have a chat with the mayor about that. He might be a little offended with you being a criminal, but he'll warm up to you soon enough." "Thank you, Garp. You are doing so much for me and Robin. I don't know how I'll be able to repay you." Olivia was overjoyed at how much of a second chance Garp had managed to persuade out of the 5 elder stars. "You already know how, Olivia?" Garp inquired, causing the woman to come out of her joyous mood. "Even though you want to leave behind your life as an archaeologist to be a real mother, the government has also forbidden you from ever examining another culture for the rest of your life. You can't go back to your previous life, even if you wanted to." Garp explained what she already knew, but it was still a tough pill to swallow. Olivia watched as Robin and Luffy hopped up the steps of the dock and looked out into town. "That's fine. What matters now is that I look after my Robin and be there for her, to make up for when I wasn't. As the two adults looked at the young ones, Luffy decided to run off into town with Robin following behind. Robin, don't go running off. Olivia panicked. Don't worry, they won't go too far. Garp laughed as he put Olivia's mind at ease. But not enough. Back with the two children, Luffy and Robin ran down a street with shops along the sides and people watching them go. I can't wait to see everybody again, Luffy shouted excitedly, as Robin once again did her best to catch up with the boy. So when do I meet your bothers? Robin gasped as she ran after him, growing aware of how little exercise she got when she spent her days reading back on Ohara. Out of everyone Luffy spoke of on the ship, his two big brothers were who she was truly curious about. We'll see them soon, Luffy called back, not wanting to slow down. Right now, I'm hungry, and there's only one place I want to eat. But we just had breakfast on the ship. Robin tried to reason, but knowing that it was Luffy she was speaking to, she knew there was no reasoning with him or his stomach. Arriving into town, everybody the two passed by instantly recognized the boy and greeted him. Welcome back, Luffy. Hey, Luffy, good to see you. Hope Garp wasn't too hard on you out there. Things have been so boring without you, Luffy. Glad to have you back, Luffy. Robin was surprised by this. Don't they know he ate a devil fruit? Wasn't he an outcast like her? Why would these people be so nice to him? Would they be as nice to her? Luffy, one voice that came from an elderly man sitting outside a house, wearing a yellow shirt and a red and white striped hat, got the boy's attention, making him and Robin stop in their tracks. Hi, Mr. Mayor, Luffy waved. Has Garp finally managed to get that ridiculous pirate idea out of your head? The old-timer asked. Everyone in town didn't seem to have a problem with Luffy wanting to become a pirate, but the mayor did. Having someone from their town becoming a criminal would do nothing but give Fusha village a bad reputation. Nope, Luffy answered back. I'm still gonna be a pirate, and I'm still gonna be the pirate king. You do that, and you'll never be allowed in this town again. The mayor tried to warn but wasn't all that filled with resolve. Luffy just chuckled at the old man and took off running again. Robin was caught off guard by the boy's negligence and decided to bow before the old-timer. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Mayor, sir. When Robin took off to catch up to Luffy, the mayor was caught in a state of wonder. Who was that girl with him? He asked to no one. As the two children kept running, a lone building appeared in the distance. The words Party's Bar were portrayed above the building's entrance, which Luffy was heading straight for. Makino. Luffy pushed through the wooden swinging doors, leading to the inside. I quote him home. Robin made her way inside, taking in the look of the place. It was a quaint little restaurant and bar, with tables and chairs taking up most of the room of the place. At the front of the establishment, liquor bottles and a few potted plants decorated a shelf case behind a large wooden bar. Just then, a young woman with short dark green hair, wearing a pink headscarf with red polka dots, an orange top with black long sleeves and a yellow stripe going across her chest, a blue dress skirt with large stitches going down both sides and red sneakers, came out of a curtained door to left-hand side of the large layout. Luffy, she asked aloud. Spotting the straw-hatted boy with his large toothy grin, she immediately beelined over to him and wrapped her arms around him. Luffy, I'm so glad you're all right. What did that big bully of a grandfather of yours do to you out at sea? Seeing this woman show great concern for her new friend, Robin instantly liked her. She gave off the aura of a kind, loving older sister. Makino stopped hugging Luffy and drew her attention to the little dark-haired girl who instantly blushed at being noticed. And who do we have here? The barkeeper brightly asked. This is Robin. She's a friend I made while I was gone. Luffy beamed. Makino took a minute to look over the small girl. Robin shuffled her feet and looked away from the taller woman, blushing as she did. Makino then placed her hands on Robin's shoulders and looked at her with a shining smile. Well, aren't you the most adorable little girl I've ever seen? Makino stated happily, causing Robin to blush deeper and bow her head lower to hide her reddening face. So, is she your girlfriend, Luffy? Makino cheekily questioned. No, she's not. Luffy blanched out, with his cheeks being a little red as he did. Robin blushed even more at this and came close to sinking to her knees to hide her face. Makino caught on to this and made amends to make up for it. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. I didn't mean to embarrass you. Makino gently took the girl's hand and led her over to the bar. I'll make you something to eat to make up for it. On the house, Makino let Robin sit up on one of the bar stools, while she went around the bar to prepare some food for the little girl. Make me something to eat too, Makino. Luffy chided in as he struggled to get up no one of the stools, making the bartender giggle at the boy. As Makino went to work in her little workplace, Robin was thinking on something deeply. Why are you being so nice to me? Makino turned back to the dark-haired girl, wondering what she was talking about. When I'm just like him. Robin looked over to Luffy, who was just as confused as to what she was talking about. What do you mean? Makino asked concerned. Robin decided to show a demonstration. She flicked her hand up and multiple arms came sprouting out of the bar, before disappearing again. Makino was surprised by this and Robin waited for the inevitable reaction. Being called a monster and getting thrown out of the restaurant. Oh my, Makino gasped after getting over the shock. She then turned back to Robin with her bright smile still in place. So, you must have eaten a devil fruit just like Luffy then. The bartender chimed sweetly. Why, you know about. Robin didn't know what to be taken back by most. Makino not treating her like a freak and throwing her out, or Makino knowing about Luffy's curse and actually being alright with it. Of course, I was there when he ate that fruit. Makino laughed as she went back to making her customers' meals. Luffy always has a bad habit of thinking with his stomach. I didn't know it was cursed. Luffy defended. You still should have asked Shanks first before taking a bite. Makino lectured, kindly but firmly. Robin was completely lost. Here was a woman that saw Luffy eat a devil fruit and still treated him like a little brother, or even her own son. Robin remembered all the times she showed her powers to people on Ohara. All their reactions weren't as positive as Makino's. Here you go. Makino placed 2 plates of food on the bar in front of the 2 children. Luffy immediately dug into his dish, while Robin came out of her gloomy thoughts and began to eat as well. So, Robin, was it? Makino asked. Robin nodded her head as she ate. Where do you live? The bartender began to wipe up some dirty glasses as she got to know the young girl. I used to live on the island of Ohara, in the West Blue, Robin stated as she kept eating, while Luffy looked close to being done already. The West Blue. Makino was shocked to hear this. Garp took you out that far, Luffy. Luffy nodded his head quickly before burying his face in food once more. So, what's Ohara like? Makino continued to ask. Robin remembered her time on Ohara. All the memories being horrible ones. She did her best to focus on the good things she grew up with and the people that cared about her. It's an island with a huge tree in the middle of it, the Tree of Knowledge. Robin explained. It's the world's greatest library. I went in there all the time to read and pick up books. Robin grew more and more at ease as she recollected her favorite place on the island. So, you like to read books, do you? Makino saw that the dark-haired girl was beginning to lighten up, and chose to keep the subject on books. I really do. Robin nearly yelled, she got so excited about them. Makino smiled at the girl's enthusiasm, glad to see Robin in a lighter mood. The sound of 2 doors opening and closing behind them drew their attention to the entrance of the place. Garp and Olivia stood at the swinging doors, looking back at the children and barkeeper. Robin, Olivia walked up to her daughter, worry across her face. Don't go running off like that again. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to find you. Sorry, Mama. Robin titled her head down, being introduced to the feeling of being told off by her mother. The feeling of having a hand placed on her head brought her eyes back up to see Olivia smiling warmly at her, rubbing her head gently. It's okay, sweetheart. Just let me know next time, Olivia advised her daughter lovingly. Robin looked back up and smiled at her mother, nodding her head after Olivia took her hand back. You must be Robin's mother, Makino chimed in, reaching her hand out to the white-haired scholar. I'm Makino. I guess you could say I'm Luffy's guardian. Olivia, pleased to meet you. She returned as she took the barkeeper's hand and shook it. Here on a date with your girlfriend, are you Luffy? Garp laughed heartily. She's not my girlfriend. Luffy roared again, both him and Robin having a small blush. Mr. Garp. All eyes turned to a now angry-looking Makino, who came marching from behind the bar to look the older man in the eye. Where do you get off? Taking a small boy out to sea, on a marine ship. Also you can literally beat, the idea of being a pirate out of him with no one to stop you. You, sir, are a coward. All the while Makino was blowing her top at the Vice Admiral. The man was backing up step by step, shielding the verbal onslaught with his raised hands, before tripping on a pulled-out chair and falling over backwards. I only do it to get that stupid idea of being a pirate out of his head. Garp tried to defend, only to have the bartender scowl down at him. There's no such thing as a good reason to hit family, Makino stated strongly, as the other 3 occupants watched on in a mix of awkwardness and enjoyment. Garp tried to find any other excuse to fend off the woman, but knew that there was no use in trying to win a fight with Makino, no matter how hard he's tried in the past. Makino looked down at the pathetic-looking hero of the Navy, her smoldering glare keeping him frozen on the floor. You'll be paying for the kids' meals in exchange for any pain you caused Luffy on your trip, right, Mr. Garp? Makino chimed in quickly. Why yes, Garp reluctantly agreed, uncomfortable about getting caught out by the crafty barkeeper. Seeing he had learned his lesson, at least for now, Makino lent the Vice Admiral her hand, which he eagerly took to help himself off the floor with her help. How about I get you 2 some drinks? Makino turned to go behind the bar as the 2 other adults accepted the offer and took a seat at either side of the children. Olivia by Robin and Garp by Luffy. You'll also be paying for these as well, right, Garp? A real gentleman pays for a lady's drink, after all. Makino chimed in quickly. Oh, of course, Garp wouldn't say it, but her hated it when this woman would manipulate her out of payback for Luffy. So Robin, Being so into books, I'm sure you want to be something like a librarian in the future. Makino spoke as she handed out 2 glasses of liquor for her 2 new customers. Actually, Robin began to correct. My mom was an archaeologist, and when I grow up, I want to just like her and study the void century. The sound of a glass being clutched tightly brought the attention of everyone present to look at the white-haired scholar, who seemed to be trapped in her own thoughts. Mama. Robin grew worried at her mother's change in mood. Soon, the ex-archaeologist came out of her mind and looked around her. Seeing the concerned faces of everyone present, she attempted to change the tone with a forced smile. Luffy. Garp decided to make the children make their exit, sensing a serious discussion was about to take place. Why don't you and Robin head up to Mount Kalubo and introduce her to Daden and her friends? Oh yeah, I was going to introduce her to Ace and Sabo too. Luffy hopped off his seat and ran out the building. Come on, Robin. Oh okay. Robin hopped off her seat, taking another look at her mother, who still held her forced smile. Robin stared at her for a while, before quietly heading out the swinging doors next. Olivia then dropped the smile, letting her held-back emotions cross her face. Makino was looking at the 2 of them with great anxiety. Makino, Garp piped up, catching the bartender's attention, making her notice the grave expression on his face. A lot more happened on Ohara than the children have told you. Way high on the top of Mount Kalubo, Robin could see the whole of Fusha village from where she stood. The houses and windmills looking like small toy models, and beyond them lied the wide open sea, crystal clear blue and stretching out over the horizon. It was a beautiful sight indeed. Hey, Robin, hurry up. The call from the straw-hatted boy brought her back to the moment as Robin began to catch up to Luffy. You actually live out here. Robin wheezed as she tried to keep up with the boy. Yeah, Grandpa made me live here with some mountain bandits and said he'd beat me within an inch of my life if I tried to run away. Luffy informed, which Robin became quickly aghast to. Forced to live with bandits under the threat of a beating. The more Robin heard of the mistreatment of Luffy, the more sick of it she became. Upon spotting something over the hill they were climbing, Luffy made a mad dash in its direction. Robin, seeing this, picks up her pace so as to not lose the boy. When she finally got to the top of the hill, what she saw was quite an unimpressive sight. A run-down old shack that looked close to toppling over at any minute sat in the middle of a clearing of the surrounding jungle that grew around the mountain. Luffy was currently running around the place, as if he was searching for something. Dan. Guys, I quote him back. The straw-hatted boy bellowed loud enough to make Na echo. He's gonna find us. A scared voice whispered from somewhere. If you keep flapping your gums, he will. Another hushed voice spoke, this time coming from inside the shack. Luffy and Robin caught onto this and made their way over to the barely standing house. Hello. Luffy went inside while Robin stayed out in the clearing, slightly afraid that the house might cave in. The inside of the shack was dark and barely lit. Luffy looked around the place, wondering where everybody was. Achoo, bless you, Luffy happily chirped as he turned to leave, only to stop in his tracks. Wait a minute. Looking up, Luffy spotted Daden, an overweight, middle-aged woman with thick orange hair and a cigarette clenched in her teeth. She was currently propping herself up on the support beams that ran across the ceiling, along with a large number of dirty-looking men also propping themselves up against the beams as well. Hey guys, Luffy happily called, causing all the occupancy of the ailing to fall into a painful heap. He found us, boss. A bandit groaned as he was crushed under the weight of bodies. He found us because one of you sneezed. The woman growled as she sat up, making the men under her cry out in pain from her size. Not that they'd dare to say it out loud though. Hey Dan. I still hate mountain bandits, Luffy greeted and reminded. I didn't ask. The thug of a woman barked as she stomped over to Luffy. She then noticed the small dark-haired girl standing outside, looking quite fearful. Daden grabbed Luffy by the back of his shirt collar and hoisted him in the air, Robin reaching out in vain to stop her. Luffy, who is that? The woman yelled, not in the mood for any stupidity of the like. That's Robin, the boy pointed as he turned back to Daden. She's a new friend of mine. Daden looked back at the small girl and scowled. Is she another one of Garp's grandkids or something? No, she lives with her mom. Luffy smiled. Good. The woman finally dropped Luffy, as Robin darted over to the straw-hatted boy to see if he was all right. The last thing I want is another brat to waste time over. Robin took great offense to this, seeing the large lips taking up most of her face, the age wrinkles and the cigarette clenched in her teeth. This woman reminded her a lot of her rotten old Aunt Roji. Robin did not like this woman at all. As Luffy picked himself up off the ground as if nothing had happened to him, he smiled as he looked at the bandit woman again. Hey, Daden, have you seen Ace and Sabo anywhere? Those two troublemakers ran into the jungle to catch dinner for all of us tonight. With any luck, they got lost and won't find their way back. The thug of a woman grumbled, with just a slither of concern in her voice. Robin didn't catch on to this and her dislike for the older woman grew. Thanks, Daden. Come on, Robin. Luffy instantly ran straight for a thick brush of the surrounding jungle, forcing Robin to run after him. Before the girl disappeared too, she looked back at Daden, who only scowled at her back. The two stared each other down before the dark-haired girl ran into the jungle next. I don't think she likes you, boss, a bandit behind her voiced. Like I care, the bandit woman bellowed as she walked back inside, feeling just a little hurt at the notion, but didn't dare show it. Luffy, do you actually live with that woman? Robin asked as the two made their way through the jungle, climbing over thick vines and pushing branches out of their path. I used to, but not anymore. Besides, she's not all that bad. If anything, she's more afraid of me or one of my bothers hurting her than the other way around. The straw-hatted boy laughed, making Robin worry if all the times he was hit on the head had done some damage to Luffy's mental state. The dark-haired girl then shook her head as another thought entered her head. So wait, if you don't live with her and those bandits anymore, and you're not allowed to go back to the village, then where do you live? Luffy pushed one final branch out of the way, letting Robin go first. Here, Robin made her way past Luffy and looked up at a ginormous tree. Not as big as the tree of knowledge, but big all the same, illuminated by the sunshine breaking through the leaves above. There sat a makeshift treehouse, made from the remains of old shipwrecks. You live here? She asked, bewildered. Yup, me, Ace and Sabo decided that we've got to learn how to be self-reliant if we're gonna go out to sea one day. Luffy grinned proudly. Self-reliant, Luffy. Robin corrected the boy. That too. Luffy laughed, making Robin worry more for the boy's state of mind. Hey, Luffy, a voice from high in the treetops called out, catching the attention of the two children below. You finally back from that trip with Garp? Huh, Ace? Luffy's smile grew. I hope Garp didn't pound the idea of being a pirate out of your head while you were with him. Another voice came through the trees. Sabo. Luffy grinned, happy to hear his brothers again. Suddenly, two figures leaped down from their hiding places and landed in front of the two young ones. One, a 10-year-old boy with jet black hair, freckles on his cheeks, wearing a light red tank top, black shorts and brown shoes, with a grin that just spelled trouble. The other, another 10-year-old boy with shaved blonde hair, wearing a silk hat, a blue petticoat and black boots, having a smile on his face that showed off a missing tooth. Both of them were carrying a lead pipe each, which Robin could only guess that they used as weapons from time to time. If Luffy was right and they do live out here, it would certainly be wise to arm yourself. But how could a lead pipe be a practical weapon against a wild animal out here in the jungle, she wondered. Hey guys. Luffy ran up to his two older brothers, happy to see them again after being apart for such a long while. Good to see you again, Luffy, Ace said as he rubbed the younger boy's mess of black hair. Yeah, we were starting to worry about you, Sabo spoke as he shook his little brother by the shoulder. Luffy snickered joyfully at the attention he was getting, until he remembered he didn't come alone. Luffy turned and ran back over to the girl watching from afar with his smile brightening on his face and showed her his hand. Come on, Robin. These are my brothers I told you about. Robin, skeptical at first, but then found some courage and took his hand, letting lead him over to the two older boys. Ace, Sabo, Luffy declared. This is Robin. She's a new friend I made while I was gone with Grandpa. As Luffy let Robin step forward, the girl began to shuffle her feet and look down at the ground in shyness. It's nice to meet you, she managed to speak. Luffy's told me a lot about you both. Ace and Sabo looked at the girl in front of them, eyeing her up and down. She's cute. They both spoke a little louder than they wanted to. Robin blushed at this, while Luffy felt something inside him that made him uncomfortable. Suddenly, Ace hopped right in front of Robin, taking the girl by surprise. Hey, I'm Ace. Nice to meet you, he said as coolly as he could. He was then pushed out of the way by Sabo, who took his place in front of Robin. I'm Sabo. It's nice to meet you too, he said a little too giddy to be considered normal. As Ace and Sabo began to fight for the right to talk to Robin, the girl was feeling quite lost in awkwardness by the whole spectacle. Luffy, on the other hand, was not liking the way that Ace and Sabo were talking to Robin. He thought they'd treat her like a friend. Not this. The straw-hatted boy decided to squeeze in between his brothers and friend, wanting Ace and Sabo to stop fighting over Robin and change the subject. For what reason, he didn't really know. So, guys, Luffy brought the two out of their fighting. Find anything for dinner tonight? Daden said you were looking for food. You bet we got dinner, Luffy. Check it out, Ace bragged as he knocked his fist hard on the tree of their house and two massive figures fell out of the branches. The figures being two massive wild boars, bigger than any natural-sized boar that Robin could think of. The dark-haired girl was perplexed. Two 10-year-old boys did this to two giant wild boars with lead pipes? Luffy, on the other hand, was more focused on the animals that fell out of the sky. Oh boy, wild boar, my favorite. Anything that's meat is your favorite, Luffy. Sabo chuckled as he walked around to start pulling the boar by its tail, heading for Daden's shack. So, Robin, Ace asked the girl as he went and threw the large tusked pig over his shoulder, possibly wanting to impress Robin. Where'd you come from? Robin was feeling quite shy, finding difficulty in talking to others os casually. I came from the island of Ohara. It's in the West Blue. The West Blue. Ace grew shocked by this, then turned to Luffy who was walking between him and Sabo, with Robin next to him. Garp took you out that far, Luffy. The straw-hatted boy replied with a yup. Wait, Sabo did some calculating in his head. Luffy, that means Garp took you through the Grand Line. I know, right? Luffy beamed as the fact came to mind once more. I sailed through the sea that Gold Roger did. Robin laughed a little at Luffy's excitement, only to notice Ace look down in what she could only describe as depression. Shame. So, Robin, Sabo called back, wanting to change the subject. How did you and Luffy end up meeting? Robin looked back at the silk hat-wearing boy, figuring that he wanted to stop talking about the Grand Line and Gold Roger. But why? I helped save her home island from blowing up. Luffy deadpanned. Ace and Sabo stopped and stared at their clueless little bother, who was smiling his toothy grin like a loon. Then over to Robin, who was shuffling her foot in the dirt with a nervous smile. How did what? Sabo tried to analyze what Luffy had stated. Robin cleared her throat to try and break the silence and went into explaining the whole story. Well, the long story is Luffy found me out in a forest when some kids were picking on me. Oh my. Makino had just heard the whole story from Garp and Olivia, each taking a swig of their drinks to help with telling the more difficult parts of the ordeal on Ohara. It's a lot to take in, yes. Garp was in agreement with how Makino was blown away by the tale told. That poor girl, poor Luffy. The bartender was starting to feel a little weak at the knees and used the bar to hold herself up. Those two are lucky to be so young, saving an entire island from certain doom, and they just forget about it in a matter of days, as if it instantly became a distant memory. Garp rubbed his head, letting the hardships of the last number of days wash over him to help them pass all the quicker. Makino looked at the woman with misty eyes. Out of all the people that were caught up in the madness, the bartender considered her to be one of the main that suffered most, along with the two children. Makino reached her hand over to the one Olivia had around her glass, making the white-haired scholar look her in the eye. You're an amazing woman, Olivia, Makino complimented. After everything you've been through, you deserve a happy outcome such as this. You and Robin are going to be so happy living in Fusha village. Olivia smiled slightly at the kind words. Then a thought shocked her to her senses. Wait, where is Robin? It's starting to get dark. Don't worry, Olivia. Garp spoke as he pulled himself from his seat and walked to the doorway of Makino's bar. I think I've got a good idea where those two ran off to. As the moon of the night sky shone down on Mount Kalubo, the two older children were just hearing the last of Luffy and Robin's adventure. Whoa, Ace exclaimed bewildered. You guys actually saved an entire island from being blown up. Sabo couldn't fathom it himself. The two younger ones only nodded their heads, Luffy with a proud grin and Robin with a flattered smile. Way to go, Luffy. Ace slapped his little brother on the back, saving the day and getting the girl. She's not my girlfriend. Luffy screamed with a blush on his cheeks once more. Robin was starting to get sick of Luffy saying that. It just felt hurtful. I wish I was there to see that green suit-wearing jerk get clotheslined by your grandpa. Sabo muttered in a curiously venomous tone. Wait, something's bugging me. Ace put his hand to his chin in calculation. How'd you manage to trick that CP guy into going in another direction, if you were hiding in the bush behind him? Ooh, well, Robin had left out the part about her having powers, not wanting to be shunned by Luffy's brothers. Luffy wondered why she did the two. He knew they'd accept her like they him. Before the matter could go any further, a voice roared out from the lit-up shack they were arriving. It's about time you showed up. I'm so hungry. I'm starting to wither away to skin and bones. Dan barked at the kids as she stood at the doorway. Seems like you've still got a long way to go until that happens, Datten. Ace smirked as he tossed her his dead boar. Datten was fuming at the comment while the kids made their way inside. Datten caught one look at Robin and stopped her by putting a hand in front of her face. And where do you think you're going, young lady? She snarled with her cigarette in her large lips. I was going to come in and eat. Robin spoke in a small voice. The way Datten acted and looked was almost a spitting image of her horrid Aunt Roji. Datten looked down at the girl, her resolve weakening at how precious the little dark-haired girl was, looking up at her with those big blue eyes. Reluctantly, she brought her hand back to let Robin pass, only to stop her again. If you want to eat, you gotta fight for your meal. That's how it goes. The thug of a woman warned darkly. Robin looked up at the old bandit woman, noticing the kindness in her words through the tone she used. Once Datten stopped blocking her path, Robin stepped inside and looked back at the thug of a woman. Thank you for having me. She brightly smiled as she made her way over to Luffy and his brothers. Datten didn't show it, but she was inwardly gushing at how adorable this girl was. Food's ready. A bandit called inside the shack, bringing Datten back to reality. Datten rushed back indoors, ready for whatever fight came her way for a piece of that succulent roast boar. Soon enough, the run-down shack in the middle of the jungle was lit up and erupting with activity. Once the boars that Ace and Sabo brought back were skinned, cooked and placed on the table, the war to not go to bed hungry begun. The three brothers, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, easily managed to grab a good load of meat, leaving not very much behind for the bandits, Datton and Robin, who was sitting far off from the ongoing chaos. The three boys were digging into their food when Luffy looked over at Robin, who hadn't eaten anything yet. "Come on, Robin," Luffy encouraged. "You have to try and get something, or else it's all going to disappear." "I am fine, thank you," Robin politely played off, only to have her stomach grumble and a blush of embarrassment come to her cheeks. Luffy frowned at his friend's behavior, only to have an idea pop into his head. He leaned in close to Robin's ear, making the girl blush more. "Robin, why don't you use your powers?" he whispered. "What? I can't do that," she hissed back. "Why not?" "I did," Luffy argued as he bit into his meat once more. Robin was against using her powers, afraid that she might be exiled by Luffy's brothers and everyone else here, even if they were bandits. Then she thought of Makino, and how accepting she was of her came to mind. If someone like her could accept her for what she had, then could these bandits? Robin looked back at Luffy, who was enjoying his dinner next to his older brothers. The dark-haired girl then decided to take a chance and made her Hana Hana pose. Luffy, seeing this, nudged his brothers next to him, getting their attention. "Hey, guys," he said in a hushed tone. "Watch this." As the rest of the bandits kept fighting for their meal, a row of hands began to sprout out of the floor, making a trip leading all the way to the pile of meat. Suddenly, all eyes were on the row of limbs, as one hand grabbed a hunk of meat and passed it down the row of hands behind it, leading all the way back to Robin, who simply took it in her own hands, while the rest disappeared into thin air. "I ate the Hana Hana devil fruit," she reluctantly admitted. "I can grow body parts anywhere I see." Silence went through the shack, everyone staying still in shock. All eyes were now on Robin, who was afraid of what might happen next. She knew she shouldn't have used her powers. "That," Ace began, "is so," Sabo continued. "Awesome." They both finished, making the girl jump in surprise. "Is that how you lost that green-suited guy in the forest?" Sabo asked excitedly, Robin nodding quietly in his stupor. "That was some good thinking," Ace complimented, making the girl blush at being praised. "Multiple arms are way better than starchy ones, any day." Ace took a shot at Luffy, easily ticking the boy off. "Don't make fun of my powers," Luffy shouted, thus igniting another small fist fight with his older brother, something that wasn't a rare occurrence. "No fair." The comment brought Robin's attention to the bandits. "First we had to deal with Luffy's stretchy arms and massive appetite. Now we've got a little girl that can grow arms out of the ground. There's no way we're gonna be able to get a full meal now. Having a devil fruit power is practically cheating." Robin's good mood started to sink, until the voice of Datton ringed out over the moaning of the bandits. "That's enough. That girl had an ace up her sleeve and she used it. You all would have done the same. She got what she wanted and she did it fair and square. At least on our terms. So quit your whining, take what you can get and be happy about it." All the bandits hung their heads, feeling bad for their words. Datton took advantage of their distracted state and grabbed a few chinks of boar, enraging her men and bringing the fight for food back on again. Robin was surprised but warmed by the thug of a woman's words. She may have acted and looked like Roji, but Datton was at least a little bit nicer than her miserable old aunt. "Robin," the new voice came from the front door of the shack, belonging to Robin's mother, Olivia. "Mama," Robin happily called as her mother rushed over to her and wrapped her arms around the dark-haired girl. "Did any of these men hurt you?" The white-haired scholar panicked. "No, Mama," Robin laughed. "They've been really nice." All the bandits had currently stopped to stare at the white-haired beauty that had rushed into the room. "I see dinner is in full swing." Makino then stepped into the barely holding house, causing all the bandits to swoon at the sight of the pretty bartender, along with the gorgeous white-haired scholar. As the men were distracted, Robin made another row of hands and grabbed a piece of meat, bringing it back to Olivia. Once she had the boar in her hands, Olivia looked at her smiling daughter and then smiled as well, seeing the confidence her daughter had in using her powers. The new change in scenery was helping after all, along with the fresh new faces that didn't discriminate her baby girl. The ex-archaeologist could cry at how much good fortune was being bestowed to her and Robin. "I trust you've been treating this young girl well, Datton." That was a voice that made Datton and her man spit their food out in complete and utter horror. "Gee Garp." Datton blanched as she got to her feet and stood at attention, as if mimicking a soldier. "Oh, of course we have. I wouldn't let a single hand land on such a pretty little girl's head." "That's good," Garp replied, "because this girl and her mother are under my protection. If anything were to happen to any of them, I'd be inclined to return any harm done to an extended degree." A cold shiver ran down each of the bandits' spines at the hero of the Navy's words. "Are we clear?" he finished. "YISSIR," the bandits chorused, not wanting to try their luck with the Vice Admiral. "Splendid." Garp returned to his jolly demeanor, walking over to the pile of meat to grab a bite. "That's Robin's mom," Sabo was blown away with how beautiful Olivia was. So that's where Robin got to look so cute, Ace whispered into the silk-hatted boy's ear, who only nodded his head in agreement. Luffy heard this and then bit into his dinner with more ferocity, as if he was upset about something. The small party went on long into the night, putting the agitation and stress that the ones who returned from Ohara to one side, letting the gathered occupants laugh, sing, and dance for just the sake of it. As the small party went on, the children were still munching away on what meat was left over until Sabo decided to try and talk to Robin again, this time without sounding so nervous with any luck. "So, Robin," Sabo mumbled as he chewed on a bite of boar. "Being from an island all about being smart, you must really like books." "Yeah, the Tree of Knowledge was my favorite place on the island. The only place I miss if I had to be honest," Robin stated as she ate. "How come?" Ace innocently asked as he kept biting into his boar. The sudden quiet from the girl got the attention of the three brothers, looking at Robin, who had a sullen face on. "The rest of the island wasn't so nice to me," Robin explained sadly. "The kids all made fun of me because of my powers and because I liked to read." As Robin told of her harsh background, some of the noise died down so that some could hear her better. "My Aunt Roji would always beat me and call me a waste of space," the dark-haired girl went on. Hearing that only made Olivia all the happier for snapping that horrible woman's arm. "And all the townspeople would just glare at me all the time whenever I went to the library, like I didn't belong with them." Robin bowed her head in sorrow. Upon hearing this, Ace and Sabo became motionless at the girl's words. They both looked down at the floor, a painful understanding filling their hearts. Makino wiped away some shed tears, along with most of the bandits that listened in on the little girl's sad story. Garp looked at Robin, then at Ace, seeing a great deal of similarity in the two's history. Robin sat in her place with a down look in her eye, until a hand placed on her shoulder brought her out of her mind. Looking back up, she saw Luffy smiling at her. "Well, now you're with us, Robin. We don't think you're a monster, a freak, or anything like that." Luffy beamed. Ace and Sabo both got up and walked in front of the little dark-haired girl. "No matter how different you are, we'll have your back no matter what." Ace hiked his thumb toward himself, implying his resolve with a confident grin. "We'll make sure that no one hurts you like that again, Robin. That's a promise." Sabo clenched his fist in determination, showing a smile with his missing tooth. Robin looked to the three boys, then at all the adults about her, all of them showing concern and admiration on their faces. "All for her." Robin wiped the mist from her eyes and let a smile break out, showing just how happy she was to be with so many wonderful people. "Thank you," she spoke with an emotional voice. Luffy decided to pick up his glass of juice and lifted it in the air, proposing a toast. "To Robin," he cried, initiating a chorus of the same words from nearly everyone in the shack. For the rest of the night, dinner turned into a welcoming party for Fusha Village's new occupants, Nico Robin and Nico Olivia. As the party went on, Olivia decided to step out for a breath of fresh air. Looking up into the starry sky above, "Is everything alight?" The new voice caused the white-haired scholar to turn and face Makino, who had come up from behind. "It's wonderful," Olivia sighed. So much good fortune couldn't be summed up to simple dumb luck. Makino smiled at this, then remembered something that had been birthing her for a while. "Olivia," the bartender asked, "when Robin said she wanted to be an archaeologist, why did you get so tense?" The question made the mother turn around, giving Makino her full attention. "Archaeology made me give up so much and left me with nothing but heartache," Olivia explained. "To see Robin do the same, following my example, I don't want to see her go after a cause that anointed to nothing but bloodshed, something that could lead her to being." She couldn't even finish, the thought was so horrible. Makino took Olivia by the shoulders, trying to ease the white-haired scholar. "It'll be all right," Olivia, spoke softly. "With all the luck that you've been getting, Robin might forget all about the poneglyphs and enjoy her new life, being with her new friends and family." Olivia could only hope that that would be the course that life would take. The void century can stay void for all she cared. Now that she had been given a second chance to be a mother, she didn't plan on making more of a blunder in Robin's life than she already had. All that mattered was keeping her daughter safe in this quiet town of windmills, and as happy as she looked while she laughed along with her new friends. Only 1 week had passed as the reunited mother and daughter were just beginning to make themselves at home in Fusha Village. Through the past number of days, Robin had made her way up the mountain to see if Fluffy and his brothers were around the bandit shack. Some days she would be lucky to find them, some days not so much. The days she was lucky, they would spend the time they had playing games and getting to know one another. As Fusha Village was waking up to another beautiful morning, Robin and Olivia had sat at the table in the kitchen to enjoy breakfast together. "I hope my cooking is up to par," Olivia spoke as she set down a plate of eggs and bacon in front of Robin, who was drooling at the sight of the steaming dish. She immediately dove into eating, humming in delight of the warm food. "It's delicious," Robin announced as she went back to shoveling food into her mouth. Olivia smiled before digging into her own breakfast. A moment of peaceful quiet set upon the mother and daughter as birds tweeted outside the cottage and voices of the neighboring populace greeted each other with a good morning. Robin was so into her food, she nearly forgot what she wanted to talk about with her mother. Now seemed like as good a time as any. "Mama," the white-haired scholar looked to her daughter with a forkful of bacon in her mouth. "Are Professor Clover and the others going to be okay?" Olivia looked up from her plate back to the worried gaze of her daughter. The white-haired scholar was just as worried for her old colleagues. It had been 2 weeks already since the mother and daughter had made themselves at home in Fusha village, and 1 week in that time since Ohara became a little aggressive on itself. Once the Marines and government had set off from the island, the citizens, scorned with the threat of a buster call over their heads for so long, began to take their frustrations out on the Tree of Knowledge and its scholars, blaming them for nearly bringing death and destruction onto their home. Some citizens even went as far to start assaulting the tree itself, vandalizing it from the outside and attempting to break in. The scholars have been putting up a tough front, but are still taking the backlash of the populace's wrath. Garp decided to make another visit to Ohara, wanting to calm the citizens' temperaments and make sure that the tree, along with the scholars, would no longer be bothered. Olivia came out of her thoughts to see her daughter looking back, worry still stricken across her face. The white-haired scholar gave Robin a quick, reassuring smile. "I'm sure they'll be all right." Robin gave a nod in approval, but still felt concerned for her old friends back home. As the morning went on and the townsfolk began their day, Robin and Olivia came out of their little cottage and began their journey up to Mount Kalubo so that Robin could be with her new friends. It felt so good for Olivia to see Robin smiling and happy among people that treated her like a human being, instead of how the people of Ohara did, besides the scholars of the tree. Once the mother and daughter reached the old bandit shack, Robin ran forward in excitement, not being able to wait any longer to see her new friends. The dark-haired girl brought her hands to her mouth to make her call louder. "Luffy." No sound was returned. "Ace, Sabo, what's with all the ruckus?" A loud bellow came from the barely standing homestead. The voice it belonged to could be easily recognized by the 2 women outside. Daden came stomping out of the shack, wearing her pink nightie, 2 bags under her eyes and an irritated scowl on her face. "Lust you shout like that every time you come here?" Daden fumed. Ever since Robin and Luffy came back, the little dark-haired girl had come up to the bandits' living place and called out to the jungle for the straw-hatted boy. Daden would usually complain about being woken up so early in the morning, early being around 11, but the bandits enjoying the sight of the gorgeous white-haired scholar and her darling daughter made her argument invalid. "Good morning, Robin." The bandits cheered together in a gushing manner. "Morning." The little dark-haired girl waved happily. "Good morning, Olivia." The bandits unified in a smitten chorus. Hello." Olivia returned not so enthusiastically. She may have been a criminal herself, but she didn't like the idea of Robin being around the likes of them, or being eyed in such a fashion herself. "Have you seen Luffy anywhere?" Robin asked. "Why don't you go into that jungle and find him yourself?" Daden grumbled as she hiked her thumb in the thick green wild's direction. Robin looked back at the jungle and gulped. She had no idea how Luffy and his bothers could actually live out there. Seeing the size of those giant boars they had for dinner her first day here showed just what kind of oversized wildlife there was in there. Going in with Luffy guiding the way was fine, but braving that jungle alone was too much for Robin. Anything could happen to her. Anything could happen to Luffy. A rustle in the distance brought her attention to a brush of moving bushes. Pushing the thick leaves aside, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo came out of the jungle and into the open. Placing his eyes on Robin, Luffy's face broke out into a smile and then sprinted up to the girl, forcing the other 2 behind him to catch up. "Hey, Robin," Luffy called as he ran up to the dark-haired girl. "Luffy," Robin happily chimed as the 2 met up close. Luffy wore his large toothy grin, while Robin smiled and bowed her head to hide a deep blush. "Hey, Robin." A young boy and girl turned their heads to face Ace, who was flexing his exposed arm. "Check it out. I think I grew some muscle today." Robin pretended to be impressed, wanting to be polite, while Luffy gave a loud huff in annoyance. "Hey, Robin." Now it was Sabo's turn to try and get the girl's attention. "I think my missing tooth is starting to grow back. Wanna see?" "And no thanks." Robin brought her arms up to cover her face, not wanting to see such a gross display. "Cut it out, Sabo," Luffy yelled as he stepped in front of Robin to shield her from the sight of Sabo's gums. "Geez, Luffy, no need to be so defensive," Sabo reasoned as he stopped pulling at his mouth. "What would you expect, Sabo? Robin's his girlfriend after all." Ace chided in with a mocking smirk. "She's not my girlfriend," Luffy yelled with boring red cheeks, while Robin clapped her reddening cheeks with her palms to cover them. "Then why are you protecting her like that?" Ace carried on. "No one wants to see the inside of someone's mouth." Luffy spoke up. "Then how come you show us yours all the time when you scarf down food?" Ace then tackled Luffy to the ground. The 2 then began to tussle in the dirt, striking up a cloud of dust to cover up their flailing arms and legs in their fight. "Guys, cut it out." Sabo attempted to break up the fight, only to be sucked into the cloud and join the small fray. Robin watched the spectacle before her and couldn't help but laugh. Olivia saw her daughter's joy and smiled at her and the amusing skirmish. "Hi, everyone." The call of a feminine voice stopped the boys mid-brawl, and everyone watching turned to the new visitor. Makino was making her way up the dirt path to the bandit shack, carrying a large wicker basket under her arm. "Makino's here too. What luck," saying two beautiful ladies at the beginning of the day. The bandits were delighted by the sight of the kind-hearted bartender as Makino made her way over to Olivia to greet her good morning. "How's the new home?" the green-haired woman inquired. "It's wonderful. Robin and I are so happy living there," Olivia returned with a smile of gratitude. "And speaking of which," Makino turned to the four young ones and placed the basket on the ground. "How are all of you doing?" "We're good." Luffy smiled as Ace and Sabo got up from their fight and dusted themselves off. Makino turned to the little dark-haired girl next. "And how are you, Robin?" "I'm fine, thank you." Robin looked down and blushed. The bartender's kindness had that effect on her. She was just so nice. "That's good to hear." Baking beamed. "Because I have a surprise for all of you." "Is it food?" the ever-hungry Luffy asked excitedly. "You just had breakfast." Ace barked at the 7-year-old. "And ours too," Sabo complained, which only made the straw-hatted boy laugh. "No," Makino pulled the cloth covering the basket off. "It's some new clothes I've made for you all." Luffy, Ace, and Sabo replied with an unenthusiastic yay, while Robin looked down at the tattered brown dress she wore, silently wishing she had new clothes too. Olivia frowned at this. Since she didn't have a paying job yet in town, she hadn't been able to get any new furniture or clothes for her or Robin. The food they've been having daily were just handouts from the friendly neighbors they lived by. As kind as it was of them to do, the mother still wanted to provide for her daughter. Makino beamed, even if the three brothers weren't as happy as she was. "Now line up and let me give them to you." As the three boys got behind one another to get their new garments, Robin couldn't help but try to peek at what new clothes the boys got. "Hold on, boys." The dark-haired girl stopped trying to snoop from afar when Makino spoke up, stopping the three in their tracks. "Have you no manners? Ladies first." The three brothers stopped and gaped, wondering what the green-haired woman was talking about. "Robin," Makino motioned her hand towards the girl. "Come over here. I've made you some new clothes too." Robin was stunned. "Ah, really?" Olivia was just as surprised as her daughter was. "Of course, silly. Why wouldn't I?" Makino smiled. She beckoned to Robin with her hand. Robin remained frozen in place, only to have a smile brighten on her face as she practically ran over to Makino and her basket. "Oh, Robin," Makino slightly squealed. "I'm so happy you're here. I've always wanted to make girls' clothes for someone. And I know you're going to look so adorable in them too." Robin just stood in front of the sweet green-haired woman, anxious at the generosity she was being shown. "Let's go behind some of those trees and get you out of that worn-out old dress of yours." Makino took Robin's hand and led her over to a small gathering of large trees, taking the basket with her. "Where did you get that thing anyway?" "My Aunt Roji," Robin sadly muttered, just as the two went behind the trees. Upon hearing this, Olivia contemplated going back to Ohara quickly and snapping her ex-in-law's other arm. Sabo leaned over to Luffy to whisper something. Robin's aunt wasn't nice to her that much. "Yeah," Luffy nodded. "She says that she used to hit her a lot too." Sabo flinched at this, looking back at the tree where the two girls were behind. "But it okay." Sabo looked back at his younger brother. "Robin got to call her an ugly troll before we left, so she got her payback in the end." Luffy snickered at the memory. Sabo smiled slightly at this but returned to having a glum look on his face. "Oh, Robin." The sudden call alerted everyone present, bringing Sabo out of his thoughts in an instant. "You look so cute. I knew purple was a good color for you. Oh, I wish I had a cute little sister like you. Would you be my little sister? Please, Robin." Makino ... your ... crushing ... me. Robin gasped out from the girl's hiding place. "Oh, sorry, sweetheart." Makino giggled. "Now, let's go show off your new clothes, shall we?" I don't." Robin nervously sounded out. "Oh, come on, you look wonderful. Everyone will love how you look," Makino pleaded. "I bet Luffy will too," the bartender slyly remarked. Luffy's face burst into the color red as he suddenly began to wonder what Robin looked like. "Ah, really?" Robin voiced her curiosity. "Of course he will. There would have to be something wrong with him if he didn't," Makino reasoned, not wanting to push the poor girl, but also wanting to see everyone else's reaction to Robin's new look, especially Luffy's. "Okay," Robin agreed, still nervous. As Makino stepped out from behind the wide trunk of the tree, Robin timidly followed behind. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo's faces lit up in crimson. Robin was now wearing a dress that went down and covered her knees like her old brown one, only this one was a light purple color, with a white collar going around the girl's neck, light brown buttons going down the front and pockets on either side of the dress. Covering her once bare feet were now a pair of brown ankle-strap sandal shoes. Robin was paying more attention to her shuffling feet, blushing at the sets of eyes on her. "Well, boys," Makino inquired, "what do you think?" The brothers came out of their stupor and shook their heads to rid themselves of their blushing cheeks. Sabo and Ace were eager to voice their opinion and rushed forward first. "Why, you look great, Robin," Sabo intensely stated, unable to talk to the dark-haired girl with a sense of calm. "Yeah, that dress looks super cute on you," Ace complimented, wanting to get Robin's attention. Thank you," Robin stuttered out, feeling flattered at the praise. Luffy was still standing away from the small gathering, clutching his fists and clenching his teeth. He really didn't like the way Ace and Sabo were acting towards his friend. "Well, Luffy," the call of his name brought him out of his fuming as he looked toward the awaiting Makino and a slightly curious-looking Robin. "What do you think?" Luffy was frozen in place. He just stood there, taking in her new look. Robin began to blush a little more than when the two older siblings complimented her. "Luffy," Robin hesitantly asked, afraid that he didn't like what she looked like. Luffy gaped, then suddenly shook his head to get over the shock as the words came out of his mouth in a sputter. "That perplitters makes your Ace sparkle." If the blush on Robin's face was bright before at Ace and Sabo's words, then it was straight up glowing at Luffy's. Makino was using all of her willpower not to go into a squealing frenzy. Ace and Sabo were beside themselves with what just came out of their little brother's mouth, and Olivia had to wonder how this little boy could be so against having feelings for her daughter and be so smitten with her at the same time. Thank you, Luffy." Robin made the decision in her head to try and wear purple from now on. "Thank you so much for this, Makino," the white-haired scholar whispered to the bartender. "You really didn't have to do this, though." "But I wanted to, Olivia," Makino smiled back. "And it was my pleasure." The ex-archaeologist felt a pang of guilt go through her as she watched her daughter show off her new dress. "I just wish I could provide for her somehow." Makino's heart went out to the struggling mother, then had an idea. "I know. Why don't you come work for me in the bar? You're giving me a job." Olivia was greatly surprised by this. "Why not? It would be great to have you. Besides," the bartender then had a sly grin spread across her face. "Having such a lovely-looking barmaid like you would really rake in the customers." Olivia blushed at the compliment and was too bashful to say anything in protest. With a clap from Makino, all the kids turned their attention back to her. "All right, that's enough. I've still got to give the rest of you your new clothes." Luffy, Ace, and Sabo groaned at this but lined up anyway, wanting to get this over with. "How do I look, Mama?" This call from the dark-haired girl to the weighted-haired scholar got the attention of Ace as he looked over at the mother and doctor. "You look absolute wonderful, Robin." Olivia beamed happily. The two then came together in a warm embrace. Seeing this made Ace feel an uncomfortable pang in his chest. Once the trying on of clothes was done, the boys had their day back. "So, what do you guys want to play today?" Robin questioned excitedly, ready for another day of being around her new finds. "Sorry, Robin," Ace spoke in a strangely stern manner, "since somebody ate our whole food supply last night." Luffy merely chuckled at this while Sabo put his hand to his forehead in exasperation. "We're gonna have to go out hunting if we're gonna have anything for dinner tonight." "Hunting?" Robin wondered out loud. "Yeah," Luffy replied excitedly. "We go into the jungle and find any wild animals that look good enough to eat." Robin grew concerned for her friend, imagining what other kind of gigantic beasts lay in waiting in the thick wild apart from those boars she first saw that could attack the boys. Or Luffy. Luffy, unaware of the girl's concern, then had an idea. "I know, Robin. Why don't you come with us?" Robin was brought out of her musing to look at Luffy with shock. "You mean ... go ... I in there?" Robin took in the sight of the dark forbidding forest, uneasiness filling her stomach. "What are you guys talking about?" Makino and Olivia came over to check on the children. Luffy asked Robin if she wanted to go hunting in the jungle with us. Sabo hiked his thumb over at his younger sibling. Olivia's mothering instincts kicked in, and before she could utter a word of defiance, the freckled boy of the three brothers spoke up. "Forget it, Luffy. Robin wouldn't last 1 second out there, even if she was with us." Everyone turned their heads toward Ace, seeing him looking off in a random direction. "Oh, Luffy pouted. "Why not? Robin doesn't know the jungle like we do, and she defiantly can't defend herself against any wild animals we'll find in there." Ace pointed out. "Wild animals?" The girl began to quiver at the notion, partly for her sake but mostly for Luffy's. "See, she's getting scared right now," Ace went on rudely. "Take it easy, Ace," Sabo interjected and turned back to his little brother. "He does have a point though, Luffy." "Then I'll protect her," Luffy declared, making the dark-haired girl blush at his boldness. Renewed courage filled her heart as Robin turned to her mother. "Can I go with them, Mama? Please?" Seeing the pleading bright eyes of her little girl, Olivia was hesitant on reply. "I Don't think it would be safe, Robin. Oh, Robin dropped her head at hearing this. Unbeknownst to everyone, Ace felt a slither of satisfaction run through him, only for it to disappear entirely when Luffy spoke up once again. Don't worry, Robin. I'll stay here with you. The straw-hatted boy beamed. Really? Robin looked up again, happiness shining off of her. Luffy replied with a nod and a smile. Those two are inseparable. Sabo chuckled. Once Ace had heard this statement from the top-hatted boy, something inside him just snapped. What the heck makes you so special? All eyes turned to the freckled boy. Even Dadden and the bandits watching from afar, being able to hear the loud outburst. Ace, what the? Was as far as Sabo could go as the seething 10-year-old marched up to the young girl. It must be so great being you. Having devil fruit powers, having Luffy all to yourself, having a mom. Ace continued to roar, making Robin shake like a leaf with every shout he made. Ace. Makino placed her hands on Robin's shoulders protectively. Ace didn't stop his advancing until Olivia stepped before the boy, towering over him with a stern gaze in her eyes. Get away from my daughter, the mother growled. Ace looked at her, then back the girl she was standing in front of, his anger growing more and more. Ace, stop it, Luffy bellowed, running up to defend Robin. Darn it, Luffy. Ace turned on his younger brother, letting his rage take control of him. Why do you want to stick around with a little crybaby like her? Robin took offense to this, until Luffy started to speak up again. Robin's not a crybaby. She's my friend. And she's a lot tougher than you think she is. As if, Ace spat, if she couldn't fight off a bunch of stupid kids and her aunt, then there's no way she's as tough as you say she is. The sound of a slap echoed across the wide opening. Nobody moved or said another word as everyone took in the sight of what had just happened. Olivia had just struck Ace across the cheek. Ace was so in shock of the contact. He was barely able to turn back to the white-haired scholar as she looked down on him with a fiery stare. You don't know anything, she whispered coldly. Before anyone could do anything else, Olivia turned on her heel and scooped up her daughter in her arms and made her way back down the dirt path to Fusha village. Mama, Robin questioned shakily. We're going home, Robin, Olivia ordered, not leaving any room for an argument. Robin looked back at Makino and the three boys, seeing Luffy's sad pout, Sabo's regretful eyes looking down, and Ace staring into space with anger and regret. Once the mother and daughter's presence disappeared down the path, Luffy's temper came back as he stomped up to Ace. What the heck was that for, Ace? The straw-hatted boy erupted. Robin didn't deserve any of that. And you know it. Ace was stunned with seeing this part of Luffy, never before seeing him so furious. He never even thought Luffy could get this angry. Robin's my friend, whether you like it or not. And if you keep treating her like that, then I don't want to be your brother anymore. That statement rocked Ace to the core. As the straw-hatted boy stomped his way back toward the forest, Sabo walked past the freckled boy, his face contorted in shame. Not cool, Ace. The top-hatted boy shook his head. Not cool. Sabo then walked ahead to catch up to Luffy, leaving Ace standing in the middle of the open area. He looked back at Makino, who only gave him a stern look, showing she was not proud of him. Dadden and the rest of the bandits weren't all that pleased with his little stunt either. Ace looked down and continued to brood on the spot, not even daring to move a muscle. How could he say such awful? Olivia gave a huff of annoyance as she went about the kitchen, making the two of them some lunch. Robin was sat in one of the dining table's chairs, depression rolling off of her in waves. Mama, the dark-haired girl spoke up quietly, gaining her mother's attention. Is it bad that I'm not as tough as Ace is? The white-haired scholar was over to Robin in a heartbeat. It's not a bad thing at all, Robin. Ace is a horrible little boy who likes to pick fights for fun. But, Robin retorted, Ace is Luffy's bother, so he can't be all bad. Olivia stopped in her fuming to notice the gentleness in her daughter's words. A smile broke out on her face as she placed her hand on top of the dark-haired girl's head, making her look up. What you just said ... that kindness ... that is what is important ... more important than ever being tough. She spoke proudly to her little girl. But, Robin didn't seem so persuaded. What if Ace was right? If I was a little tougher, I could have made those kids leave me alone, and maybe stood up to Aunt Roji too. Olivia placed her forehead to Robin's, making the dark-haired girl go quiet all of a sudden. Fighting back isn't the only way to be tough, Robin. The ex-archaeologist explained. You may not have been able to fight back, but you still took it all on. You faced the pain day in and day out and didn't let it change you from being the sweet, kind, wonderful little girl you are. Robin's eyes widened at this realization. The mother pulled her head back to look her daughter in the eyes. You are so strong, Robin. Stronger than you even know you are. Robin let the words repeat in her mind, before breaking out into a smile and wrapping her arms around her mother. It was nighttime when Ace made his way back to the treehouse. After taking some more time by himself to brood in solitude, he made his way back and was now climbing up the rope ladder that lead to the brothers' home. As soon as he finished making his way to the top, he spotted the disgruntled looks of his two siblings. each of them giving him a glare each. Sal was standing up with his arms crossed over his chest, while Luffy was sitting and leaning on a wall under one of the house's windows, his legs curled up to his chest. Something you wanna explain? Sal inquired, getting straight to the point. Not really, Ace grumbled, walking over to a rad blanket and a pillow in the corner. You shouldn't have said that stuff to Robin, Luffy muttered, not really wanting to fight but not letting the problem go at the same time. So what if I did? Ace threw his pillow and blanket to the ground in frustration, not wanting to have this heat on him any longer. She needs to stop being such a crybaby and learn how to take a hit. Robin's taken enough hits, don't you think? Sabo remained vigilant. You heard what she went through back on her home island. She told you herself. Why would you turn around and treat her like that again? None of your business. Ace went back to closing himself off as he set his pillow on the floor and pulled his blanket over his head to block out the outside world. There's nothing wrong with Robin being nice. Luffy spoke up again. Being nice lets other people walk all over you. Ace muttered from where he lay. And being tough just chases people away from you. Sabo voiced out. When Ace didn't say anything else, Sabo's temper slightly got the best of him. I thought that after everything you've been through, Sabo mentioned, you'd understand how someone like Robin feels. Ace immediately brought his head up and glared at the top-hatted boy. Don't you dare. Robin was closed off and mistreated by nearly everyone around her, and you were treated the same way. Sabo didn't relent. Stop it right now, Sabo. Ace stood up and clenched his fist. I bet you can imagine how she felt whenever she was picked on or hurt. Sabo showed no sign of backing down. One more word, Sabo, and I'll. What's so bad about Robin having her mom? Luffy suddenly brought up, making the fuming elder bother turn to the boy in utter rage. Because she gets to have one, and I don't. A tense silence filled the boy's home. Now it all made sense. Ace realized what had left his mouth and proceeded to turn away to one of the makeshift home's windows and looked out of it. No other words needed to be said about the subject. This was a conversation that didn't need to go any further. Luffy and Sabo watched the boy with quiet understanding. After some time passed, Sabo took the chance to speak again. You know you have to apologize to her, right? He advised. I know. Ace relented, wanting to stop blaming himself as soon as possible. Luffy looked up into the night sky from where he sat. I hope Robin comes back tomorrow. There was a knock at the door as Makino waited outside of Robin and Olivia's new home. After a short time, the ex-archaeologist answers the door and was delighted to see the green-haired woman. May I come in? The bartender politely asked. The white-haired scholar was more than happy to do so. Robin just went to bed some time ago, so we have to keep it down, the mother advised. The two women sat at the kitchen table as Olivia put on a pot of tea. A gentle silence filled the space as Olivia poured 2 cups and set one in front of Makino and took a seat at the opposite end of the table. I can't believe that boy would say such awful things, Olivia whispered, wishing to keep her frustration down low so as not to wake Robin. Yes, Makino agreed. It was certainly uncalled for. After everything that Luffy said about his brothers on the ship the way here, I thought he would be an older version of him. Olivia sipped at her tea to calm her nerves. I'm afraid there's not a chance there. The green-haired woman chuckled, then took on a solemn look in her eyes. They're not even of the same blood. The white-haired scholar looked up at this, eyes widening at the new information. Unbeknownst to the both of them, Robin was wide awake and currently peeking through her bedroom door to listen in on the conversation. Luffy met Ace when his grandfather brought him up to Dadden's for the first time, wanting him to grow up in a dangerous environment to help him grow up to be a strong Marine one day. The bartender explained. At first, Ace wanted nothing to do with him, going as far as to let Luffy follow him into the jungle and try to leave him there, not caring what might happen to him. Olivia was shocked at this, but not as much as Robin. Then somehow, for some reason I still don't know, Ace and Luffy became inseparable. Making smiled her own words. They started to explore the jungle together, along with Sabo. Olivia looked down at the words she was hearing, suddenly feeling sympathy for the freckled child. That still doesn't give him the right to talk to my daughter like that, she retorted, not letting the newfound pity for the boy overlap the love for her little girl. No, it doesn't, the green-haired woman went on. But he has a slight reason for it. Olivia looked on at the bartender, whilst Robin leaned in slightly to get a better earshot. Ace's mother died giving birth to him, Makino mournfully stated. Olivia dropped her jaw slightly, as Robin almost gasped out loud. Ever since, he's been living with Dadden since he was a baby, with Garp coming and going to see him. Makino stroked her teacup with her thumb, numbing the pain of the words slightly for herself. And as he's grown up, he's been getting into fights with people bigger, older and stronger than him since I can remember being told. The ex-archaeologist looked into the hot liquid in her cup, imagining something like that happening to Robin if she never came back to Ohara. Robin herself was pouting at the sad story of Luffy's older brother, understanding all too well what being outcasted was like. If I might make a suggestion, the green-haired woman broke through Olivia's sorrowful mind track. take Robin back up to the shack to see Luffy and his brothers again. Olivia looked against this until Makino explained further. Ace is undoubtedly rough around the edges, but whenever he makes a mistake, he has the good sense to make it right. The bartender then gave a soft smile. He's just a tough nut with a soft center, that's all. Olivia leaned back in her seat, absorbing the information she had just been entailed with. Her mind wandered to Robin, thinking about the connection she's built up with Luffy over the time they've spent together. She still didn't like the idea of her being around that little ace boy, but depriving her of Luffy, her first ever friend, was something she was not about to commit. The white-haired scholar looked back to the green-haired woman who had enlightened her. "Thank you for telling me this, Makino." "Not a problem." The bartender waved off kindly. "Anything to help keep Robin and Luffy together." "Oh, good grief." The ex-archaeologist put her hand to her face, chuckling slightly as the mood of the room turned more light-hearted. As the two women talked into the night, Robin made her way back to bed, her thoughts turning to Luffy, Ace, and the pain the two of them shared. The sun was beginning to rise as the three boys waited outside of Dadden's run-down home. Ace was pacing back and forth, eagerly awaiting the chance to make amends with Robin. Sabo stood beside Luffy, leaning against the shack's wall and kicking a few stones in his foot's reach. The straw-hatted boy sat quietly next to Sabo, his straw hat overshadowing the look in his eyes. After a few more moments of waiting, the sight of Makino and Olivia made themselves present, coming up the dirt path on the hill. Luffy brought his head up as he caught sight of Robin, walking in front of the two adult women, and immediately leaped to his feet and ran down to meet her. "Robin," the straw-hatted boy called out. "Luffy," the dark-haired girl eagerly called back as she ran ahead to meet up with the boy coming her way. Once meeting each other halfway on the path, Robin noticed that Luffy was starting to shed large tears and his nose was running uncontrollably. "I thought you weren't coming back," the straw-hatted boy blubbered. The dark-haired girl was taken back by the gross sight slightly, but was still flattered that someone would care so much about her. "Of course not, Luffy. I'd never want to leave you," she claimed joyfully. Once the words left her mouth, both children blushed bright red and looked down to hide their flaring cheeks. "Thanks, Robin," Luffy muttered sheepishly. "Yeah, and no problem." Robin returned just as bashfully. The two women watching from afar smiled at the cute sight, before Olivia noticed the freckled boy of the trio making his way over. Before she could make a step forward to defend her daughter, Makino stopped her with hand to her shoulder. The bartender shook her head, sending the message that it was going to be all right, but the white-haired scholar was still skeptical. "Robin," Ace made his presence known, bringing the girl back to reality, only to hesitate at the sight of the older brother and take a few steps back. Even Luffy stood in front of the girl, glaring at Ace as he protected Robin. Ace grimaced at this but stayed strong, wanting to make things right between him and Robin. The freckled boy cleared his throat and looked at Robin in the eye. "I'm sorry." Robin's eyes widened at this, and even more when the boy bowed his head low with his arms at his sides, showing a great form of humility. "I'm really sorry for what I said yesterday. You didn't deserve any of it and I wronged to say such things," he continued. As Sabo made his way over to the small gathering, he became as stunned as everyone else present. Luffy stopped being on the defensive and was staring at Ace in awe. Robin stood in place surprised, unused to being apologized to before. Makino smiled at the freckled boy's righteous behavior, glad to see him doing the right thing. Olivia was taken back by how this boy was now acting, even going as far as to bow in front of her daughter. Makino was right after all. After some time passed as everyone stood in silence, Robin was the first to start moving again and looked down at the bowing boy. She then gave a warm smile as she walked up closer to him. "I forgive you, Ace." The boy looked back up in astonishment at the girl, who kept her warm smile in place. "Thank you for apologizing." At the vision of the dark-haired girl smiling so sweetly at him, Ace felt his cheeks begin to glow bright red as he stood back up and cleared his throat again. "Yeah, and no problem," he managed to speak. "I heard Makino talk about you last night when she came to see my mom," she admitted as Olivia looked at her daughter, surprised by her sneakiness. "I'm so sorry you had to grow up like that, Ace." She looked at the boy sympathetically. "It must have been awful." Ace remembered all the times he was laughed at by drunks and thugs when he was 8 years old, and all the times he beat the snot out of them for doing so, getting his fair share of cuts and bruises and complete losses at their hands himself. "Yeah," he painfully nodded. "It was." The freckled boy dealt a hand clasp his own, and he looked over to see the dark-haired girl giving him a warm, caring smile. Ace couldn't help himself but start blushing again and look away to hide his face. Makino smiled at the sight, glad to know that all was right once again. Olivia felt relieved that things had managed to be sorted out and that the boy had done the right thing. Sabo was happy to see Ace being more open and gentle with other people, while Luffy was silently fuming with how Robin was holding hands with Ace. "One thing I can't understand." Robin let go of the freckled boy's hand, gaining a quizzical look. Why did you get into so many fights in the first place? Ace stopped breathing for a while, uncomfortable with having to answer such a question. Sal blanched at the girl's words, trying to think of a way to change the subject before something bad happened. Oh, that's because people laughed at him for being Gold Roger's son. Everything and everyone stopped. All eyes were on Luffy, wide and aghast. Sabo pulled his top hat down over his face, blown away with how big his little brother's mouth was. Makino looked back at the freckled boy, unable to find any words on the newly presented matter. Olivia was as still as a statue, her educated mind denying such an unnatural theory. Robin only stared at the boy in front of her, her mouth hanging open at the statement she just heard. Dada and the bandits watching from the cabin were sweating bullets. If Garp ever got word of one of his grandson's biggest secrets being outed, he would have their head. And it was all Luffy's fault. Luffy, Ace ground out through his furiously clenched teeth. The straw-hatted boy looked at each of the flabbergasted faces on everyone present and could only utter one simple, clueless question. What? The ASL pirates' first day of school. It had been a few days since Luffy blabbed Ace's biggest secret for all to hear. At first, Ace was livid with his little bother, the two of them immediately getting into a vicious fistfight after Luffy slipped his secret. After the two of them stopped from exhaustion, the freckled boy made a beeline for the jungle, refusing to be seen by everyone for who knows how long. Sabo suggested Luffy stay with Daden and the bandits for the night to let Ace cool off. The straw-hatted boy reluctantly agreed and stayed behind to watch Sabo go back into the wild to find their runaway sibling. I didn't mean to, Luffy whined, wishing he could take back what he said. I can't really understand how. Olivia spoke up. Gold Roger died over 20 years ago, so how could Ace be his son when he's only 10 years old? Because his mother pulled off a miracle. Everyone turned to the voice of the aged-old bandit woman, making her way over to them. After Gold Roger died, the Navy went on a widespread manhunt for anyone that had any connection with the Pirate King. Daden explained. Rumors had reached them that he was associated with a woman by the name of Portages de Rouge. When the Navy reached her home island, she was already pregnant with Ace, and if he was born around the time they were investigating, they wouldn't. The bartender brought her hand up to her mouth, horrified at how far the Navy would go for the greater good. Wildland they, the ex-archaeologist beside her voiced bitterly, being a victim of the Navy's cruel sense of justice herself. After some silence passed, Daden continued Ace's sad story. Garp explained that Rouge used all of her willpower to hold Ace back when he started to be born. She held on to Ace, passing the predicted birth date, and went on to hold on to him for over 15 months. The two women shot their heads up at this, only imagining how excruciating the pain would be to hold back a crowning child, especially for that long. As you could understand, once the Navy left, Rouge finally gave into her labor. She gave birth to Ace, but She didn't need to go any further. The two women could imagine what happened next. Rouge died from the amount of strain she put on her body as she at long last gave birth to Ace. Understandably, Makino and Olivia were flabbergasted with the realization. Robin looked back into the jungle, concerned for the freckled boy. All those people that Ace fought do they know about? Makino feared out loud. No, Daden put the bartender at ease. He never wanted anyone to know. He just asked them what if Roger had a son, and they laughed at such an idea. And he would understandably grow angry and start a fight. Olivia guessed the rest. As the bandit woman nodded her head, sorrow filled the open space the group occupied. Sorrow for a boy whose only crime was being born. Please don't hate Ace for his dad being Roger, Luffy suddenly shouted, catching everyone by surprise. The green-haired woman's eyes widened, before softening and kneeling down to Luffy's height. I could never hate Ace, Luffy, the bartender gently said. Who you are isn't because of who you were born of, but who you choose to be. Luffy calmed down when hearing those words and gave a smile. Indeed, the ex-archaeologist looked to her dark-haired daughter. No one should be blamed for who their parents are. Robin was glad that her mother wasn't holding anything against Ace. She too had no problem with who the freckled boy's father was. Yet she also looked puzzled at her mother's words, as if they meant more than the white-haired woman let on. It took a bit of coaxing over the next few days, but they were able to let Ace know that they still cared for him, regardless of his heritage. The freckled boy was still skeptical and acted a little more withdrawn than usual, but soon enough, he was back to his old, rough-housing self. He was still slightly mad at Luffy for spilling his secret in the first place, but over time, he let the straw-hatted boy off the hook. At the end of the day, they were still brothers. It was another bright and sunny morning on Mount Kalubo, with Robin sitting on a stump nearby the bandit shack, reading a book while kicking her legs. Olivia was sitting by her daughter, looking at what Robin was reading. The bandits of the old cabin were yet again watching the white-haired beauty from afar. Earlier that morning, They had received a message from Professor Clover telling them of the situation back on Ohara. Garp had decided, after the civilians kept on bothering the scholars and the Tree of Knowledge, to place the tree under his personal protection, stopping any other assault or disruption caused by the island's populace. When Olivia came back to reality, she began to notice how many of the bandits were staring at her from their barely standing home. She was also able to hear the thugs' whispers to one another, since they weren't all that good at keeping their noise down. Olivia is so pretty, and she's so smart too. What I wouldn't give to get a kiss from her. Olivia paid as least of mind as she could from the bandits' leering, still feeling uncomfortable with living around criminals. Robin couldn't help but find the man's swooning funny. Soon enough, Makino showed up, bringing with her a load of liquor for the bandits. The booze helped to distract the gang of crooks from staring at the two women, a feat Olivia silently thanked the bartender for, who only chuckled at knowing how the white-haired scholar felt. "How's the bar, Makino?" Olivia asked. "It's going great, especially since you came to work part-time." Makino gave a giggle at the white-haired woman's small blush. Olivia was happy to be earning her keep and supporting her daughter and their home, but she was hoping to do something where she could put her intellect to good use. Makino then spotted Robin on the stump and knelt down in front of her. "What you're reading, Robin?" She smiled. "I'm reading about the Kingdom of Alabasta," Robin brightly notified, holding the book up. "The kingdom has been going on for generations, surviving the harsh desert environment, and has been able to hold onto a treasure trove of its history." "Wow, that's amazing," the bartender announced, impressed with how smart and knowledgeable this 8-year-old girl was. The mother herself also smiled of how proud of her little girl's intelligence she was. After a while, the three brothers made their appearance out of the jungle, Luffy instantly spotting Robin and beelining over to her. "Hey, Robin," Luffy called, which elected a bright and joyful smile from the dark-haired girl. "Luffy," Robin waved from where she sat. When the straw-hatted boy made his way over to the girl, Makino gave a playful giggle at the two. "Luffy just seems to brighten up your day, doesn't he, Robin?" she coyly remarked, causing the two young ones to blush uncontrollably. "It's so sweet of you to want to see my Robin as soon as you can, Luffy." Olivia decided to have some fun herself, adoring the red on her little girl's cheeks. "Yeah, Luffy always goes on and on about wanting to see Robin every time we wake up in the morning." Sabo walked up behind the gathering and proceeded to join in on the teasing. "You shouldn't be so clingy, Luffy. It's a good way to scare a girl off," Ace slyly chided in, always ready to poke fun at his little brother. "Shut up, all of you," Luffy bellowed with a red face, making everyone break out into a small fit of laughter. Robin could only cover her bright red cheeks with her hands, too embarrassed to say a word. Sabo came out of his laughter to notice the book Robin had left on the stump. "Hey, Robin," he pointed at the large paperback. "Were you reading that before we came here?" "Yeah." Robin came out of her embarrassment to walk over to the thick print and pick it up. "I like to read before you guys show up." Out of the trio of siblings, Sabo was the only one looking at the book with an uncomfortable feeling in his chest. Ace walked over and let Robin hand the book over to him. "Don't think I've ever seen one before," he said as he examined the new object. "You've never seen a book?" Robin gasped, taking the freckled boy by surprise. "And no," Ace steadily answered. "Guess that explains why I can't read much either. You don't know how to read." Robin seemed overly offended by this, which was starting to give Ace a little of the creeps. "I don't think I know how either," Luffy spoke up, whilst picking his nose at the same time. "Maybe that's why I didn't like reading in that giant tree library on Ohara." "Luffy, please don't pick your nose," Makino lectured. "You too." Robin got up in Luffy's face, scaring him off his feet. "Books hold the greatest gift that mankind could ever give itself, the gift of knowledge." Robin spoke strongly. "Knowledge helps the world to evolve and expand into a higher form of living and culture. Knowledge unites all living beings to share and cooperate with one another. Knowledge is the greatest power we have in the world." After finishing her unpredicted speech, Robin looked back at all the perplexed faces that had listened to her words. Realizing what she just did, she hid her face behind her reading material to shield her returning blush. "At least that's what I think," she shyly muttered. Robin felt a hand being placed on top of her head, looking up to see her mother giving her a warm smile. Olivia was truly proud of her daughter caring so much about knowledge in a whole. Well, Ace decided to break the silence. "If you like to read that much, then that's cool." "Yeah." Luffy threw his fists in the air in happiness. "Robin's super smart. That's part of what makes her awesome." Robin blushed more at this, then decided to show the boys what she was reading, even though they couldn't understand most of the words. "Do you know how to read, Sabo?" She looked up and asked. Sabo's words were jammed in his mouth, the anxiety coming back to him slightly. "Yeah," he managed to answer. Olivia made her way over to Makino, putting a hand up to her mouth to hide what she was saying. "Don't these boys go to school?" the white-haired scholar whispered. "I'm afraid not." The bartender gently shook her head. "No one in town even knows about Ace or Sabo." "How come?" Olivia asked in a shocked state. Makino gained a sad look on her face before answering. We already know Ace's reason, but as for Sabo, I'm not sure. The ex-archaeologist looked back at the children gathered around Robin's book. Special circumstances or not, a good education is what every growing child needs. These boys may be strong enough to handle wild animals, but handling the world and society was a different thing altogether. Olivia gave it some thought, then had an idea. The next morning, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were once again making their way to Daden's cabin, ready to meet up with Robin again. Upon pushing past the thick brush of branches in their way, they discovered a strange setting in front of the old shack. An arrangement of 4 boxes were set up in a row, while a large board was propped up at the front of them all. What the? Ace questioned aloud. What's all this? Sabo pondered. Luffy then spotted Robin sitting at one of the boxes, a huge smile on her face. Robin, what's going on? Luffy asked. Before he got an answer, the sound of a bell ringing from behind the board caught the attention of the boys. Olivia revealed herself from behind the board, shaking a small bell in her hand. Good morning, boys. You're just in time, the ex-archaeologist exclaimed. Just in time for what? Ace had a bad feeling about this. School, the white-haired teacher declared. An ill wind passed by the 3 brothers as they absorbed what Olivia had said. School. Luffy sounded out the foreign word. Mama's going to be teaching us all kinds of lessons. The dark-haired girl beamed. Like what? Ace hesitantly spoke. Olivia then listed down some random subjects. Just a few necessary lessons that will help you later in life, Olivia explained. I'll even teach you how to read. Luffy started to scratch his head. Sounds hard. Yeah, Ace folded his arms. Besides, how much good is that stuff gonna do us in life anyway? You boys may have great strength in your bodies, the weighted-haired woman explained. But remember what Robin said the other day. Knowledge is power. Power that can be as good as your own strength. Ace and Luffy were stunned at this. Suddenly, the straw-hatted boy sprinted over to the makeshift classroom. I get to sit next to Robin, he declared, earning a blush from the dark-haired girl. No way, I'm sitting next to her, Ace yelled when he realized what just happened and ran over too. As the 2 boys fought over where to sit next to Robin, Sabo was the only one that didn't move from his spot. The top-hatted boy was starting to shake and his eyes were glazing over as if he was reliving something in his mind. Something horrible. Sabo, Olivia called, bringing the gap-toothed boy back to reality. There's 1 seat left. Would you like to join us? The ex-archaeologist waved him over. Sure. He reluctantly nodded as he made his way slowly over to the unoccupied crate, the knot in his stomach still present. As Olivia started to write on the board, Robin was waiting eagerly to start learning, close to bouncing in her seat in excitement. Luffy had already fallen asleep. Ace had his face on his palms with a bored expression and Sabo sat still in his place, a strong depressed look on his face. Once the white-haired teacher was done writing, she turned back to her class. All right, class. Whenever we have school in the morning, you have to call me Ms. Olivia. Yes, Ms. Olivia. A large crowd of bandits spoke in unison behind the children, holding their hands up like infants. What are you guys doing? Ace yelled at the thugs' stupidity. How could we not want to sit in class with such a beautiful teacher at the front? A bandit spoke out, making the rest of his comrades nod their heads in union. Olivia was stunned at how childish these supposed dangerous criminals could act, while the bartender could only giggle at the spectacle. The ex-archaeologist tried to push away the memory of asking them for help in bringing all of the teaching supplies up the mountain. Taking Makino's advice, the white-haired scholar took a shot at flirting with the bandits to get what she needed. The bandits lugged the boxes and board from the town at night, all the way up the mountain in the minute she batted her eyelashes. Even though Olivia felt mortified by committing such an act, Makino just laughed and patted the ex-archaeologist on the shoulder, shaking her head back to the matter at hand. She paid no mind to the swarm of bandits and proceeded with the lesson. Now then, class, for our first lesson, we will be reading a few pages from a book called The Rainbow Mist. Olivia showed the book to the children, making the boys groan out loud and Robin smile. Luffy, the white-haired teacher called out. Would you like to start us off? Luffy stood up automatically and took the book that was offered to him. Okay. Luffy turned the book sideways and upside down, as if trying to find his place to start. Rain boat. Luffy corrected, causing Ace and Sabo to chuckle under their breaths. The straw-hatted boy pouted at this, until the dark-haired girl next to him decided to stand up and walk next to him. Do you want some help, Luffy? Robin asked kindly. Luffy nodded in his stupor, surprised by how nice Robin was being. Instead of laughing at him, she chose to help him instead. As Luffy read the words that Robin sounded out for him, Ace and Sabo began fuming to themselves, jealousy radiating off of them in waves. That was very good, Luffy, and it was very nice of you to help him as well, Robin. Olivia congratulated when the boy was done following Robin's lead. The lesson went on with the children taking turns in holding the book and reading a few lines, then passing it on to the next one to their side. You've all been doing so well. Olivia praised her class. Now, for our final lesson. You will be writing out one of the lines from the book we've read. With a piece of paper and a quill in front of the children, Olivia gave the book to Luffy, who stuck his tongue out when trying to look at the book and the paper in front of him at the same time. Unnoticed by the teacher, students, and the gang of outlaws behind them, Sabo was starting to shake at the sight of the quill and paper, his eyes darting from the writing utensils to the other children that were starting to enjoy their class now. Returning his gaze to his desk, images of dark, angry figures striking him filled his mind, causing his anxiety to escalate higher and higher. That's a good try, Ace. Your spelling needs work, but as long as you stick to it, you'll get there in the end. The freckled boy gave an unsatisfied huff, as Olivia then came in front of Sabo, who looked up at the white-haired teacher whilst trying to suppress his nervous state. Here you go, Sabo, Olivia chimed. Just pick a line and try to write it down as best as you can. After receiving her request, Sabo shakily picked up the quill from the ink pot and inched his hand close to the paper. Ace finally took notice of his friend's state, beginning to grow concerned. Wait a minute. Sabo stopped in his movements and looked back at Olivia, seeing the worried look in her eyes. Sabo, are you all right? Your hand is shaking, she noticed, causing the top-hatted boy to go into a spell of violent hyperventilating. The mental images were now so thick and visible. It was like they were happening right before the gap-toothed boy. Sabo, Olivia reached out to him, which finally caused the boy to freak out with a petrified shriek. Don't touch me. The boy wailed as he fell to the ground, spilling ink all over the paper and book on his desk box. The two other brothers were up and out of their seats, Robin following their actions, while the bandits were frozen in place by Sabo's outburst. Sabo, what's the matter with you? Ace yelled concerned, unable to get a reaction out of the boy, who had curled up into the fetal position and kept breathing deeply at a rapid pace. All the poor boy could see was the dark figures, showing themselves to be a man dressed in blue with a thick black mustache, a tall woman wearing a fancy dress, each with angry looks on their faces as they raised their hands, and another strangled cry came from the boy, making everyone gathered around him back up from the sudden noise. Robin had taken up hiding behind Luffy, sacred for whatever was wrong with the top-hatted boy. Luffy kept his arm raised in a protective manner for the dark-haired girl, but was still concerned for his older brother. Sabo, speak to us. As Sabo continued to relive his trauma, a voice began to sound out through the cruel memories. Sabo, 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 speak to me. Ace was currently shaking Sabo by his shirt collar, trying to snap him out of it. Suddenly, the gap-toothed youth came back to reality, whipping his head around to spot any faces that he saw in his vision. Upon seeing only the concerned faces of his brothers, Robin, Olivia, and the bandits, Sabo began to relax, breathing slowly to regain his calm. As he got a hold of himself, questions from nearly everyone present started to be blasted at him from left and right. Sabo, what happened? Are you all right? Why'd you freak out like that? I can't do this. Unable to face the bombarding questions, along with the shame of what just occurred, Sabo quickly picked himself up and ran into the forest. Sabo, Luffy called out, but was too late in catching his attention. Everyone stood around without a clue on what to do next. Everyone wait here, was the only thing that Olivia said, as she made her way through the thick brush of the jungle to go find the boy. After a while of trekking through the wild, the white-haired teacher came across the sound of silent crying. Upon following the sound and pushing a few branches out of her way, she spotted the sight of the top-hatted boy, burying his face in his arms as he curled himself up into a ball by a large tree. Sabo, she gently inquired, alerting boy slightly of her presence. Go away. Sabo weakly moaned as he buried his face deeper in his crossed arms. I'm afraid I can't do that, Sabo. She went on. As your teacher, it's my responsibility to see that you are all right. Sabo didn't say anything back, but only responded with a few sad sniffs. The ex-archaeologist knelt down and took a seat next to the boy, waiting patiently for him to come out of his cry. Once Sabo seemed to be calming down, he looked back at her with a large frown, while she only returned a warm and caring smile. Feeling better? She asked kindly. He gave another sniff and a nod. Good. She softly beamed. Now, can you tell me what's the matter? Sabo looked reluctant to say, but the kindness that this woman was showing was so overwhelming that he couldn't help but spill his feelings. I didn't want to write ... or read ... or go to class, he began. I know how to do most of that stuff already. How so? Olivia inquired. Sabo's face screwed up in discomfort before giving his answer. I'm ... not an orphan like Luffy or Ace. I still have my parents, he confessed. Really? Olivia sounded out her surprise. Then why aren't you with them? Because ... they don't treat me like a son, he painfully continued. Olivia had a bad feeling in her stomach when she heard this. My parents are nobles, making me a noble too, Sabo revealed, making the white-haired scholar all the more surprised. But all they care about is making more money and their reputation. The top-hatted boy clenched his fists in brewing anger. They'd make me study at home, but the teacher they hired. Sabo paused, the memories coming back to him painfully. It's okay, Sabo. Olivia placed her hand on the boy's shoulder. You don't have to keep talking about it anymore. Olivia was more than aware of how cruel and uncaring the nobles of the world could be, spending their time looking down on people less privileged than them, while at the same time kissing up to anyone with more wealth and power than they have as well. The worst of them all were the Celestials, the highest figures of nobility itself. They were known to be the founders of the world government, the sole reason of the seas having any sense of law and order in the first place. However, since being given diplomatic immunity by who knows who for the creation of justice on the seas, they have done and taken whatever they wanted without any fear or concern, including horrendous acts as murder and slavery. Ace was the first friend I ever had, the gap-toothed boy continued. He showed me how to live free, live my own life. I packed up what I could and ran away from home without looking back. He then brought his knees closer to his chest, the feelings of hurt and fear coming back to him. When you sat us down for school... it all just came back. Sabo's eyes shot wide open when he felt the arms of the white-haired scholar circle around him, pulling him into a warm embrace and putting her chin on top of his head. I am so sorry, Sabo. The older woman soothed the boy. If you don't want to come to my school time, then you don't have to. I won't force you. Sabo looked up at Olivia after she spoke. He had never been allowed to be excused from classes before. He then thought about her offer, tempted to take it and be rid of the horrible memories of his previous education, but then thought about his friends, who were actually enjoying Olivia's school time. I'll come to class. Sabo hesitantly agreed, making the ex-archaeologist give a look of puzzlement. If the other guys are gonna keep going, then I don't want to be stuck waiting for them. Also you're way better than my other teachers back home. Olivia gave a chuckle at Sabo's words and picked herself up back onto her feet. Shall we return to class then? She asked as she reached her hand out to him. Sabo looked at the offered palm and, rather uneasily, took it in his own, the woman's gentle grasp covering his own. As the teacher and student made their way back to the others, Sabo wondered if this was what it was like to have a mother that really cared for him. Robin sure was lucky. Sabo, Ace called as he, Luffy, Robin and the bandits rushed over to the returning two. Are you okay? Robin asked with great concern. Why'd you freak out like that? Luffy bluntly questioned. Guys. The top-hatted boy raised his hands, motioning for his friends to take it down a notch. I'm okay. Mrs. Olivia talked to me and helped me to calm down. You sure? Ace put his hand on Sabo's shoulder, showing his support for his bother. Sabo saw this action and looked back at the freckled boy with affirmation and gratitude. Yeah, I'm okay. The sound of clapping brought the attention of everyone gathered back to Olivia. All right, that's enough. Sabo doesn't need to be crowded like this. Olivia turned back to the top-hatted boy. Now, Sabo, if you don't want to join us for school, you don't have to. I won't force you to do something you're not comfortable with. Sabo looked back up at the white-haired scholar, absorbing her words. Let's all get back to class. Olivia led the children back to the front of the board, wanting to get back on track on what she had planned on doing. Now, since two of you have some difficulty with certain things, and two of you don't, the white-haired teacher explained, wanting to avoid hurting anyone's feelings. You will be partnered up, with one helping the other. Once the makeshift teacher explained this, two hands immediately shot into the air. I want to be with Luffy. I want to be with Robin. Both children stared back at one another and quickly looked away to hide their glowing red faces. The gang of bandits behind the class couldn't help but all. At the two, Olivia gave a small laugh at the adorable sight and Ace and Sabo dropped their jaws at what they'd just seen and heard. The freckled older sibling put his head on the desk slightly hard, while the top-hatted boy placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, showing his care and understanding. Naturally, the two of them partnered up. The rest of the class went on with the dark-haired girl helping Luffy on how to read, while Ace was easily annoyed with how much he was getting words wrong and Sabo having to explain nearly everything to him. All right, children, the white-haired teacher called their attention. You've all done wonderful today. Since this is something new to you, you can have the day off tomorrow, but the day after, we start class again. Yes, Ms. Olivia. The children and the smitten bandits unified. While Olivia once again persuaded the outlaws to stow away the board and box desks, the four young ones stepped away, the three brothers making their way toward the jungle with Robin seeing them off. I don't know about this whole school thing. Ace pondered aloud. I had lots of fun today. Robin beamed. Of course you would, Sabo said as he looked back. Can you believe how bad Luffy is at reading? The freckled boy brought up with a grin. Yeah, the top-hatted boy agreed while sniggering. Robin had to help him the whole time he made a mistake, which was pretty much on every word. It was unfortunately true. The straw-hatted boy had screwed up nearly the whole page he was asked to read, with Robin having to correct him every time he got something wrong. As the two older siblings broke out laughing, Luffy snapped his head back at them. Shut up, you two. Why are you being so mean to Luffy? Robin was fuming with how they were treating their own little brother. You did just as bad as he did, Ace. The freckled boy cringed at the mention of this, remembering all the times he got ticked off with every time he got a word wrong and Sabo had to correct him. Upon hearing the sound of the top-hatted boy now laughing at his expense, Ace threw him a dirty scowl, making his brother stop in an instant. Come on, Robin. Ace then turned back to the girl to defend his little brother's ignorance. You gotta admit, Luffy's the most brain-dead numbskull in the entire world. How can you not see that too after today? That was something that Robin couldn't let slide, and said 3 words that no one had ever said or heard before. Luffyisn't stupid. A breeze passed by as gathered children present as the 2 elder siblings processed what had just come out of the little girl's mouth. Out of the 3 of them, Luffy was by far the most surprised. No one had ever said he wasn't stupid, not even Makino. How can you think he's not stupid? Robin dared to ask, getting a glare from the girl at the mention of the S word. Luffy may be a bit slow and not think things through, Robin regretfully admitted after she managed to calm herself. But he's not as stupid as you say he is. Besides, you're his brothers. You shouldn't say stuff like that about him. Guilt then replaced their surprise, the young girl's words sticking them to their core. Ace and Sabo came out of their surprise to see Robin walking up to the straw-hatted boy and take his hands in her own. I'll never call you stupid, Luffy. You don't deserve to be called names like that. Gee, thanks, Luffy stuttered. Thanks, Robin. Robin beamed a smile at him, then proceeded to warp her arms around his neck in a hug. Ace and Sabo had dropped their jaws at what was happening before them, while Luffy slowly raised his arms to hug Robin back, still in his state of bewilderment. Soon enough, a small smile crept up on his own face. Robin, Olivia called from across the field. Time to go home. Coming, the girl called back, coming out of the embrace with Luffy. She ran across the clearing before turning back to wave at the boys. See you tomorrow. As the boys stood in their places and watched Robin make her way over to her mother, Ace broke the silence with a clearing of his throat. Hell, let's get going already. Dinner isn't gonna hunt itself. Sure, Sabo returned as the freckled boy disappeared into the wild. Before stepping in himself, the top-hatted boy looked back at Luffy, still stuck in place. Luffy, we need to go find dinner. Aren't you hungry? Sabo attempted to get his attention. Oh, yeah, food. The straw-hatted boy snapped out of himself and immediately made a dash for the forest. Sabo could only shake his head at his little over-exited brother. Looking back at Robin and Olivia as they made their way home, hand in hand, Sabo let out a small sigh, remembering the time he had with the kind-hearted woman. With a sad smile, he made his way into the jungle to catch up with his brothers. So, Robin, how did you like my school? Olivia asked as the two made their way home. It was the best, Robin chimed happily. I'm glad to hear that. The white-haired scholar smiled. Yeah, Robin went on. It was so nice of you to want to help Luffy and his brothers to read. Everyone needs a good education. Olivia looked down at the dark-haired girl. I'm just sorry you had to learn things that you already know. I don't mind, Robin announced. And I was kind of thinking. The mother looked down at her daughter, wondering what she was going to say next. Maybe after teaching Luffy and his brothers, you could teach me more about the poneglyphs after. Olivia stopped dead in her tracks, causing Robin to stop along with her. The ex-archaeologist was slightly shaking, making the dark-haired girl rather nervous. Mama, Robin hesitantly asked. The next thing to happen, Olivia got down to her knees, took her daughter's shoulders in her hands and looked deep into her eyes. Robin, the white-haired scholar sternly spoke. I want you to forget all about the poneglyphs. Robin's eyes shot wide open at this. But why? Going after those accursed things was the worst mistake I ever made. Olivia nearly yelled, scaring her daughter a little. Seeing the terrified look on her face, the mother calmed herself before continuing. I risked far more than I realized when I went out searching for them, more than I can live with. She continued, I don't want you to make the same mistake I did. She then looked down at the ground, partly ashamed of what she was about to say next. As far as I'm concerned, the lost history of the world can stay lost. Robin was beyond shocked to hear this. Her mother, the woman she looked up to all her life, the person she modeled herself to be, had said something that went against everything that a historian stood for. It was as if she didn't take pride in her life's work anymore. Promise me that you'll forget about the poneglyphs, Robin. Please, Olivia seemed to beg. I promise, Robin said in a small voice. The mother put her forehead to her daughter's as relief filled her body. It's for the best, Robin. Trust me. Robin didn't say anything, but didn't completely agree with what her mother was saying. The mother and daughter took each other's hands again and began making their way back home again. Ace, Sabo and Luffy were walking through the jungle back to their treehouse home, with Luffy walking ahead of the elder two as they watched over him. They had no reason to fear of any wild animals coming out of nowhere and attacking them. After all the hunting and much larger creatures they've taken down and eaten, the three brothers had quite the effect on the still living wildlife. as Luffy was singing some made-up song about people on South Islands having hotheads and being idiots. Ace leaned over to Sabo and nudged him with his elbow. What? The top-hatted boy turned his attention to him. I've been thinking about Luffy and Robin. The freckled boy brought up. Yeah? Sabo inquired. We never had a chance with Robin, did we? Ace admitted with a shake of his head. Sabo wondered what he meant, only for realization to dawn on him and a smile cross his face. No, I guess not. Although, you really blew any chance you had with her in the first place. Shut up, Ace muttered, not wanting to be reminded of when he yelled at Robin. But you're right. Sabo turned back to the straw-hatted boy, who was now on the second verse of his song. Luffy makes Robin really happy. And Robin even thinks that Luffy isn't stupid. Yeah, can you believe that? The freckled boy was still in awe of such a thing. What are you guys talking about? Luffy called back. Nothing, Luffy, Ace answered, wanting to keep their discussion a secret. Come on, tell me, Luffy demanded, not wanting to let it go. It's nothing, Luffy. Sabo tried to reason. Let's go find something to eat. The straw-hatted boy pouted at being left out. You guys never tell me anything. Days turned into months as the three brothers and the dark-haired girl that had become acquainted with them enjoyed their lives of freedom and friendship. Ace and Sabo began to grow less and less forward to Robin, easing back on trying to get her attention, knowing all too well who she had her eye on. Olivia continued to teach the children at her makeshift school time, proud of the progress that Luffy and Ace in particular were making, with Robin and Sabo helping them along the way. Over time, Robin even gained enough courage to start heading into the forest herself, joining the trio on their madcap hunting trips, blown away time and again with how they were able to take down such enormous and ravenous wildlife. All the while, the bond between Robin and Luffy grew stronger as time went on, each having a significant effect on the other. Robin became more outgoing and less withdrawn, as long as Luffy was there to be around, and Luffy learned how to calm down more and even managed to sit still while Robin was with him, of course. Life couldn't be any better for the four young ones as they relished in their happiness, unaware of the looming danger that was heading their way. St. Jalmac, a government officer, saluted a middle-aged man with a thin mustache, wearing a white suit and cloak, along with what appeared to be a strange headpiece fashioned on his shoulders with a square-like see-through dome going over his head. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? The man mentioned was indeed busy, scarfing down five-star cuisine like it was slop from a pig trough. Around him, depressed-looking maids and butlers stood along a far-stretching table, bowed and waiting for any order the imperial slob wished. Well, sir, the ship is ready and waiting for your arrival, the officer declared, hoping that the man at the far end of the large dining hall would stop eating and come along already. He wouldn't dare say it out loud, though, not if he wanted to keep his head. Oh, very well, then. The reluctant man wiped his food-lathered face and got up from his seat, the help standing by springing into action to clean up the table. Let's see if the kingdom of Goa is worthy of the Celestial's blessing. Another day was beginning as the familiar scene of Robin and Olivia walking up the mountain path to Dadden's shack played out as usual. Upon reaching the rundown home, Robin easily spotted the trio of siblings waiting for her, Luffy naturally waving his hands over his head as he made his way over to her, Ace and Sabo following behind. Soon enough, Makino made her appearance to talk to the ex-archaeologist to have a short catch-up on the day. So, what are we doing today, guys? Robin asked. Well, Robin, Sabo scratched the back of his head, not able to find a way to gently tell Robin about the activity for the day. We're gonna be fighting, Luffy shouted with glee. Fighting? The dark-haired girl blanched. We fight one another to get stronger and ready for when we become pirates, Ace explained, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Robin felt extremely uncomfortable at the indication. She never was a fan of violence. Glancing over at Luffy, she could see that he was bouncing in place, actually looking forward to fighting his older and bigger brothers. Hey, Robin, Luffy interrupted her train of thought. Why don't you come with us? You can watch as I beat Ace Black and Blue. Dream on, Ace bragged. If you haven't beaten me before, then you never will. As the two boarders argued about who was going to beat who worse, Robin's own appall of getting hurt was getting the best of her, causing her to step back a little, unaware that she was about to bump into the large, elder bandit woman behind her. Watch where you're going, Dadden growled. Sorry, Robin blurted out in her startled state. Dadden took note of how she was acting and decided to ask about it. What's got you all shook up? The bandit woman looked down at the girl. Robin turned her head back to the boys, still going on about how badly they were going to beat one another. They said they're going to be fighting today. I don't like fighting. Dadden looked between the little dark-haired girl and the three rough-housing siblings before talking to Robin again. You ever been in a fight before? No, the girl shook her head. But I've been hit a lot. It hurts. Dadden felt sympathy for Robin, unable to see how anyone would want to hurt someone so sweet and adorable. Not that she'd say that out loud, of course. With a huff from her cigarette, the bandit woman got down on one knee and placed a hand on the little girl's shoulder. Listen, kid, when you're in a fight, Whether you're taking a beating or giving one out, it's gonna hurt no matter what. She explained. Taking a punch hurts, but so does throwing one back. Sometimes, the trick to winning a fight is taking more punishment than the other guy and making sure you're the one still standing when the fight's over. But that just sounds so horrible. Robin spoke in her defense. Daden was surprised that such a young girl could know a word like that. Then again, seeing she usually has her nose in a book most of the time, and on account on who her mother is, it can be kind of expected. But looking past the fancy words, she could see the childish mindscape the girl still had on how bad violence is. No matter how smart she was, Robin was still a child. The world can be a cruel place, kid, the bandit woman went on. When it decides to be mean to you, you either gotta be mean back, or just lie down and take it. Robin was shocked to hear this, but as much as she didn't want to believe it, Daden was right. After all, the world had already been quite cruel to her already. As the girl thought about the upsetting fact, she remembered what her mother said to her after Ace had yelled at her, about how she was stronger than even she knew she was. Could she be able to fight? What's going on over here? The green-haired woman asked as she and Olivia made their way over to the bandit woman and Robin. The siblings came out of their bickering to see who was talking. Luffy and his brothers are going to be fighting today. The dark-haired girl muttered. Fighting? The white-haired scholar gasped. Yeah, Luffy beamed. And I wanted Robin to come and watch me beat up Ace. You're not gonna beat me, Luffy. And that's a fact. The freckled boy then tackled his younger brother to the ground, the two rolling around in the dirt to try and pin the other. Boys will be boys, I suppose. Makino huffed as she watched the display. You're not going to be fighting with them, are you, Robin? The mother panicked. No, Robin defended whilst waving her hands in front of her. But I want to be there to help ... if one of them gets hurt. Makino smirked to herself as she guessed who Robin was really worried for. Olivia stared at her daughter, wondering what the best thing to do was. She then gave a sigh, caving into her daughter's pleading eyes. All right, she relented. You can go with them, but no fighting. Robin beamed with delight at this. Thanks, Mama. The ex-archaeologist then marched over to the brothers as Luffy and Ace stopped their squabbling. She gathered the three together and looked them in the eye. Look after my daughter and see she doesn't get hurt. No problem, Ms. Olivia, Sabo declared. We'll keep Robin safe, no matter what. Ace proclaimed. You can count on us, Luffy announced. That's good. The white-haired scholar leaned in closer to the three, wanting to make her next words between her and them. Because if anything does happen to my little girl, whether it's your fault or not, I will bury you so far away from this island and so deep beneath the earth, it will take even the greatest archaeologists in the world 1,000,000 years to find your bodies. Each one of the three siblings shared a gulp of fear. When Olivia brought her face back from the brothers, she had a warm smile on her face, one that hid a chilling aura behind it. Have a good time, boys, she said sweetly, and try not to be too hard on each other. The young siblings gave a nervous nod. When Robin's voice came out of nowhere made them jump. Are we ready to go? As the three shook themselves out of their shock, Luffy then hurriedly grabbed Robin by her hand. Yeah, sure, let's get going. He pulled her towards the jungle, the girl's face blushing all the way. The children then disappeared into the thick wild, leaving the adults the only ones in the clearing. What did you say to boys before they left? Makino inquired. Oh, just a little something about how fossils are made. The ex-archaeologist answered politely. Gum. Luffy wound up his clenched fist as he charged at Ace before throwing it forward. Pistol, as his rubbery arm was launched at the freckled boy. Ace easily managed to step to one side, letting the attack pass by and strike against a tree. The fist then ricocheted back at Luffy, landing square in his face. Oh, the boy cried as he fell on his rear. Sabo and Robin were watching to one side sitting on a log, the top-hatted boy laughing as he clutched his stomach, while Robin brought her hands up to her mouth to hold in a gasp. Why do you even bother with that attack, Luffy? Ace reprimanded as he stepped toward the boy. Your gum powers are useless, no matter what you do with them. Don't make fun of my powers. The straw-hatted boy erupted. You'll see, my powers are gonna be the most amazing thing ever. Huh? The freckled boy antagonized. I'll believe it when I see it. Okay, guys, that's enough. Sabo leaped off of the log he and Robin were sitting on and walked towards his brothers. Since Luffy lost that round, it's now me versus Ace. Bring it on. The freckled boy smashed his fist to his open palm. Luffy waddled back over to the spectating log, Robin coming off her seat to check up on him. Are you okay, Luffy? Yeah, I'm all right. The straw-hatted boy chuckled. Having a rubber body means I don't feel that much pain. Well ... as long as you're not hurt. The dark-haired girl clutched her hands, hoping that the boy was truly all right. Don't worry, Robin. Ace piped up as he caught the sight of the two. Luffy's taken way more damage than that. He has? Robin worriedly inquired. Heck yeah. Ace laughed. The first time he even met us, he SSSSHHHH. Sabo ran up to the boy and brought a finger to his lips in an instant, wanting to shush the freckled boy before he said anything more. Ace, he hastily whispered. I don't think Robin needs to know about that. Know about what? With all the sudden secrecy, Robin was starting to get worried. Looking back at the girl, an epiphany made its way into Ace's mind, realizing that what he was about to tell her would be a big mistake to make. Nothing. Nothing at all, Robin. But against the older brother's attempt to change the subject, Luffy remembered what they were talking about and decided to open his mouth. Oh, you guys are talking about the time you let a pirate and his gang kidnap me and beat me up. Silence filled the small clearing in the jungle. Robin had a face of horror, while Ace and Sabo began to sweat. I hate you so much right now, Luffy, the freckled boy mumbled. You what? The dark-haired girl screeched, charging toward the two boys to confront them. Wait a minute, Robin. Sabo threw his hands forward to try and ward off the girl's wrath. We did save him, just so you know. Once we realized he'd spent the whole day being tortured. You let him be tortured for a whole day. Robin was at her wit's end at hearing this. Not helping, Sabo. Ace motioned to his brother. Robin stayed in place, her hair covering her eyesight and her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Soon enough, she lifted her arms up and struck her Hana pose. Feeling a tap on their right, Ace and Sabo looked to their right to find a third arm sprouting out of their shoulder. Caught in a state of shock, they were unable to stop the resounding slap to both of their cheeks. Oh, the two rubbed their faces in pain. Why would you let that happen? The dark-haired girl was close to tears. What did Luffy do that was so bad that you would let him be kidnapped and tortured? The two older siblings could only rub their cheeks and look at the ground in awkward silence. I found out about their treasure. The straw-hatted boy behind her spoke. Robin looked back at the boy with a look of surprise. Treasure? Robin asked, bewildered. What treasure? Luffy, Ace suddenly shouted. That's supposed to be a secret. Robin's my friend. The younger sibling erupted, making the two boys flinch. It's okay if she knows. Luffy then turned back to Robin and explained everything. Ace and Sabo had been stealing treasure from bad guys in the Grey Terminal and hiding it in the jungle, saving it for when they became pirates. The Grey Terminal, Robin wondered. Outside of the Goa Kingdom is a giant trash pile that they throw all their garbage and unwanted valuables into. Sabo spoke up. Over the time that Robin and the brothers had spent time with one another, Sabo had revealed his noble lineage to the girl, who accepted him regardless of where he came from. Both she and Sabo shared the same kind of horrid house life, so they had a strong understanding and great sympathy for one another. People scavenged the terminal for anything worth having. The top-hatted boy went on. Most of the gold and jewels that he nobles of the kingdom throw out are instantly picked up by the surrounding gangs of thugs. No one would dare go up against them, not even us. The nobles throw away their treasure. Robin asked, shocked. But why? Probably because they get bored of it. Ace piped up, disgusted. Those old fogies are so rich, they've got money to burn. I don't believe it. The dark-haired girl was appalled at such a notion. Throwing away wealth, just because you're rich enough to do so. It was as if the nobles were rubbing in the fact that they were more privileged than regular people by doing this. Robin shook herself from thinking about the nobles and refocused on the matter at hand. That still doesn't change the fact that what you did to Luffy was wrong. We know, Sabo called out, feeling bad enough. And we're sorry. He put his hand to his head, the shame becoming too much to bear. None of this would have happened if we didn't tie him to a tree and try to kill him. The moment Sabo let those words slip, it was too late to take them back. You tried to. Robin felt like she was about to faint. I think you've been spending too much time with Luffy, Sabo, Ace muttered to the top-hatted boy, who was stuck dumbfounded. Once again, Robin struck her Hana hand pose and proceeded to slap the two repeatedly. Never had she been so angry in her whole life. These two boys, who were supposed to be Luffy's brothers, had done the most horrible things to him, worse than anything she had been accustomed to on Ohara. No one on that island ever tired to kill her, at least not until the world government showed up. All the people on the island did was hate and shun her. And even though Aunt Roji beat her, she would never have the guts to try and kill her. But these two, Luffy's so-called brothers. Robin, stop. The straw-hatted boy cried. Robin snapped out of her rage, breaking her pose and letting the hands disappear, leaving Ace and Sabo laid out on the ground, their faces covered in searing red hand marks. Are you guys okay? Luffy panicked as he ran over to the two. Yeah, we're okay. Sabo winced as he picked himself up. You were right, Luffy. Your girlfriend really is tougher than she looks. Ace managed to say through the pain. She's not my girlfriend, Luffy defended comically. Why? The dark-haired girl silently seethed. Why are you helping them? After everything they've done to you, why would you want to have them as brothers? The older siblings felt a sting of pain go through their chests at these words. Those words hurt worse than the slaps. Luffy stepped forward to Robin. standing in front of his brothers with a cold glare in his eyes. Robin took a step back at this, never before seeing this side of the boy before. "El Luffy, they're all I have," Luffy shouted, louder than ever before since Robin had met him. The girl leaped back, fear filling her heart as she couldn't tear her eyes away from the fiery glare the straw-hatted boy was giving her. "Grandpa would beat me if I tried to run back to the village. Daden and her friends are mountain bandits and I hate them. And Makino isn't here to help me. If I didn't have Ace and Sabo, I'd be all alone." At this point, Luffy was sniffing back tears, while Robin could only gape at what he was saying. "Being alone is worse than being dead," the straw-hatted boy finished. An empty silence came over the children, nobody making a move or a sound. After absorbing everything that Luffy had said, she just couldn't take it. Robin broke down crying, turned around and ran away, her wails fading with her as she ran deep into the jungle. "Robin," Luffy reached his hand out to her, a vain attempt to bring her back. As soon as her figure was out of sight, the boy hung his head, sadness overwhelming him. Luffy, Ace was still nursing his sore spots as he made his way over to him, Sabo following behind. "I made Robin cry," Luffy muttered, droplets of moisture falling from under his straw hat. He looked back at his brothers, showing the misery plain on his features. "I didn't mean to." Sabo placed his hand on the weeping boy's shoulder. "We know, Luffy, we know." Luffy couldn't hold it in anymore and began to wail loudly into the sky. He was looking forward to fighting today. But not like this. Robin kept on running, retracing her footsteps after she followed the brothers into the jungle. That was the first time Luffy, her first ever friend, had ever gotten mad at her. The feeling was dreadful, worse than whenever she was picked on or glared at back on Ohara. Having someone who cared about you and you them turn around and scream at you was the worst feeling ever. What she still couldn't understand was why. After everything that Ace and Sabo let happen to Luffy, along with what they tried to do, why would Luffy want to be with them, let alone have them as brothers? She stopped dead in her tracks when her mind gave her an answer. The answer was the same reason she clung to Luffy when she first met him. He was the only one decent enough around to be friends with, when everyone else was either too busy or didn't like her at all. Because he was lonely, just like her, and just like Ace and Sabo. What Luffy said to her finally made sense. She wiped the tears from her eyes and immediately turned around, rushing back to where the trio of siblings was hopefully still gathered. She had to apologize. Upon reaching the brothers, she suddenly hid herself behind a large tree trunk, watching as a group of unsavory characters had the boys surrounded and down on the ground. Two figures stuck out among the men. One, a grotesque-looking man with a giant potbelly sticking out of a dirty white button shirt, a bald head with long, unruly hair protruding out of the back and sides of his head, and a toothless grin smeared across his face. The other, a smart-looking man wearing a dark blue petticoat, buckled shoes, socks going up to his knees, with a dark blue top hat on top of his head, long black hair with a matching mustache and a small beard on his chin, with a bored and unimpressed expression on his face as he looked down at the three young ones. Robin did not get a good vibe off of either one of them. To prove her point, the ugly bald man smashed his fist against Ace's head, spilling his blood out of the newly open wound which splattered against the well-dressed man's cheek. The man in the top hat then pulled out a handkerchief, complaining about the ugly man, who he addressed as Blue Gem, getting commoner's blood on him, saying that he'll have to disinfect himself when he gets home. Blue Gem apologized to the rich-looking man, doing what could only be described as a bad impression of acting fancy and royal. The rich man turns back to the boys and addressed Sabo, telling him that it was time to come home. Robin guessed that this man was Sabo's father, the man who had a hand in making his home life a living nightmare. Ace and Luffy defended their brother, yelling at the rich man that Sabo doesn't want to go with him. Sabo's father ignored them and gave Sabo a choice: watch as Blue Jay and his crew kills his friends in front of him, or come home now and spare their lives, promising to never leave the kingdom again. Robin blanched at hearing this, nearly letting out a noise in protest to the ultimatum that would have given her away. With a heavy heart, she stayed in her hiding place and watched the spectacle run its course. With no other alternative, Sabo caved in and agreed to come home with his father, against Ace and Luffy's defiance. The top-hatted boy got up on his feet and followed his father home through the jungle, sobbing all the way as Ace called out to him and Luffy silently cried at the loss of one of his brothers. Robin brought her hands up to her face, keeping her own sounds of heartache from being heard as she wept for the boy who was forced to be a noble once more. As soon as the father and son had disappeared out of sight, Blue Gem ordered his men to grab the two boys left and take them back to their hideout. Ace and Luffy tried to fight them off, but there was too many of them. All Robin could do was follow the two captured brothers and pray for their safety. "Why'd you bring us here?" Ace bellowed as he and Luffy were surrounded by Blue Gem and his gang, all of them sitting around the inside of a broken-up shipwreck, Blue Gem's old ship without a doubt. As the two boys were standing in the middle of the group of thugs, Robin was hiding and watching behind a large crate from afar. No need to be so rash," the hideous man chided gently, attempting to calm the boys to a failed degree. I can understand it's been a rough day for you too, having one of your best friends turn their back on you to live a cushy life in the kingdom. Sabo didn't turn his back on us, Luffy dared to shout. He hates being a noble. Huh, that's a laugh. The rundown pirate sneered. If I had the chance to live like the rest of those lucky jerks behind that wall, I'd take it in a heartbeat. Anyone would. I bet the only reason he hung out with you in the first place was because he felt sorry for you. You take that back. The freckled boy rushed forward before having a large, rusty blade pointing at him right between the eyes. In any case, the vicious bum seethed as he withdrew his sword. We still need you boys to do a little job for us. You help us with this, you're free to go. We'll even split that treasure we found with you, 50-50. That treasure was ours in the first place, Luffy shouted. Not anymore, it's not. Blue Gem roared as he stood from his seat, easily towering over the two brothers. Bring out the crates, the ex-pirate ordered his men. When the cronies came back, they brought with them a load of large wooden crates with red flags sticking out of one of their corners. Robin's face turned white at the sight of them. She had read about these kind of crates before. Those boxes were filled to the brim with gunpowder and oil. Used in warfare, the boxes are used to cause a distraction and widespread damage. The red flags acted as markers, signifying their placement on a designated location to be placed. But what would these pirates want to do with a weapon like this? All you have to do is help us place these boxes around the jungle at these locations. Blue Gem pulled out a map of the jungle and pointed at a few tiny red flags littered across the paper. After you do that, you're free to go. Blue Gem smiled a toothless grin. Robin had guessed right. The map was proof that those boxes were exactly what she thought they were. But that still didn't answer her question. Why did these pirates want to burn the jungle down? If only she could stop Ace and Luffy and tell them what they were doing. And what if we say no? Ace growled, giving the much larger man a death-filled glare. Blue Gem pulled his sword back out and pointed it at both him and the straw-hatted boy next to him. You boys may be good at fighting off street thugs and wild animals, but we're pirates. We kill whoever we want, whenever we want. Sometimes, for the sheer fun of it. The bum had a point. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo could take a bunch of cowards hiding down dark allies and the wildlife in the jungle. But these guys were defiantly out of their league, even if they were a bunch of losers. The down-and-out outlaw put his sword back in its sheath, replacing his sneer with a fake friendly grin. Now that we've gotten all the ugly stuff out of the way, what say we get to work? Ace and Luffy were forced to carry all the boxes over the top of their heads. Even though they were both monstrously strong and it was a breeze to carry them, it was still quite cruel of the adults to make the children do all the labor. Robin was in a slight panic of what to do next. Running back to her mother and the others would take too long enough for the pirates to set a flame to whatever they planned to burn. Plus, she couldn't leave Luffy and Ace to Blue Gem's hands. The dark-haired girl watched as the two brothers were led away by the gang, fear and helplessness running through her. Idea after idea ran through her mind, clouding her head and making her more desperate, and tears began to prickle at her eyes. The world can be a cruel place, kid. When it decides to be mean to you, you either gotta be mean back, or just lie down and take it. Dadden's words silenced anything else that came into the girl's mind. The old bandit woman was right. Here was the world deciding to get mean and hurt Robin, and worst of all, her friends. Was she going to do what she used to do back on Ohara? Run away to somewhere she can be alone and cry the problem away? No, now it was her turn to get mean. It was time to stand up and give the world a taste of what it's dishing out. She was going to save Luffy and Ace, no matter what. Robin followed the gang of pirates and the captured brothers, with newfound courage lighting her path. I miss Sabo, Luffy whined, agitating not only Ace, but the pirates guiding them along their path. I miss him too, Luffy, but what's done is done. The freckled boy gently whispered, distancing himself from his emotions as he does whenever things get too much. Looking back at his little brother, he decided to try and cheer him up with some made-up story. Besides, Sabo deserves better than to be with the likes of us. Now that he's behind the wall again, maybe his life will be better. Maybe his dad started to miss him and will treat him better now that he knows what life is like without him. But I miss him. Luffy moaned once more. One more word and I'll smack you myself. One of Blue Gem's cronies threatened with a motion of his backhand. Ace would have ripped the man's throat out if it was just him, but knew that doing so would bring the rest of the gang down on him and his little brother. Ace didn't care what happened to him ... but if anything happened to Luffy, place that one here, Blue Gem ordered, snapping Ace out of his thoughts. The freckled boy laid one of the flagged boxes down before being shoved by one of the pirates to keep moving. Once the gang was out of sight, Robin came out from behind one of the many large tree trunks and made her way over to the large wooden crate. Taking in the size of the object and calculating how heavy it might be, Robin knew that lifting this thing would be impossible for her. She'd need an extra pair of hands, or 20. Going into her Hana pose, Robin protruded multiple hands to sprout out from under the crate and lifted in the air. Wincing a little at the amount of weight her hands were holding, Robin did her best to stay strong, managing to walk along with a series of conveying hands pluming out of the ground. One batch of hands having the crate to the next. Robin deduced that she and the crate were close to the outer rim of Dawn Island itself, from all the maps she had seen and memorized. Coming from out of the jungle, a cliff viewing out to the wide open sea appeared. With a few more straining heaves, Robin managed to throw the crate into the ocean, watching it sink into the dark depths, completely out of sight. Robin wiped her brow and gave a victorious smile, only to remember that there were plenty more crates where that came from. Running back into the wild, Robin hoped to catch up to the group and repeat her actions until every last crate was gone. She still didn't understand. Why would Blue Jam and his crew want to burn down the forest anyway? It just didn't make any sense. The nobles were out of their minds. Sabo ran through the whole city, gasping for breath and desperation at the same time. Things hadn't changed a bit since the last time Sabo had been home. Once being brought back to the kingdom, the top-hatted boy was forced to make a statement to the local police department, where his father, known as Outlook 3, ordered him to say that he was being held captive by Luffy and Ace against his own will. Sabo, being the loyal and honorable friend he was, denied the statement, earning him a hard strike from his own father, who then proceeded to pay the officer off to let him back into the kingdom. Upon returning home, Sabo found out that in his absence, his parents had adopted another boy, a snot-nosed brat by the name of Shelly, who they seemed to cherish more than him. Sabo had been neglected by his parents before, but this just felt like the lowest blow they had ever felt him. Over the time spent with the female-looking boy, Sabo disliked him more and more. Everything that came out of his mouth was snide, rude, spiteful, and arrogant, just like his parents, just like what they wanted him to be. But that wasn't the worst part. The absolute worst was yet to come. Alone in his room, Sabo was visited by his brother, who had the guts to start poking fun at his riff-raff friends. Naturally, Sabo leaped onto Shelly and proceeded to pound his face till it was covered in black bruises. The adopted boy was singing a much more pathetic tune after that, but what he said next made Sabo turn pale. The boy sneered as he relented the kingdom's plan to burn down the Grey Terminal, along with any unfortunate soul still routing around in the giant junkyard, just to make the kingdom look presentable for a visit from the Celestials. Hundreds of lives, an entire forest, burned down. Along with, Sabo had no time to finish that horrific thought as he bolted out of the house. Shelly's laughter echoing behind him, Sabo ran into anyone and everyone he could find, telling them of the kingdom's devious plan. The reaction he got from every noble citizen he came across destroyed his hope, piece by piece, as they said they already knew and were looking forward to it. It was now late at night as Sabo continued to run through the city, close to losing his mind at how cruel and evil this whole kingdom was. Coming across a squad of police officers, he told them about the kingdom's plan as well, desperate for anyone to help. Unfortunately, all he got was the same response that he had been getting from everyone all day, the officers laughing him off and telling him to go back inside. Finally losing all rational thought, Sabo ran for the kingdom's main gate, pounding at the large frames with all his might, until he was pulled away and thrown to the ground by the officers themselves. Before blacking out from the sudden beating at the hands of the police, the last thing Sabo thought of was his two brothers, his real brothers, the dark-haired girl that came into their lives and all the adventures they had together. And then everything went black. Olivia was pacing back and forth, growing more anxious with every minute that her daughter wasn't back by. "Where are they?" the mother fretted. "They should have been back by now." Makino worried as she looked out into the forest, hoping to catch a glimpse of any of the children. Off to the side, Datten was taking a large swig of her liquor, watching the two women worry for the young ones. Alongside her were her gang of cronies, who were making as much of a fuss as the bartender and mother. "I hope they're all right," one of the bandit lady's cronies voiced out. Datten tried to ignore him. What if something happened to them? Another spoke up. The orange-haired woman shut her eyes and did her best to block out the conversation mentally. "If something did and Garp found out," another bandit exclaimed in fright. That was the last straw for the bandit leader. She slammed her liquor on the ground, startling her men and catching the attention of the two women away from the shack. "Is that all you're belly aching about?" the red-headed woman bellowed. "What if Garp finds out?" She then proceeded to spit on the ground, as if the notion had put a bad taste in her mouth. Datten then raised herself from her seating position and glared daggers at her men. "If you're so worried about saving your own skin, then we might as well go in there and start looking for those brats." Even though Datten was saying all of this, her henchmen could see through her words and began to tear up. She cared about the kids just as much as they did, even though she didn't want to show it. "Oh, boss," the men chorused with tears in their eyes. "Quit looking at me like that. You'll give me nightmares," the bandit leader roared. "I'm coming with you," Olivia spoke as she marched over to the redhead. "You sure?" Datten queried. "The jungle is dangerous enough sure in the day, but downright deadly at night. The last time my daughter was in danger, I did nothing." The ashamed mother lowered her head before shooting it back up again. "I won't fail her again. I'm coming too," Makino piped up. Dadden grimaced about bringing the two, but seeing the pleading determination in their eyes let her know that they were not backing down without a fight. "All right, fine," the bandit leader huffed weakly. "Just stay close to me and keep your eyes peeled for the kids and any wild animals." The two women nodded their heads and the search party made their way into the dense dark wilderness. Luffy and Ace finally had a chance to take a break as they sat on the ground after placing the last box in another strange location in the jungle. Currently, the two boys and Blue Gem's gang were on the outskirts of the Grey Terminal, the giant junkyard that the nobles made thanks to their wasteful ways. "Well done, boys." Blue Gem praised the two brothers as they caught their breath. "You did as you were told and were very well behaved." "Gee, thanks," Ace snidely remarked. "Now will you let us go?" Of course, of course." The ex-pirate waved them off, before a sickening smile spread across his face. "But before you go, I want to show you boys the results of your hard work." "What are you talking about?" Luffy asked, a knot beginning to form in his stomach. "You'll see." The down-and-out pirate chuckled as he pulled out a fancy gold pocket watch. Something far too valuable to be in the hands of the likes of him. 3.2.1 I think that's the last of them. Robin gasped as she wiped her brow with the back of her hand. All through the day, she had been tailing behind Luffy, Ace, and the vicious gang of ex-pirates. Wherever the two boys were told to place one of the large wooden boxes, Robin waited for the coast to be clear, before sneaking up to the crate and using her powers to convey it over a cliff into the ocean, throwing it into a pit of quicksand and letting it sink to the bottom of a thick pool of swamp water. Robin had no idea what those men had in mind with those crates, but she knew it wouldn't be good for anyone caught in their detonation. Now to go find Luffy and Ace. As Robin began to run toward the group's last location, a massive explosion erupted from the deep lake she had plopped the last box into, with a geyser of water shooting up high above the trees. Numerous more explosions sounded off across the jungle, muffled by the layers of dirt and moisture they were buried under. The explosions were so great, they shook the ground beneath Robin's own feet, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Once the explosion stopped along with the shaking ground, Robin pulled herself up and looked back at the small lake, which was now steaming from the recently released heat from the crate. That was too close. "Robin," Olivia called out into the jungle, keeping an ear out for any sound for her daughter. "Quit shouting like that." Datton bellowed herself. "Who knows what you might attract out here?" She, Olivia, Makino, and the Datton bandits were scuffling through the brush, searching for the lost boys and young girl, when all of a sudden a loud boom sounded off from a sandpit a fair distance away, spraying its mud across the surrounding area. The search party took cover behind trees and shielded their faces from the raining dirt, before the onslaught finally stopped. "My goodness," the bartender gasped as she came from her hiding place. "What could have caused that?" one of the bandits asked out loud. Olivia came out of her shock and focused on what mattered most to her. "We have to find the children." Robin. Sabo was awakened by what could have been the sound of thunder. As he pushed himself up from where he lay, he realized that he was down a dark alley of the city, after the police had beat him to unconsciousness. They must have tossed him into the pile of garbage where he had been laying in. As his brain began to catch up with him, he then froze as the once-forgotten fear spread through his system. The explosions, the noble's plan, Grey Terminal. He was too late. He couldn't do anything. Ace, Luffy, Robin, he'd failed them. He'd lost them. They were gone, along with who knows how many innocent lives were in the junk pile outside the kingdom. Tears began to well up in the boy's eyes, the anguish and sorrow overflowing his senses. As he lifted his up to the sky to cry out his pain, he noticed something. The sky was clear, the stars shining bright in a blanket of blue. Sabo got to his feet as he began to think. The noble's plan was to burn down the Grey Terminal to make the kingdom look presentable for the Celestials. That would mean that they would have to set the place on fire. But there was no fire, no smoke in the sky, nothing but the night sky and the stars. That could only mean one thing. Grey Terminal wasn't on fire. Grey Terminal was still there. Why isn't that infernal scrapyard burning? The voice of a deeply upset old man roared as he slammed his fist on the arm of his chair, making his balanced glass of wine rock and fall to the floor. I do not know, Your Highness," a butler stuttered while standing beside a window with the curtain drawn, looking out over the kingdom and far over the city's wall to the terminal. "Eluejam, you fool," the king of Goa thundered as he continued to pound the arm of his seat. "How could someone as stupid as you screw up a plan as simple as this?" Blue Jam was stunned. He heard the explosions. He placed the boxes where they had to be, so why was nothing burning? "What's going on, boss?" one of his men asked from behind him. "Shut up," he snapped as he began to pace back and forth, looking out into the distance for any sort of sign of a fire. Smoke, a red glow, anything. What were those loud booms just now? Luffy spoke up, which only caused the toothless ex-pirate to look back at the two boys slowly, a look of pure rage building on his face. Ace took notice of this and sprang to his feet. "What's up with you?" The freckled boy struck a pose of keeping a hand toward Luffy in an effort to protect him and one clutch into a fist for defense. What did you do? The balding man whispered darkly as he slowly strode over to the two brothers, pulling out his sword as he moved. What are you talking about? The straw-hatted boy fearfully asked, only to have one of Blue Gem's men grab him from behind and hoist him off his feet. Luffy, Ace shouted, but before he could do anything, he was then restrained himself by another one of the thugs. As the two boys struggled, Blue Gem stopped in front of the boys and hollered at the top of his lungs as he pointed his sword towards them. What did you do? Like we said, Ace shouted as he struggled. What are you talking about? Gray Terminal is supposed to be in flames right now, Blue Gem revealed angrily, causing the two boys to stop and look at the man in horror. That's what those boxes were for. Ace was nearly as white as a sheet. You mean we would have helped you ... burn down Gray Terminal? Luffy fearfully said out loud, horrified at the idea. You did something, the ex-pirate deduced as he slammed the back of his sword's handle across the straw-hatted boy's face. Leave him alone, Ace barked as he went back to struggling. You did something to the boxes when we weren't looking, didn't you? Blue Gem then walked over and struck Ace. You've had your eyes on us all day, the freckled boy ground out. And we just put the boxes where you told us to. Luffy blubbered as tears began to build up in his eyes. Shut up, Blue Gem thundered as he began to pace back and forth, the anger seething within him. You've ruined everything. Now the king will never let me and my crew into the city. We're never getting out of this pigsty. The king? Ace asked, wanting to know what in the world was going on. Tell me right now. Blue Gem was in front of Ace in an instant, his sword pressed hard against his throat. Ace, Luffy wailed helplessly. I know you did something, so don't lie to me if you value your life. The ex-pirate bellowed as he got up close to Ace's face. Tell me what you did. They didn't do anything. A voice came from behind the group as they all turned back. A small, dark-haired girl came from out of a cluster of bushes and walked out in front of the men and brothers. It was me, Robin, Luffy gasped. What are you doing, Robin? Ace shouted in newfound desperation. Run for it. You. Blue Gem pulled his sword away from Ace and walked over to the young girl. You messed up the plan. That's right, Robin stated defiantly. I got rid of the blast crates you made Luffy and Ace carry in place around the jungle, and stopped you from hurting innocent people and burning down my home. Sabo continued to look up at the starry night sky, without a cloud to be seen. He couldn't understand it. He felt the shake of explosions only a minute ago, so how come there was no smoke in the sky or even screaming in the distance? Young man, a gravely voice spoke behind the gap-toothed boy, making him switch his head back in an instant. Standing at the end of the alleyway was a shadowed figure, wearing a dark green cloak obstructing his identity and keeping his face hidden. What are you doing in a place like this? The stranger asked. Sabo looked at the newcomer, then felt anger boil up in his body. What's it to you? He spat as he managed to walk out of the dirty dead end, noticing he now had a limp in his step thanks to the police roughing him up. I was merely wondering why a noble child such as yourself would be wallowing in trash at this time of night. The cloaked figure explained himself, appearing unfazed by the boy's tone. Well, not that it's any of your business, or that you'd even care, Sabo's speech turned to full-blown yelling. But I was trying to pry the front gates open so I could stop the nobles from burning down the Gray Terminal outside. The nobles were going to, the stranger whispered, seeming to be surprised by this information, but Sabo was not in the mood of caring how he felt as he continued his rant. The police stopped me and beat me till I passed out and threw me down that dark alley. The gap-toothed boy clenched his fists as the rage overtook his senses. But why would you want to stop what was happening? Surely a boy of nobility such as yourself wouldn't think about the sake of common folk, the figure pointed out. That was the last straw for Sabo's anger. I wish I was never born a noble. The man was beside himself with shock. Never had a noble, a child noble at that, had ever said something so unheard of. He was brought out of his shock when he noticed the blonde boy walking away from him, his hat shadowing his eyes. Wait, young man, where are you going? Sabo stopped and without looking back, answered his question. It's great that Gray Terminal wasn't burned down, but I won't be able to go back, even if it was saved. My family is awful and won't let me run away again. And even if I did, my brothers may never want to talk to me again after I betrayed them. Not to mention, if my father caught up to us again, he might actually have them. He didn't dare finish. He looked up from under his hat and looked out towards himself, with a steely gaze of determination. There's only one place left where I can be free. Sabo then began walking forwards once more, leaving the cloaked man behind to watch him march toward his fate. Robin remained standing straight, staring the seething down and out pirate before her. Ace and Luffy were still trying to break away from their holders with all their might, but to no avail. Blue Gem was so furious, he almost didn't think before opening his mouth again. That's impossible. How could a little girl like you get rid of a haul of boxes in such little time? Like this, the dark-haired girl announced as she swept her hand out and two small arms sprouted out of the man's head and grabbed hold of his eyelids and pulled them as high as she could. As the captain cried out in pain, two simultaneous hands bloomed on top of Luffy and Ace's captors' heads and proceeded to reach down and hook their fingers in their nostrils, pulling as hard as she did with Blue Gem, making them drop the two brothers. "Run!" the girl shouted as she and the boys broke out into a sprint, but not before getting scooped up by the still remaining crooks surrounding them. Once Robin was caught, she panicked and lost her focus, making the hands she created disappear and releasing the distracted men. If Blue Jam was furious before, he was livid now. He pulled his rusty blade from its sheath and held it out to the captured young ones, eyeing Robin especially. "You little brat . The wild-eyed bum hissed out. "You've ruined everything." Luffy caught on to who the man was looking at and began to thrash around like never before. "Robin, no, run, use your powers to get away. Something, anything." Robin was too stunned in fear at the approaching man coming her way, her boost of bravery leaving her to what could possibly be her demise. "Don't you dare hurt her, you toothless coward." Ace roared as he began to struggle harder than before himself, even giving his captor a hard time holding him. Tears started to prick at the girl's eyes as she could only stare at the blade-wielding brute stalking closer to her. Luffy couldn't take watching any longer and followed his instincts. He bit down hard on his holder's arm around his waist, who instantly let go to nurse his injured skin. As Luffy fell to his feet and made a beeline to stand in front of Robin and hold his arms out in protection. "I won't let you hurt her, Luffy." Robin snapped out of her fear as she saw the boy defend her from Blue Jay's advances. "Like you can stop me," the man growled as he brought his sword back into a stabbing motion. "I'll run you and your little girlfriend through." At those words, something in Ace snapped. "Leave my brother alone." One moment, all of Blue Gem's crew was on their feet and wide awake. The next, they were out on the ground, passed out and with foam coming from a few of their mouths. After Ace had given his cry, the man holding him had lost all power in his arms and let go of him as he fell to the ground, along with the thug that had grabbed Robin. The three children stood in their places in bewilderment, looking around at the unconscious crooks splayed out in front of them, until the last one standing of the gang, Blue Gem, slammed Ace in the back of his head with the scabbard of his sword. "Now what did you do?" he thundered. Ace nursed the back of his head as Luffy and Robin ran over to him, falling to their knees in worry before looking up at the beyond angry ex-pirate. The man lifted his sword high above his head, ready to bring it down on the helpless young ones in one fell swoop. "You're all a bunch of freaks." Ace shielded Luffy and Robin with his body, whilst Luffy and Robin clung to each other with their eyes closed tight, waiting for the sword to come down. Before Blue Gem could gain his satisfaction, a large wooden club smashed across his face, sending him to the ground and falling into the dirt, as the balding brute pushed himself from where he lay. He looked back up, ready to give whoever stopped him what he was going to give the kids, only to stop in his movements when he caught sight of who it was that had attacked him. Daden, the large, orange-haired bandit leader herself, stood before the downed bum, patting her club in one hand, while all her men stood behind her, brandishing their own weapons and looking ready for a fight. "Hello, Blue Gem," was the last thing the ex-pirate heard as she and her men came upon the down-and-out pirate and began to beat him into submission. The young trio could only watch as the bandits bludgeoned Blue Gem to a pulp, before immediately getting wrapped in a multitude of arms out of nowhere. "Robin," the mother cried as she clung to her daughter desperately. "Mama," Robin gasped as the white-haired woman pulled her face back to look at her. "Thank heavens you're all right." The woman wept as her little girl realized who it was before burying her face into her shoulder to cry her eyes out. "Ace, Luffy," the green-haired woman squeezed her boys tightly, never wanting to let them go. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, we're good," Ace said, acting as if what had just happened never did. "I was so scared, Makino. I thought we were gonna die." Luffy wailed as tears and snot leaked from his face. "Stop crying, Luffy. It's not manly," Ace ordered, only making the boy cry harder. The bartender sighed happily, glad that her boys were still as rambunctious as ever. After giving them another strong hug, Makino leaned back and placed her hands on both their shoulders. "What happened here? What are you doing all the way out here?" The bartender fretted as she pulled away. "Why are you with these men?" Olivia asked in a panicked tone. "It's a long story," Ace breathed out as he began to relax from the danger he and the younger ones were in. After the beating was over, the band of crooks were tied to a tree, all of them still unconscious from whatever Ace had pulled, along with an out-cold, black and Blue Gem. They were going to burn down the junkyard. Makino brought her hands to her mouth in horror. "And made you carry that cargo without you knowing what it was." The white-haired mother ceased at the criminal's actions. "Pretty much," Ace mumbled as he looked over at the battered and bruised bum that had him and his little brother at blade point. Oh, how he wished he could have gotten a shot in himself. "Poor Sabo," the bartender then brought up. "I can't believe he did that for you. We gotta get him back," Luffy demanded desperately. We can't do that, Luffy. Sabo doesn't belong with the likes of us. Ace spoke up next, yet his words lacked any resolution behind them. He'll be happier back at home with his family. His real family. That's a lie and you know it. Robin bellowed. Everyone was frozen in place from the little girl's outburst, Ace and Luffy most of all. Sabo could never be happy if he lived with his parents. Robin continued to shout. He ran away from home for a reason in the first place, didn't he? He didn't go home for his own good. He sacrificed himself for you. You saw that? Ace questioned in surprise. I came back to say sorry for beating you up. Until I saw those pirates and Sabo's dad, so I hid behind a tree. Robin admitted. Luffy couldn't help but smile as he walked over and took the dark-haired girl's hand in his own, bringing her attention to him. Thanks for coming back, Robin. He beamed. The young book lover smiled warmly at the straw-hatted boy and blushed at the contact between their hands. Wait, Ace mumbled, drawing everyone back to him. I just remembered something. Something that Blue Gem said before you arrived to save us. Blue Gem said that the king wasn't going to let them into the kingdom. Did the king hire Blue Gem and his crew to burn down the terminal? Olivia deduced. HMPH. Daden huffed as she crossed her arms in disgust. And people say bandits are bad. The nobles just keep proving they're even worse than us, and they still have the nerve to stick their noses up at us. Why would the nobles want to burn down this junkyard? Baking asked in horrified curiosity. Don't they know that there are people living here? You ever known a noble to care about what happens to people that are beneath their form of living? Daden inquired darkly, making the notion all too clear for the innocent bartender. As the green-haired woman bowed her head in uncomfortable understanding, Olivia was next to speak up. No wonder that poor boy ran away. We've got to get him back, Luffy announced determinedly. Darn right, we do, Ace agreed. We'll break into the city and look all over for... No, Makino put a stop to the boy's plans. After everything you've been through already, I will not let you go charging off into more danger. You too, Robin, Olivia spoke up, taking motherly authority. But Mama, Robin pleaded. What about Sabo? Garp should be coming back to the island soon after visiting Ohara, Makino explained. As soon as he does, we'll tell him about what's been going on here and have him take care of it. He can even find Sabo and look after him too. That'll take too long. Ace ceased, anger boiling up inside him. Ace, please. The bartender reached out to him, only for him to flinch back, away from her hand. Screw this. The freckled boy spat as he began stomping in the direction of the walled-off kingdom. I let Sabo go once. I'm not gonna abandon him now. Me too, Luffy declared as he and Ace proceeded to break off into a sprint toward the city. Ace, Luffy, Makino called out to them, only for her calls to fall on deaf ears. It's no use. The orange-haired bandit leader spoke up as she walked over to the bartender. You of all people should know how stubborn those boys get when an idea pops into their heads. If we go after them, we'd only get in their way and make things worse. Makino wanted to go after them, regardless of Daden's words, but had to reluctantly admit that the large woman was right. All we can do now is go back and wait for them. Daden and her boys began to head back through the jungle to return to their run-down shack of a home. Makino had no choice but to follow them, whilst Olivia took up the rear of the group, but not with her daughter beside her. She turned back to see Robin staring off at where the two brothers had run off to and felt a deep pit in her stomach of what might be going through the young girl's mind. Robin, the ex-archaeologist hesitantly reached out to her. I'm sorry, Mama, Robin spoke before she turned back to her mother. But I can't leave Luffy and his brothers behind. Robin, don't. The white-haired woman tried to stop her, with pleading thick in her voice. I'll be back soon, was the last thing Robin said before sprinting off to follow Luffy and Ace. Robin, Olivia called out to her desperately, only to watch her run off into the darkness. Her mother's intuition was split in half. Part of her wanted to run after her and drag her back home to safety, while the other wanted to support her and let her help her new friends. The internal struggle within her made her body freeze in place, making her watch her daughter disappear. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.